Pokémon. The trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Dasha Valley, 11:01 PM. The Pokémon Center in Yuan City. Miss Joy was yawning and preparing to close the store. They also needed to rest. After a day's work, even if they worked in shifts and had super physical fitness, they were very tired. Please wait a moment. Miss Joy. A figure rushed over from a distance and shouted. Miss Joy stopped what she was doing helplessly. Oh, I don't know which impatient trainer it is again. Really? She thought that she must teach him a lesson. Haha, I'm very sorry Miss Joy. Thank you very much. ZHE also panted slightly, clasped his hands together, and thanked Miss Joy in front of him. Since he came out of the wonderful garden, he ran fast, and finally returned here before 11 o'clock. If it was later, he would probably have no place to stay tonight, he thought thankfully. After all, in recent times, even the hotels in Yuan City are full. He didn't want to stay on a chair on the street outside until 5 o'clock the next morning, to go back to the room for a good rest. Really, even if you are looking for the legend of the mysterious garden, you have to have a sense of time. The wild at night is quite dangerous. You and your Pokémon may be in a bad situation at any time. Moreover, even if you are exploring or taking risks, you have to maintain a good mental state, right? You trainers always ignore your own safety. At this time of year, I see many trainers like you. Miss Joy locked the door and educated Zaya, who was drinking water and resting nearby. Faced with this kind of well-intentioned admonition, Zaya had to smile awkwardly and promised that he would pay attention next time. Miss Joy shook her head. It was like this again. She knew these adventurous trainers. They were just saying nice things. Next time they encountered such a thing, they would still be the first to rush to the front. Forget it. Forget it. Does your Pokémon need to recover? It's just that I haven't got off work yet. I'll let Jigglypuff help you, Miss Joy said. Jigglypuff next to him also smiled and narrowed his eyes. Ah, thank you so much Miss Joy, but we haven't experienced any battles today, so we just need to check it a little bit. Zay took out his 5 shrunken luxury balls and handed them to Miss Joy. Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Joy and Chansey. Wait here. Lucky. They breathed a sigh of relief. As for considering their fatigue, if they were not allowed to restore their Pokémon, they would be criticized by Miss Joy and Chansey. For them, resting later would not have much impact, but a trainer who did not cherish his Pokémon well was something that needed to be criticized and educated. If he shirked, he would be criticized for at least half an hour, so it would be better to let them help check the recovery. Don't ask him how he knew. He had a friend who had been taught this way before. 10 minutes later, Miss Joy and Chansey came back. Here, this is your Pokémon. Except for being a little tired, there is really nothing wrong with it. As he said that, one person and one Pokémon yawned in sync. Ah, I'm tired. You should go back and rest. Goodbye. Okay, thank you Miss Joy. Goodbye. Zaya hurried back to his room. Okay, everyone, good night. Lying on the bed, he drowsily blessed his friends and soon fell asleep. Faintly, to GP and Green Ivy Snake, 2 energetic little guys, were still playing around. Well, stop it. Zaya felt his nose itchy in a half-awake state, and he waved his hand casually, but didn't touch anything. And even though he said so, the situation did not improve at all. Okay, Green Ivy Snake, be good. He closed his eyes and touched a round and smooth head, based on his feeling and intuition. As for why he knew, the scent of green grass could only be felt by Green Ivy Snake. Tap. Green Ivy Snake called out, it's time to get up, lazy pig trainer. To GP hid aside and snickered. You little guy, you must have instigated it again. They suddenly opened his eyes, took to GP in his arms, held it in his arms, and tickled it with his fingers. Chaco-ee Chaco-ee. To GP kept screaming, because of his tickling, and his body kept twisting. It's not me, ha 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 ha, it's really not me. You listen to my quibbling. Oh no, you listen to my explanation. You little guy, you are getting more and more naughty. They didn't care about its struggle and tickled it madly. After this short period of contact, Tajipa's hidden devilish personality had already been revealed. Every day when something went wrong, it must have been done by it. In addition, it also corrupted the green ivy snake to some extent. After a long time, when Zay climbed out of the bed and walked into the bathroom to start the day's cleaning work, Tajipa was still lying on the bed, unable to take care of himself for a long time. TSK. The green ivy snake chuckled, but his face still looked indifferent, rejecting the elves from 1,000 miles away. Chaco. Chaco. Tajipa rolled over and sat up and started bickering with VIP. For a moment, the room was filled with their cries. Pidgeot, Blaziken and Gorgon watched their antics in silence. It was quite nice to watch this every morning to relax. Okay, Tajipa, come in, I'll brush your teeth. Tetsuya stopped the verbal war in the bathroom. Hearing the trainer's call, Tajipa made a face at his friend, ran to the bathroom happily, jumped onto the sink, and grinned to let Tetsuya brush his teeth. VIP snorted, held his cup and toothbrush with his vine whip, and squeezed into the bathroom. Tap. Only children let their trainers brush their teeth. VIP said so. The war started again. Pidgeot covered his head with his wings in silence. These two just needed training. It was early in the morning. Couldn't they have a good rest? The trainer finally overslept today. Pang Yangui was driving a gravity field nearby, and inside, Flame Chicken was doing his daily morning exercise. Zyremo. Big brother, aren't you coming to play? Flame Chicken asked, sweating. Beep too small, can't move around. Pidgeot turned over and lay on his belly facing the ceiling. Pang Yangui silently increased the gravity field multiples. You are training in my gravity field and still have time to talk. Are you polite? Okay, everyone, we are ready to go again. With the two little guys who finally calmed down, Zaya came out of the bathroom with his upper body naked and said to the three partners in different postures. Beep. Zyremo. Dangoro. Zaya was very satisfied with the energetic answers. Not bad. You all look good. Gogogo. After packing all the luggage, he set out on the road of travel again. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Zaya slapped his head before going out and took out the seed that Bulbasaur gave him last night from his bag. Come, green vine snake, absorb this. Zaya handed it to the green vine snake that was still squatting on his shoulder and instructed. Green vine snake said nothing. After touching it with the vine whip, the seed turned into light and merged into its body, which was similar to the time when Flame Chicken absorbed charcoal. Zaya nodded with satisfaction. That is a miracle seed. After carrying it, the power of grass attribute skills will increase. The miracle seed given by Bulbasaur is not simple. The increase is 15%, and the effect is even higher than the 10% charcoal of Flame Chicken. The price of this in the market cannot be too low. However, Zaya is not a person who is short of money at present, or in other words, this kind of props, even if he is short of money, can't be sold like this. What's more, for Green Vine Snake, whose qualifications are currently ranked second, and has the qualifications of a semi-champion, props, isn't this a necessity? Yes, after experiencing the blessing, let's call it that, of the wonderful garden last night, coupled with the high quality evolution stones invested in the evolution process, the qualifications of the vine snake half accidentally and half logically went from the king to the semi-champion. In this regard, it has already surpassed Pidgeot, Gorgon and Tajipa. The level also jumped up from the original level 15 to level 20. Whether it is Miss Joy's simple inspection or Zero's analysis, it shows that this process does not cause any harm to the elves, and ZHE also put down his worries to some extent. If there is really any harm, it is not a problem he can solve now. However, ZHE also looked down at Tajipa in his arms. This little guy also glowed last night, but there was no change, including qualifications. I don't know if the blessing was not thorough enough. Chaco? Tajipa tilted his head. Nothing, you look cute. ZHE also praised casually. Tajipa put his hands on his hips. That's right. ZHE also threw the idea behind him. Forget it. If there is no change, then there is no change. As long as there is no problem with the body, it's fine. After leaving Yuan King City, he took out the long forgotten bicycle from his backpack, put the two Pokémons to GP and green ivy snake in the basket in front of the bicycle and began to ride against the wind. Be careful, don't fall off. After telling to GP, who was sticking his head out with his little hands, ZHE also sped on the dedicated bicycle path. After passing through the forest and the small bridge over the stream, he came to a rocky area after riding for a long time. Ding, 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 dang, dang. The sound of steel hitting objects kept ringing. Turning a corner, a scene of bustling activity appeared in front of us. Many people were wearing professional equipment, holding shovels and spades in their hands, and constantly digging in the valley. This place is generally called the Great Valley, with 7 or 8 canyons of different sizes and lengths distributed in the middle. The reason why so many people are here is that in this area, someone once obtained a complete fossil of an ancient Pokémon half a year ago. People are exploring this area frantically with the simple idea that if there is the first piece, there will be the second piece. The Dash Valley that Zaya has always been thinking about is in it. The animation is set to close at 11 o'clock in the evening. I forgot which episode. Thank you for the title. 500 Kidian coins for the reward. Chapter 177, Underground Cave. But this place is very big. Even though many people are digging here, the first canyon has only been explored. And ZHE is also very clear that among the 8 canyons, only the last one, the Dash Valley, has real fossils. There are even caves underground where fossil elves live. Even if there are fossils in the canyons ahead, they are scattered. It will take a long time for people to explore there, judging from Zayos's age. The progress is not consistent, but it is not difficult to understand. People's expectations are limited. If no fossils are found at the beginning, the more time passes, the less people will dig here, and the time will be extended accordingly. However, since he has come here, the fossil elves are destined to see the light of day earlier, and he changed his mind just last night. ZHE also stood on a high place and looked around, turned around and rode his bicycle to the next few valleys. It can be seen that, although there are not as many people as the second valley in front, there are still people digging in the 6 valleys behind. And in the last Dash Valley, there are even fewer people, only a few people digging here and there. Compared to the vast valley, the people here seemed like ants. Sneaking to a corner, Zaya put away his bicycle and released the giant rock monster. Sense if there are any caves underground here, he instructed. The giant rock monster nodded, and a yellow light emanated from its body. Zaya waited patiently. Dangoro. After a few minutes, the giant rock monster responded to Zaya, with a hint of disbelief in his tone. According to its exploration, there is indeed a cave nearly 200 meters deep underground. How did his trainer know? Zaya's mouth curled up with a satisfied smile. It's not that other trainers don't have ground, or rock type Pokémon, that can sense the underground state. But from the perspective of normal people, they won't let their Pokémon go deep underground to detect if there are caves, whenever they have nothing to do. Even if they do, they won't go down 200 meters. This is a very strenuous job. What's more, except for the fossils discovered half a year ago, this place is a very ordinary place, and can even be called extremely barren. Just looking at the mountain road, even the main road of the Alliance here seems extremely narrow and messy. Before this, not many people would pass by here. Pokémon like Raiden, Sandslash, and Onyx, which are common in Kanto, are not as sensitive to the underground as the giant rock monster. It is quite unrealistic for them to find such a deep cave. As for the latter, it is basically impossible for the artificially cultivated Onyx to appear here. Onyx likes to dive underground. God knows whether it will crush fossils. For it, fossils are no different from ordinary rocks. People who want to make a fortune by digging fossils will not cut off their own wealth. When the giant rock monster confirmed that the underground cave did exist, and there were signs of strange Pokémon activities in it, Zay's eyes completely shone. Reward. Alliance? Take it. First, Zay put on the excavation suit and spent more than an hour digging the surrounding rock walls into potholes, as if he was a simple fossil excavation enthusiast. He asked the giant rock monster with his eyes, and it nodded slightly, and Zay felt relieved. Then, he raised his hand and dialed Professor Oak's private phone again through his watch. Hello, this is Professor Oak. What can I do for you? As soon as he heard it, he knew that Professor Oak was still quite far away from the phone, and his voice was very soft. "Professor Oak, it's me, Tetsuya." Tetsuya responded with a smile. "Tetsuya, what's the matter again? I remember you were in Yuan King City, right? Have you entered the wonderful garden?" Professor Oak on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. Why did this little guy contact him every few days? He had never seen him so diligent before. As for entering the wonderful garden, he just said it casually. This little guy should not be so lucky. "Yes, I went in. I also saw the festival of Venusaur." Tetsuya's tone was still smiling, and he was particularly calm. Professor Oak on the other end of the phone was full of question marks. After a silence, "Don't joke with me, did you really see it?" "Yes, it was very easy to get in." Tetsuya's words made Professor Oak roll his eyes. "That place is not so easy to get in. Did you get anything?" Professor Oak asked casually. "A 15% miracle seed, and the aptitude of the green ivy snake seems to have improved a little, but I'm not sure if it has reached the next stage," Tetsuya stated. 15%? Not bad. Professor Oak's tone was flat, as if he was talking about having porridge for breakfast. "As for the aptitude, you used the leaf stone on it when it evolved. It should have improved. Now it should be a semi-champion. Not bad." Professor Oak easily concluded that the vine snake evolved into the green ivy snake there. After all, at Kagero's birthday ceremony before, the vine snake didn't seem to have any signs of evolution. "Okay, I get it. If it's just a festival of Venusaur, it's not like no one has seen it, so don't think about exchanging the information of the mysterious garden for credit," Professor Oak teased. As for the news that the mysterious garden he mentioned had been confirmed a long time ago, Tetsuya was not very surprised. "You know, Joey from Yuan King City almost said to his face that it was the wonderful garden, and it was natural. He was not a fool. If there was no basis, Joey would not dare to say so. As for why it has not been officially confirmed in the circulated news, it is probably because of the problem of 3 people making a tiger. Of course it's not this. They was too lazy to keep it a secret. It's like this, Doctor. I'm now in the Dasha Valley in the Grand Valley. Pangyangui found a cave 200 meters underground. There are traces of the life of unknown elves, more than one kind. At present, at least it is not the elves of Kanto Chengdu, or even the elves of Hon or Sinop, because Pangyangui knows the walking habits of these elves very well. You mean? Dr. Oak's intelligence naturally needs no further explanation, and he reacted immediately. Well, no matter which possibility it is, the research community is probably going to be busy again. Zaya responded simply. In this case, either elves from other faraway regions survive in Kanto, which is related to ecology, history, etc. Or, like the leaf elves, new elves are discovered, and there is more than one, which is related to the basic discipline of elf studies, or the fossil elves, that have disappeared for a long time are seen again, which is even more exaggerated. Zaya knew in his heart that this incident happened to be the last hypothesis with the least possibility. Busy is not enough to describe the research community. It must be at the level of magnitude 8 earthquake. Okay, you wait there. I will notify the Alliance to send people to maintain the site, and I will come right away. Dr. Oak was very decisive. As the regional doctor of Kanto and the greatest authority on elf studies, he must be there, no matter which situation it is. The most important thing is that he has full trust in Zaya. Less than half an hour after hanging up the phone, bursts of carols came over, and a group of convoys stopped in the center of Dasha Valley. Dear trainers and Alliance members, I'm very sorry. Because Dasha Valley involves the provisions of Article 156 of the Alliance Protection Regulations, please leave immediately. Dear trainers and Alliance members, I'm very sorry. Because Dasha Valley involves the provisions of Article 156 of the Alliance Protection Regulations, please leave immediately. The words were repeated 7 or 8 times in a row, and they were continuously issued from the horn on the top of the car, resounding throughout the Dasha Valley. At the same time, several teams of Junsha also got off the car and rode their own wind speed dogs around in Dasha Valley. Hello, Miss Junsha, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki. Tetsuya took out his Pokémon book and walked in front of Miss Junsha, who was leading the group. Pa. Miss Junsha saluted Tetsuya quite forcefully. "Hello, Trainer Tetsuya. Professor Oak and the Alliance have informed me that we will be under your command until he and the large forces arrive. Miss Junsha, you are too polite. Just maintain order as usual until Professor Oak arrives." It was impossible for Tetsuya to command the experts. To put it bluntly, he was still a newcomer, and the Miss Junsha had much more experience than him. "Okay, please wait for a moment." Junsha's words were sonorous and powerful, and her state did not change at all. She turned around and began to explain the tasks to her companions. Soon, from the inside to the outside of the Dasha Valley, a series of blockades were set up, and there were many Miss Junsha patrolling and standing guard at intervals. Yin. The familiar cry of Dragonite came from the sky. The Miss Junsha, who were subconsciously alert, quickly put down the Pokeballs in their hands. "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Junsha," Professor Oak said to the surrounding Miss Junsha. "It's my duty." Junsha saluted again. "Okay, Tetsuya, where is the vertical projection point on the ground? Let's go check it out." Dr. Oak didn't say much. He was in a hurry and looked at Tetsuya. "Just follow Panyangui." Tetsuya turned to look at his elf. "I'll leave it to you." Panyangui nodded silently and led the way. Soon, the group came to a huge rock 2/3 of the way in the middle of Dasha Valley. Tetsuya nodded to Dr. Oak. Dr. Oak waved his hand, and the technicians in the back immediately stepped forward, set up a bunch of instruments, and began to measure. The depth is determined, 194.2 meters. The position is determined, 1.3 degrees from the north. The hardness of the rock is 2.5 coefficients. A string of data came out of their mouths one after another, and at the same time, the blasting personnel were constantly calculating the amount of explosives and the placement of the explosives, based on the data. Soon, everything was ready. "It's time to blast, Dr. Oak," the person in charge said to Dr. Oak, and at this time they were far away from that area. "Well, let's get started." Professor Oak gave the order. The Alliance often does this kind of thing, and they are all veterans. Detonate. Boom. Today is Thursday. I can't add a chapter because I have something else to do. Tomorrow is Friday. I will try my best to add a chapter. Currently, there are 2 W4 left. Chapter 178 Fossil Elves. TSK, as expected, Artist Patrick, Tetsuya sighed and wiped off a little dust on his body. As the smoke and dust after the rock explosion dissipated, a deep cave entrance appeared in front of everyone. Lee. When a group of people led by Professor Oak and Tetsuya were about to command their elves to go down to explore, a sharp and piercing roar suddenly came from the ground. Dragonite, Dragon God Dive. Professor Oak's reaction was undoubtedly the fastest. The next moment, he uttered an order. Dragonite and Professor Oak's tacit understanding has reached the level of almost telepathy in the process of getting along and fighting for so many years. It gives the illusion to others that Dragonite flew into the sky to prepare for the Dragon God Dive even earlier than the order issued by Professor Oak. Yin. Dragonite's huge yellow body dived rapidly from hundreds of meters in the air. The power of the dragon-type elves and its own powerful strength made people a little breathless. Just in terms of visual effects, the places it passed by were even distorted, and layers of airwaves surged on the ground. Panyangui stood in the front, with ochre yellow ripples on his body surging to prevent the dust from disturbing his vision. Lee. A strange elf with a grey body and purple wings flew out of the underground cave. Before he could react, he didn't even see the elf that suddenly invaded his territory. He was hit hard by Dragonite the moment he came out. The 2 elves rushed underground. Boom. There was another loud noise. It was obviously caused by Dragonite and the fossil pterosaur hitting the bottom of the underground cave. Zaya felt that the ground was even shaking. Could the underground cave collapse? He thought worriedly. Let's go and take a look. But Professor Oak didn't seem to be worried about this matter at all. Professor Oak, the underground cave may be at risk of collapse. After all, Dragonite just now. Miss Junsha spoke again. "Oh ha 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 ha, don't worry, it's okay. Dragonite has slowed down, it knows how to do it." Professor Oak laughed heartily, and without waiting for everyone to reply, he jumped down first. "Hey, be safe, be careful." Seeing Professor Oak's actions, everyone exclaimed, "Good guy, is Professor Oak so reckless, not even taking any protective measures?" ZHE also grinned. It seems that the fossil pterosaur just now made him too excited. No wonder, this is equivalent to the last life. The extinct dinosaurs suddenly appeared in the modern era, and the scientists did not go crazy, which can be regarded as their psychological quality. Everyone hurry up and follow. ZHE also did not hesitate, retracted the giant rock monster, released the flame chicken, and jumped down immediately after it. If it was before he had not exercised, he would still be a little scared. However, with the understanding and mastery of his physical fitness, and the trust in the strength of the flame chicken, he was still a little confident on this slope. That was not a vertical drop. Junsha and the surrounding security personnel looked at each other in silence and sighed. Team 1, go down. Team 2, defend above. Team 3, Team 4, come with me, strengthen the defense line, and notify the Alliance to continue to send people over. The more the better. The leader, Miss Junsha, gave the order in an orderly manner. She was not worried about Professor Oak and Tetsuya who had just gone down, but she was worried that the news here would be known by the Dark Organization or poachers, which would be a big trouble. Although it was just a glimpse, she also recognized the elf just now, which was the extinct fossil pterosaur in the legend. Let's not talk about the busyness above for now. Here, Tetsuya jumped down, rubbing his shoes along the inclined cave to slow down, and soon came to the underground cave. The flame chicken next to him also landed lightly. Tetsuya also lifted his 2 feet involuntarily, and it was a little hot, but fortunately the shoes were of good quality. There was no darkness in the cave as imagined. It was all light. Professor Oak's Dragonite was emitting white light all over his body. This was the flash technique. Seeing Tetsuya and the flame chicken coming down, he smiled at them. However, whoever really thinks Dragonite is a fool is the real fool himself. Why? You can tell by the ancient elves lying around it, and the poor fossil pterosaur. Professor Oak is now using a magnifying glass to observe these elves that are said to have been extinct. From time to time, he either raises the long-boned sickle of the sickle helmet or picks up a fossil helmet to look at it. Tetsuya swallowed his saliva. It has only been more than a minute, and he didn't feel any movement. The little brother and the boss were all killed. Tetsuya, you are simply a human Jirachi. Hearing the movement behind, Professor Oak turned around and ran to Tetsuya with a fanatical look on his face, his hands on his shoulders, shaking them wildly. Oak. Doctor, you, calm down. Tetsuya was shaken by Professor Oak so much that he couldn't even speak clearly. Fortunately, Professor Oak didn't pay much attention to him. He turned around and went back to studying the ancient elves with great interest and madness. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the security guards tied ropes and fell underground. They were also extremely shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. As a team within the Alliance, they were not uneducated people. Naturally, they recognized this group of extinct ancient elves. Even after rigorous training, they were stunned. Of course, there was also a hint of joy. Although these elves definitely did not belong to them, as the first security personnel to arrive here, promotion and salary increase were just around the corner. The team leader was the first to come to his senses and commanded everyone to disperse in teams of 2 to explore the entire underground cave. They had done this many times before in historical relics, but this time it was a little special. Pay attention. The first priority is to ensure the stability of the ecological environment system here. Do not destroy it, and be conservative in everything. The team leader said so. If something happened, it would not be something he could bear. ZHE also looked at the captain in surprise. There was something. Most people would not think of ecological issues. Since so many ancient elves can live in such a deep underground cave for so long, and have not been discovered, it must have formed a special closed ecological environment. If we study this in depth, we may get a lot of information. The group immediately started to work in full swing. Professor Oak also finished his simple observation. Even he couldn't get more specific data with his naked eyes, so he still needed further analysis later. There were more and more ancient elves near Dragonite. These were all caught by the members of the Alliance team in the net, made of silk spit out by special insect elves, after defeating them during the search. A few hours later, How is it, Professor Oak? It was Wooneng who said this. At this time, it was no longer the Alliance team surrounding Professor Oak. Instead, there were several idle gym masters in Kanto, and a shirtless, extremely strong man, the Fighting King, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, Zibba. It is indeed an ancient elf. It's incredible, incredible. Professor Oak exclaimed again and again. And according to the data, I don't know if it's because they stayed in the underground cave for too long. These Pokémon all have rock attributes, and they are all extremely special rock plus water systems. Zaya, holding an instrument, added on the side. It should be an acquired change caused by the ecological environment. A female researcher with dark red shoulder length hair said lightly, based on their vital signs and energy fluctuation lines, they should have been in a dormant state before. During the long sleep underground, the rock attribute energy unconsciously changed their original attributes. This kind of thing is rare. At present, the Alliance has only found similar situations in Alala. Even in the Orange Islands, more changes are reflected in habits, body shape, etc. As for attribute changes, they have not appeared so far. This is Dr. Uchiki, a native of Dagon Island in the Orange Islands in the Kanto Alliance. His research direction is the regional morphological changes of Pokémon. As for the Alala she mentioned, it is the living area of Zaya's Toto Snake's father. Anyway, there are direct descendants of the Alliance around, and there is nothing that cannot be disclosed. The Alliance's intention is the same as Professor Oak's, to build this place into a Pokémon sanctuary. After all, we don't know why this place is suitable for the survival of these ancient Pokémons. It may not be particularly suitable to take them out rashly. Moreover, these ancient Pokémons are violent by nature, and their hunting habits left over from ancient times have not been eliminated. They are too dangerous. Zibba's voice sounded unusually magnetic, not as rough as his appearance. Even if he hadn't knocked out another scythe helmet, ZHE would have had the illusion that his muscles were fake. Well, the most reasonable way is still this. Has the Alliance team completed the exploration? Professor Oak nodded and looked at the team leader on the side. Report. It has been completed. The map drawing and related conclusions have been uploaded to the database and sent to you. All the ancient Pokémons have been captured so far using the special silk net instead of Pokéballs. In addition, 3 Pokémon eggs were found, namely Geodude, Sandshrew and TGP. The team leader answered in a sonorous and powerful manner. Well, does the underground river still have a complete ecosystem? Dr. Uchiki, what do you think? After hearing his answer, everyone opened their watches and began to read the report and discuss with each other. Wooneng stood beside Zaya happily. You kid, you are really lucky. I heard that you even entered the mysterious garden. It's really enviable luck. He had been informed of the whole story. As a member of the Nabi Gym, Zaya made such a contribution. As the gym leader, he also earned enough face and money. Hehe. ZHE just smiled and said nothing. The next update will be later. I have a stomachache again and just recovered. Thank you to fellow Taoist Wuliang Xianzhen for the 500 starting coins. Recommended book, The Giant Bee of the Elves is too strong to transform into an elf. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. It has been on Sanjiang and should be on the shelves. Chapter 179 Red Lotus Island. TSK. Wooneng smiled and shook his head when he saw this. He turned around and waved to the captain of the team just now. I want that TGP egg. Please remember the Alliance merit required for the exchange and teleport it to the Nabi Gym. Yes. Wooneng also explained to Zay, it just so happens that the old man asked me to prepare a coming of age ceremony for the youngest girl in the Hulan Gym in advance. I thought that she is a little girl who specializes in water. Our rock type and ground type Pokémon don't seem to be suitable for her. As for other Pokémon, the Hulan Gym is not short of them. It just so happens that TGP meets the requirements in terms of cuteness and rarity. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, according to the priority, it wouldn't be my turn to exchange it. This kind of Pokémon is still very popular. Really, I don't know why the old man prepared so long in advance. It's obviously still a long time before she becomes an adult. Finally, he complained about his elderly father. TSK, I know about this. It seems that they made a bet again. Another gym leader came to the side of the two of them unknowingly and responded to Wu Neng's last complaint. Huh. I don't know. CZHU, how did you know? Wu Neng said in disbelief. Come on, you. It's strange that the old man told you. I remember Xiaomi mentioned it to my wife before. Gym leader CZHU shrugged casually. Wu Neng immediately squatted aside and thought about the past. As a son, he was not as well informed as outsiders. Heh. CZHU laughed and didn't pay attention to him. He looked at ZHE. You must be ZHE. My son told me about you before. Not bad, not bad, a good looking man. He looked at ZHE and nodded with satisfaction. Uncle CZHU, you are polite. Dufu's beadrill is also very strong. ZHE smiled shyly and responded to the other party's praise. CZHU, whose name is the same as the city where the gym he founded is located, has a son who is ZHE's opponent in the quarterfinals on the Saint Anu, Otake Mitsutomu. His beadrill is quite good. Huh, that guy, he's still a long way off. Although CZHU said this, one can still hear the satisfaction in his tone. What are you talking about? You seem to be feeling good. A lazy voice sounded, and Aju, who was dressed in a ninja outfit, also came over. Hello, Gym Master Aju. ZHE also greeted him politely. Hello ZHE, my good for nothing sister has caused you trouble. Aju also smiled at ZHE in a friendly manner. Ah, no, acting is still very good. ZHE waved his hands repeatedly. Well, are you interested? CZHU interrupted Aju before he finished speaking. Hey, Aju, what do you think of the price of the venom cultivation formula I told you last time? I can tell you that it is the highest price I can accept. No, you have to add a little more. That alone is not enough. Didn't I send you a list? Is that a list? You are ripping people off. I tell you. Zaya left the scene with a smile. Soon, the group returned to the ground from underground. After all, building a protected area is a big project. At this time, Dasha Valley is no longer the desolate scene before. The staff of the Alliance can be seen everywhere busy. Zaya came to Dr. Oak, who was talking to Hiba and Dr. Nemu, and said goodbye to him. After all, he had nothing to do here next. But as the discoverer, his contribution must be great. Well, be careful on the road. Don't do anything weird. I don't have time to go there recently. Dr. Oak warned. He felt that this little guy could bring surprises at any time. No, it's not up to me to decide. Tetsuya smiled awkwardly. Go away. Professor Oak waved his hand unhappily. Oh, by the way, although this time it's an ancient elf, their fossils have been discovered a long time ago, and you don't have the right to name them. Let's discuss it with a few doctors. We plan to call this kind of elves fossil elves, which means elves that have come from fossils across time. Do you have any objections? Tetsuya naturally had no objection, and nodded frantically in agreement. Looking at his departing back, several people also shook their heads in amusement. After all, they were still children. The future of the Alliance. Professor Oak sighed intentionally or unintentionally. After leaving, Tetsuya quickly released Pidgeot and rode him to the southernmost port in the Kanto region. Hello, welcome aboard the Gyurn. The end of this journey is Gyurn Island. I hope everyone has fun. As the passenger ship stopped at the port of Gyurn Island, Tetsuya moved his stiff body and fell from the deck to the ground. As far as the eye could see, there were shops everywhere. Hanglian Town, located on Hanglian Island, is a large island in the southern waters of the Kanto region. There is a huge volcano on the island, which is also famous for it. Although it is just an island, the business here has developed extremely rapidly. The reason is that thanks to this huge volcano, Hanglian Island has a large number of natural hot springs, and it is also known as the hometown of hot springs. This attracts tourists from all over the world who want a vacation. At the same time, the owner of the Hanglian gym here, Zybo, is a very famous fire king and researcher. If it weren't for his advanced age and the need to give the young people of the Alliance room to improve, Zybo would have taken the initiative to give up the position of king. It is not certain who the four kings of Kanto are now. ZHE walked in the bustling Hanglian town, surrounded by the hawking of shops and merchants. Well, this is it. He walked to a hot spring hotel, looked up at the name, and walked in. Cinnabar Hot Spring Hotel. Hello, welcome. Do you have an appointment? The staff greeted enthusiastically. I have a reservation. The name is Tamaki Tetsuya. We will be here for 2 nights today and tomorrow. Tetsuya said. This is why he hurried. It is very difficult to book a hot spring hotel in Hongyan town. The price is not low. If you are late, it will be a huge loss. Okay, your room number is 102. Just turn left from the entrance on the right. There is an exclusive private hot spring. Following the guidance of the staff, Tetsuya came to his room. Tetsuya was soaking in the outdoor hot spring. He exhaled and felt comfortable. He felt that all his fatigue disappeared. Leaning against the edge of the hot spring pool, leaving only his head exposed in the air, the unique sulfur smell of the volcanic hot spring kept drilling into his nose. Tachako beep. Zayamo. The elves who were soaking in the hot spring with him also shouted happily. Hey, no, it seems that one is missing. Dangoro. Pangyangui was taking a sand bath nearby and also shouted comfortably. There was no way, it really couldn't soak in the hot spring. Fortunately, as expected of a hotel with the highest rating, it fully considered the possibility that the guests here might have rock type and ground type Pokémons, and specially prepared a sand bath. This prevented Pangyangui from hiding alone. Speaking of which, it was also a surprise for him that Flame Chicken could soak in the natural hot spring here. After all, it would feel a little uncomfortable if it was bathed in hot water normally. It might also be related to the volcano here. Fortunately, the private hot spring here is large enough, otherwise, with Pidgeot's body, a Pokémon would be crowded. Chaco. To GP, who was originally floating on the surface of the hot spring water leisurely with his own body, shouted, and was suddenly pulled down. Pooh, but soon, it floated up again, sprayed a stream of water from its small mouth, and went towards the laughing green ivy snake over there. Tap. The green ivy snake was not to be outdone. Although it was the first to use the vine whip to pull GP into the water, it was just a joke anyway, so it swung its tail hard, and the leaves formed a water curtain and splashed it at GP. Go. Flame Chicken walked to Pidgeot and motioned it to open its wings to help cover it. Pidgeot lazily turned over in the water, one wing resting on the ground outside, and the other slanted on the water surface, blocking a lot of the splashes caused by the two little guys playing around for Flame Chicken. You too, it's almost done. Zaya wiped the hot spring water off his face and said unhappily. In the sky, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Looking down from a high place, there was more than one outdoor hot spring, where trainers and Pokémons were happily interacting. Oh, wait a minute, what is that? So big, so white, so. The next day at noon. Does Flame Monkey like to catch birds or fish? An elderly man with a very smooth forehead and a white mustache appeared in front of Zaya, wearing a casual and colorful beach clothes that was very eye-catching. It's a bird. Okay, teacher. Tetsuya is here to challenge the gym, not to guess riddles for you. Tetsuya's acquaintance, Kageyama, stood aside and complained. From the name, we can also know that this old man, who has a sense of old naughtiness in his appearance and words, is the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, Zybo. At this time, Zybo has gradually had the idea of not opening a gym because of the rise of the hot spring industry in Red Lotus Town and his own age. Therefore, even if there are gym staff to help, they can't stand Zybo, the owner, always closing the gym, that is, no longer accepting gym battles, and the staff have to take paid leave. If you want to make an appointment at the Pokémon Center, it depends too much on luck. Fortunately, Tetsuya knows someone inside. A few days ago, he told Kageyama that he was going to challenge the Red Lotus Gym, and the other party immediately agreed to it. Hey, don't worry about it. Gym challenge is just a piece of cake. Looking at Zybo's funny look in front of him, Tetsuya looked at Kageyama speechlessly, and the other shrugged helplessly. Zybo looked at their interaction, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Tetsuya, you want to challenge the gym, right? But today, I'm still closed. I asked the staff to rest. No one can fight with you, and I don't want to bully the weak. So, you and my useless apprentice have another fight. If you win, I can naturally give you the badge. Teacher, this is not in accordance with, I'm the rule. Zybo interrupted his apprentice without any hesitation. Chapter 180 Red Lotus War. After a moment of silence, I don't care. Tetsuya shrugged, but it seems that Kageyama didn't pass the assessment of the alliance, so he can't be a gym staff member. Ahaha. Zybo laughed strangely and took out a yellow wig from somewhere. As long as you wear this, there will be no problem. Teacher, the people in the alliance are not fools. They will watch the videos of all the gym battles that get badges. Kageyama complained about his teacher weekly. This is also to prevent some gyms from issuing badges indiscriminately. Don't worry, it's okay. Believe me. Zybo grinned with a mouthful of white teeth, very cheerful, and gave a thumbs up to the two. Kageyama looked at Tetsuya, a little hesitant. Let's go. Tetsuya tilted his head and gestured to the other party while walking towards the battle site. He still trusted Zybo. He couldn't let his closed disciple down. Besides, the rules of the alliance are not a big deal for Zybo. Even if Zybo is in a good mood and gives out a badge, the alliance will probably just ask him if he has encountered any happy events. Put it on, kid. People are planning to fight you again. Why are you still hesitating? Didn't you always say that you want to fight him? Zybo put the yellow wig on Kageyama's head. With his hands behind his back, he walked in slowly. Kageyama gritted his teeth and quickly followed. At this time, the venue of the Red Lotus Gym is still the most normal rock battle venue, and the future volcano battle venue is probably still under construction. Moreover, for Kageyama, who is not specialized in fire, the volcano venue is not that advantageous. The battle rules are 2v2. Because it is a gym battle, the challenged party will send the elves first and attack later. I won't go into the rest of the rules. Do you two little guys have any objections? Zybo walked to the referee's position leisurely and asked the two people. The two nodded in tacit understanding. Then, let's start the game. Zybo waved the flag lazily. Although it was not standard, no one cared. Then, my first partner is it. Go, frog, frog. Kageyama threw his Pokeball. A blue double football shaped Pokémon appeared on the field. Frog, a tadpole Pokémon, has the attributes of water and fighting. Its arms are strong, and its fists similar to boxing gloves make its fighting skills powerful. Not only that, it also has extremely long endurance and extremely powerful strength, and its body fat content is almost zero, because it is all strong muscles. Oh, Frog evolved with a water stone. Their side, but he quickly understood what Kageyama meant. Then let's do it again. The result is still the same. Go, Blaziken. Oh my. Blaziken looked at the familiar opponent on the opposite side and spurted out hot flames from its arms, looking full of fighting spirit. Humph, I will win this time. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Kageyama's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Although he admitted that Tetsuya's strength was not bad, he still felt dissatisfied. After all, from the last command, the two were equally matched, a pair of noobs pecking at each other, but he was just a little unlucky. Blazing Chicken, Sword Dance. Instead of choosing to spray flames as usual, Tetsuya chose to let Blaziken stack the status this time. Interrupt him, use water cannon. Kageyama shouted passionately. Hey, 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 that's too much. You use a water type ultimate right away. How are you going to play later? Tetsuya was also shocked by Kageyama's command. However, Kageyama misjudged one thing, that is, Blaziken was extremely proficient in the sword dance skill, which led to it completing the status upgrade in just 2 seconds. And for his fast swim Frog, this time was just enough to complete the energy condensation of the water cannon, and was just about to fire. Bounce. Just as Flame finished dancing and improved its momentum and attack ability, Tetsuya's next command came. Flame's legs were slightly bent, and the strong jumping power given by its racial characteristics allowed it to jump into the air in an instant. Boom. This was the huge roar of the water cannon of Frog hitting the wall outside the field. A large amount of water was continuously sprayed from the black mosquito coil-like pattern on its white belly. In the last second Kageyama's eyes shrank slightly when he saw Flame complete the sword dance in a short time, and he felt something was wrong. Is this the normal sword dance speed for you at this stage? Kageyama couldn't help but want to complain. At the same stage, the fastest sword dance he had seen so far took nearly 5 seconds. How did this Flame Chicken practice this skill to such a proficient level? However, at this time, Frog's water cannon had reached the point where it had to be fired, and he had no way to stop it. It's bad. Kageyama's face was dark. It can't be said that his strategy is wrong. After all, when using sword dance, most Pokémons are in a state of being attacked by anyone, and the duration is bound to be long. The fire-type Blaziken stood naked in front of the water-type frog. It would be a shame to not use the water cannon. Hey. There was also slightly happy in his heart. He was just seducing, but he didn't expect Kageyama to be so straightforward. He thought that according to Kageyama's cautious character, he would use a small skill like water gun that is fast and has high damage to Blaziken. It seems that the method of letting Blaziken continuously improve the proficiency of sword dance is still very useful. Next. What's worse is that before Frog can stop the water cannon, Blaziken, who jumped into the sky with the bounce skill, has already screamed and rushed towards where it is. The flying type bounce skill is very effective for Frog. Zybo put on sunglasses on the side. No one can see what his eyes look like behind the black, let alone his inner fluctuations. Bang! Flame's feet with white light hit the top of Frog's head, knocking it staggering, and the water cannon stopped. Lightning fist. Million-ton punch. The next moment, the two issued orders at the same time. Flame, which had turned around in the air, landed on the ground, and looked at Frog, which had just recovered from the blow. The fighting spirit of the two Pokémons was almost visible to the naked eye. Down. Yo. Flame and Frog shouted and rushed to each other. This time it was ZH's turn to be embarrassed. He missed one thing. The height difference between the two Pokémons was a bit too big. Flame's lightning fist was not very good at attacking Frog. A 2.3 meter tall Pokémon against a 1.5 meter tall Pokémon. If it weren't for Flame's good agility compared to Frog, it would have been confused long ago. However, relying on the attribute restraint of the lightning fist and its own powerful strength, Flame should be able to keep fighting for a while. We have to change our tactics immediately, Tetsuya thought. It is impossible to distance ourselves. Fire versus water. Even if Blaziken has the dual blessing of charcoal and talent, the amplification at this stage cannot offset the attribute restraint. Kageyama's Frog is not an ordinary Pokémon with only elite qualifications. As for why he didn't use Pidgeot to fight, just kidding. Kageyama's challenge is so obvious, how can he not respond? To put it bluntly, he is still full of blood in his bones, and winning against the attributes is exciting just to talk about it. We have to wait for an opportunity. Tetsuya squinted his eyes and watched the movements of the two Pokémon on the field. Kageyama was also concentrating and didn't dare to relax. His lightning flashed continuously on Blaziken's claws. With its excellent fighting talent and the fighting skills mastered during training with Tetsuya, its movements were so skillful that people almost subconsciously forgot its original fire attribute. Monster? Kageyama looked at Blaziken, which was not at a disadvantage because of its height, but fought more fiercely, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face. This monster refers not only to the flame chicken in front of him, but also to Tetsuya. As a peer, he knows how exaggerated it is to breed such a flame chicken. Even if the elf's own qualifications are high, it depends on the trainer. The same elf, if you give it to a champion to breed, and to a novice trainer to breed, the difference between the two will be exaggerated to the point of being unimaginable. Zybo inadvertently adjusted his sunglasses. Bang, bang, bang. Flame Chicken and Frogger attacked each other crazily. Flame Chicken's hair was extremely messy, and the scars could be seen. Frogger's body was burnt here and there. In this close situation, even if Kageyama wanted Frogger to evacuate to avoid the paralysis effect and use the advantage of the attribute to attack from a distance, he couldn't do it. With the acceleration characteristic, Flame Chicken, which took the initiative in speed, did not give up an inch. Even if it took a few million-ton punches, it had to follow Frogger. With Kageyama's several retreat orders and Tetsuya's follow-up command, the advantage established by Frogger didn't play the role it should have. Prick. The yellow arc flashed, but this time it changed its position. Kick down. Tetsuya still reacted faster than Kageyama. Back off. Get out of the way. Kageyama's command to Frogger followed closely. Down. Flame Chicken leaned over, with white light on its legs, and swept towards Frogger's lower body with a kick. Frogger, as a fighting Pokémon, naturally wouldn't be slow to react, and immediately responded to the command of its trainer, but unfortunately, the arc continued to flash. Frogger stiffened for a while and stood still. Bang! This was the sound of Frogger tripping to the ground by the kickdown skill. As a Pokémon with muscles all over its body and extremely heavy weight, Frogger didn't reach the effect threshold of 100 kilograms or even 200 kilograms for the kickdown skill, but on it, the kickdown skill was enough to exert 80 power. This is already the top power under many big moves. Stand up, Frog, don't give up. Seeing Frog struggling on the ground, Kageyama shouted anxiously. Thanks to the book friend 151,224,081,531,999 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 181 Crimson. Break the tile. Tetsuya would not miss this opportunity. Flame Chicken quickly adjusted its body's center of gravity and returned to normal. After all, it was a deliberate move. Hearing Tetsuya's command, it chopped down with its claws one after another. Catch it with a slap. At this time, Kageyama had no choice but to hope that the fast-swimming frog, which had finally knelt on one leg to maintain its body, could withstand this wave of attacks. Boom. Snap. Boom. Snap. It can only be said that it is worthy of being Kageyama's main force. The fast-swimming frog still gritted its teeth and used slaps to block two tile-splitting attacks in such a disadvantageous situation. But unfortunately, with the first attack, the last breath of the fast-swimming frog gradually dissipated. After resisting again helplessly, it was attacked by Flame Chicken one after another. Soon, the fast-swimming frog fell to the ground, its eyes turned into a vortex, and it lost its ability to fight. The fast-swimming frog has lost its ability to fight, and Flame Chicken wins. Zybo raised the flag and announced the result of the first round. One wrong step, or wrong steps. Kageyama sighed and took back the frog. Thank you for your hard work, my problem. Tetsuya looked at the Blaziken who was constantly panting on the field and reflected secretly. So, the intelligence war is also an extremely important part in the battle between trainers and Pokémon. Whether it is a level of Pokémon, racial characteristics, or even the further skill proficiency, every slight difference can become one of the factors that determine the outcome of the game. It does not mean that the strong will definitely win, but that the winner is stronger, even if the state difference is caused by luck. Zybo looked at the two young men and spoke seriously for the first time. Of course, it was limited to these 3 sentences, and then he returned to the character of an old naughty boy. Hurry up, the second game, I haven't seen enough. It's not that he doesn't plan to teach anything, but there is no need. The two people in front of him are both young people with excellent talents, but they just have no experience before. They all understand and know these principles, but the simulation in the mind is not as direct as the changing situation on the field. You want to find the corresponding response method from the dozens or even dozens of skills of your own Pokémon in just 1 or 2 seconds or even half a second, combined with the characteristics and attacks of the opponent's Pokémon. This is a very difficult thing. You may even have to prepare for the next step, because of the different habits and personalities of the opponent's trainer, otherwise you will lose the initiative. The thinking process is very exaggerated. Even though ZHE has a fairly good experience in outdoor battles, most of the time, outdoor battles are still different from the direct confrontation of regular field battles. You can't dig traps in the field in advance, that's a foul. Therefore, in many high-level trainer battles, a seemingly simple 6v6 is not only laborious, but also more troublesome and mental. Many times, the expectations of the battle will not develop in the direction you expect. If you want to learn to deal with all this well enough, it is useless to just imagine it. You still have to fight more and fight more, especially between peers, who are evenly matched. When you reach the point of being proficient, many commands are subconscious. This is also the reason why Zybo let his useless disciple fight ZHE. Sometimes, only geniuses or Evildoers can create sparks with geniuses. Then, my next Pokémon is Ponyta. Kageyama quickly calmed down his mood after losing the first game. It wasn't the first time he lost anyway. Hiss. Ponyta appeared on the field, and its 4 hooves, which were harder than diamonds, kept stomping back and forth on the ground. Tetsuya looked at the handsome Ponyta and was a little envious, but he was not the kind of person who would casually capture Pokémons. He was just subconsciously eager for good Pokémons. After all, he had to consider whether he could take care of them. Will the challenger change Pokémons? Zybo performed his duties as a referee again. Not for the time being. Tetsuya shook his head and looked at Kageyama on the opposite side. By the way, don't you use Blaziken? Although Ponyta has the characteristic of attracting fire, it is extremely advantageous in the fire-type Civil War, and the physical strength consumption of Blaziken is large. It may have the highest speed advantage in terms of speed, but lacks in endurance, but it cannot cover up the natural strength gap between the two Pokémons. After all, when it reaches level 40, Ponytail can evolve into Flamahorse. According to the progress estimate, Ponytail is about level 33 over 34 at the moment. Roughly speaking, the level difference is at least 10 levels. The difference between the elite level 10 and the ordinary level 10 is even greater. Moreover, the water type Zori, which has the characteristics of rainfall and a high level, naturally restrains Tetsuya's current main force. Kageyama is not unaware of this. This is a gym battle. The level of Frogger just now has exceeded the limit. It can't be too much. It still needs to keep the average level at around level 37. Kageyama gave Tetsuya such an unexpected and reasonable reason with a straight face. You are really unique. Tetsuya said helplessly. Well, let's start. This time I will attack first. Ponytail, run around it at high speed, and use Flame Jet. After chatting, Kageyama did not hesitate, and immediately issued an order. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. It was amazing. You know, ordinary Pokémon can't use Flame Jet while running at high speed. Just think about how difficult it is to spray water in an arc with a trajectory while sprinting quickly, not to mention the different energy operations when the elves use skills. Hold it, gather your energy. ZHE also made his own response. Compared with letting Blaziken catch up in vain to compete in speed, he is more inclined to prepare for the next step on the spot. Fire skills do not cause much damage to Blaziken, and the energy quality of the little brooding horse cannot be compared with that of Blaziken, which further weakens the damage. Oh my. Blaziken took a deep breath in the flames of the little brooding horse, and his eyes suddenly emitted a bright light, and his mind was highly concentrated. Then Eustigging. Although they could not see the location of Blaziken, the area was covered by the flames of the little brooding horse, but the opponent was the same. Moreover, the biggest problem of the little brooding horse was that it did not have underground attack skills such as Earthquake. Keep running, stop spraying flames, and pay attention to observation. Kageyama immediately issued an order. Soon, the flames dissipated, and only a pit was left where the brooding chicken had stood. Circle, trample. After confirming the position, Kageyama commanded Blaziken to use the skill. Trampling. Can this skill be effective for underground Pokémon? Tetsuya was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. The opponent does not need to be effective for underground Pokémon. After all, the digging skill of Blaziken is not used by pure ground type Pokémon. It cannot survive underground, especially after being buried. The effect of trampling is to cause the vibration, to cause the earth and rocks to break and bury the hole, rather than direct damage. Avoid that area and come out from the other side. Tetsuya's command also made Kageyama stunned for a moment. Could Blaziken know? Although Blaziken was running non-stop, due to its own special nature, the sound was very slight. From Kageyama's command alone, it was impossible to hear the running range of Blaziken. Tetsuya smiled slightly. The energy gathering just now was not used in vain, otherwise he could have directly let Blaziken dig a hole, and it could also avoid the first direct damage. Although it was not much, Blaziken's physical strength was not much, right? This is the theory of physical relativity in battle. Gathering ki on the attack can increase the chance of hitting the vital point, but after so much practice, ZHE also found that its essence is still to concentrate attention. Under this condition, the Blaziken underground can also keenly perceive the small vibrations above. Of course, don't we have to keep some trump cards? Otherwise, Blaziken doesn't need to gather ki. Down. Boom. Blaziken's calls appeared along with the vibration of the little flaming horse's extremely hard hooves hitting the ground. Now the positions of the two Pokémons are as if they were swapped when they first came on the field. Rockfall. While the little flaming horse was still relieving the reaction force caused by the trampling, they decisively commanded. Blaziken picked up the rocks next to it and threw them at the little flaming horse. It didn't look like a strong body, but it lifted an unusually heavy rock. Kageyama suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was quite familiar, but the rock was not so big at that time. After all, when he was on the Saint Anu, Blaziken was still a strong chicken, and the venue was also a normal venue instead of a rock venue, and there was no ready-made material. His face darkened slightly. Irontail, smash the rock. Kageyama quickly came up with a targeted method. At this moment, the little flaming horse was still facing the flame chicken sideways. Whoosh! The huge rock was given extremely powerful power by the flame chicken and flew towards the little flaming horse, causing a sound of breaking through the air along the way. Hiss! The little flaming horse neighed, and the flaming tail suddenly lit up with white light. The flames on it seemed to turn into silver like steel. Together with the body, it lashed the rock fiercely. Bang! Crackling. After the huge sound, the rock was smashed into small pieces, but some of it still hit the little flaming horse. Fortunately, the power was not that great. Don't stop. The devilish words came out of Tetsuya's mouth. Who made this a rocky venue? The flame chicken lifted the rocks around it and threw them out. If it were to use energy to condense itself, it would definitely not be able to achieve such a grand occasion. Flame wheel. Kageyama was not afraid at all, but he also knew that the physical strength of the little fire horse was not enough to resist one or two more rock type skills that were extremely effective for it, so he quickly commanded the little fire horse to counterattack. The little fire horse ran quickly, and a large piece of flames gushed out from the flaming mane on its head, limbs and tail, covering its entire body. Gradually, it formed a wheel shape and attacked the rock and the flame chicken. A preview. Probably next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday will be 3 consecutive days of 10,000. There is a recommendation, and the clumsy party will slowly save up manuscripts. I wrote everything now, so I don't have any manuscripts saved. Chapter 180 to Crimson Badge and Emergency Notice. Boom. The flame wheel formed by the little fire horse came fiercely and turned wildly, and a charred black line appeared on the path. Even when using skills, the little fire horse still maintained its agility very well. But after dodging the first 2 rocks thrown at it by the flame chicken at a distance, as the distance was shortened, its reaction time became shorter, so it could not make an evasive action, and had to smash the last rock with the flame. It was visible to the naked eye that the flame wheel paused for a while, and the red flame on the surface became dimmer. Brute force, stop it. ZHE also keenly grasped this pause and shouted the next instruction. At the same time, he was secretly surprised. This little fire horse was really strong. You know, when the flame wheel was moving forward, it couldn't see the situation in front, but it could still dodge. But now is not the time to think about how it did it. Oh, it's scary. With the passionate cry of the flame chicken, its muscles tightened, its legs supported its body one after another, and its claws pushed forward, and an extremely fierce flame was stimulated at its wrist. Boom. The extremely powerful flame wheel was stopped by Flame Chicken with its own strength and claws. Although Flame Chicken's physical strength was relatively insufficient at this time, and the power it could exert was not at its maximum, the power of the flame wheel was damaged by the rock collapse attack. Not to mention, Flame Chicken also has the bonus of Sword Dance and Gathering Key, and Brute Force is a skill that exerts huge power at the cost of temporarily reducing the attack and defense capabilities by 1 level, which led to the current scene. Otherwise, a high-speed flame wheel is not so easy to stop. Even so, Flame Chicken was attacked by the flame wheel and suffered considerable damage. The two sides fell into a stalemate. The flame wheel formed by the flame horse kept spinning wildly in place under the obstruction of Flame Chicken, consuming Flame Chicken's physical strength. Throw the flame horse to the ground. However, the current situation on the field is still Flame Chicken has the initiative. Following Tetsuya's command, Flame Chicken's arm exerted force again, and with a side push, the flame horse hidden in the flame wheel fell to the ground fiercely. Hiss. The flame horse made a painful cry. Flame Chicken was also unable to pursue the victory. It stood there, breathing rapidly, and at the same time, constantly adjusting its muscles that were stiffened due to the sudden force. One chicken and one horse just lay on the ground, and the other stood there, looking at each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit. "Stand up, little flame chicken," Kageyama shouted anxiously. If he was defeated by two people, it would be a bit unacceptable. Obviously, the strength of the two was not much different before. Hiss. The little flame chicken neighed, kneeling on the ground with its two hind legs, and supporting itself to stand up with its two front legs trembling. Suddenly, its right front leg shook, as if it had lost its strength and bent on the ground. The little flame chicken's physical strength has reached the critical value. Fortunately, for the little flame chicken, since it was born, it has been accustomed to chasing its parents while falling. This situation has long been normal for it. But at this time, Flame Chicken attracted the attention of the two people again. ZHE also looked at the state of Flame Chicken and his eyes flashed. It was the first time he had seen it. I saw Flame Chicken standing in place, with a layer of red flame coat all over its body. This is fierce fire. When the physical strength of the Pokémon with fierce fire characteristics is at least 1/3, there is a certain probability to trigger the corresponding state. According to research, this is related to the Pokémon's own will and talent. The more critical the moment, the greater the probability of triggering the characteristics. After the trigger, the power of the corresponding skills is also related to these. It is not a fixed value. Of course, there is also an upper limit. Unfortunately, the characteristic of the little flaming horse is to attract fire. It can be immune to fire attacks under a certain degree and use it to improve itself. Therefore, it is not necessary to trigger this state of Flame Chicken. However, I really feel your fighting spirit and desire to win. Zay's chest also seems to be burning with the triggering of the fierce fire state of Flame Chicken. High speed star, give it the last blow. Spraying flames, don't be defeated so easily by the opponent, little flaming horse. Both sides issued the final instructions at the same time. Down. Hiss. The two Pokémon shouted at the same time. At close range, the jets of flames from the high-speed stars collided with each other, causing an explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, completely blocking the view. Tetsuya and Kageyama both looked at the smoke and dust nervously. Soon, the figures of two of the Pokémon could be vaguely seen. Tetsuya showed a look of joy, while Kageyama smiled helplessly. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Blaziken stood there panting in a thin coat of flames, while Ponytail collapsed to the ground completely, with its eyes swirling and losing its ability to fight. Thank you for your hard work, Blaziken/Ponytail. The two hurriedly took back their Pokémon. At this time, Zybo announced the result slowly. Ponyta lost its ability to fight, and Blaziken won. Both of Kageyama's Pokémon lost their ability to fight, so the winner of this gym battle is Tetsuya Tamaki. Awesome. Tetsuya put away the Pokéball, came to Kageyama, and praised him sincerely. After all, he was a cheater. As expected, we can't underestimate these people. Blaziken could only barely win by 1-on-2. Kageyama was in a bad mood, because he was beaten 2-1, and he rolled his eyes at Tetsuya when he heard this. It was just that the two of them knew each other for a long time, and he knew that Tetsuya had no other intentions, and his personality was like that. Otherwise he would definitely let the other party know what the Iron Fist of Love was. Although he might not be able to beat him. Not bad, not bad. Zybo looked at the two of them with a smile, and then took out a badge from his pocket. It's been a long time since I saw such a lively battle between two young men. Deep red, that's Hanglian's deep red badge. Now it's yours. Thank you, Master Zybo. ZHE also politely took the Hanglian badge with both hands, and put it into the badge box. As for the action, Kageyama is still there, and he doesn't want to die. He will definitely be exposed to those guys, which is not okay. Then I'll go to the Pokémon Center first, Master Zybo. And Kageyama, see you next time, and we'll have another fight at the Alliance Conference. ZHE also grinned, quite hearty. Looking at his back as he left, Zybo sighed twice, not knowing what he was sighing about, and then looked at his disciples. Why, how do you feel? Kageyama smiled helplessly, too strong. Even with psychological preparation, he was still very confident before the result of this battle came out. Even if he couldn't win, at least he could defeat one, and it wouldn't be a problem to seriously injure one. This was his initial thought. Otherwise, his record would be even worse than before. But what he didn't expect was that even with the attribute advantage and the Civil War characteristic advantage, he was beaten so badly that he didn't even defeat one. He is indeed a very talented little guy. Zybo sighed. To be honest, among the trainers born from civilians, I have only seen one whose talent can be compared with that of ZHE just now. Even considering those who have the guidance of their elders, there has only been this batch of Do since the establishment of the Alliance for more than 150 years. The young people nowadays are really getting better and better, but don't be too self-deprecating. He looked at his disciple who was also born from a civilian family, his eyes full of satisfaction. Your talent is definitely a genius among geniuses. Even I back then was definitely not as strong as you are now. But teacher, you were not considered strong among your peers back then. Kageyama, who was lowering his head, suddenly said something that broke Zybo's defense. What do you know? What's wrong with being weaker back then? Look at how many of my generation are still alive now. What's the point of going out on adventures when you're already grown up? I tell you, as long as you live long enough, you will definitely be the strongest among your peers. Zybo blew his beard and glared, passing on his experience to his close disciple. Kageyama also chuckled, thinking that his teacher was really an old naughty boy. Looking at the direction where Tetsuya left, he silently said in his heart, "See you at the conference. I won't be defeated so easily." Zybo looked at his disciple, his mustache kept shaking, and a glimmer of light flashed through his sunglasses. "Have you decided on your 6th Pokémon? Well, that one. Are you sure? Although the teacher won't interfere with your ideas, it's not completely suitable for you. If you want to really enter the king level in the future, it will be very difficult. You have to be prepared." "I've thought about it, teacher." "That's not bad. When you enter the king level, I'll take you to a place." "Oh, the teacher is so old, but he still likes to play surprises. You little brat." The master and the apprentice closed the door of the gym while they were talking and walked towards the depths. At this time, ZHE had already come out of the Pokémon Center, and Blaziken had also recovered to his best condition. He stretched lazily. Fortunately, it was only 2 against 2, otherwise he would have to make up for his sleep this afternoon. Speaking of which, the talent of that little pony is obviously much stronger than that of Frog. It must be the offspring of Senior Zybo's main pony. ZHE was thinking wildly and wandering aimlessly on the street. Kageyama is really good, he sighed. Ring at this time, the radio in Hanglian town sounded, and a beautiful female voice came out. "Please pay attention to the residents of Hanglian town, all foreign travelers and trainers. According to Pokémon sensing and instrument detection, the volcano on Hanglian Island has recently shown signs of activity. In the past month, Hanglian volcano will no longer be open to the public. We would like to express our most sincere apologies to the trainers who want to go to the volcano to find their future partners." The broadcast was played 5 or 6 times in a row before it stopped. Even Tetsuya's watch sent the official information of Hanglian town. "Thank you Zhang Shikan for the 600 starting coins. Thank you Bookfriend 160,926,110,748,958 for the 500 starting coins. Thank you Luo Yunbingayu for the 100 starting coins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Signs of a Volcanic Eruption? Hey, what's going on? Wasn't there an activity a while ago? How come it happened again in such a short time? A man dressed as a standard trainer was listening to the radio on the roadside and complaining. He was also planning to go up and see if he could find some rare Pokémon living in volcanoes with luck. Well, forget it. It's just right. Let's go to the craft store today. I haven't had enough. The female companion next to him seemed very happy. There's no other way, so I have to do this. The man was visibly listless. His female companion smiled and whispered something in his ear. Immediately, the man seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Go. Today's goal is to visit every craft store in Hanglian town. Witnessing all this, ZHE also took a bite of the specialty fruit of Hanglian Island in his hand. Boss, your fruit is a bit sour. Young man, the one you are eating is spicy. The boss's face did not change. ZHE also fled in panic. The boss picked up the same kind of fruit that Tetsuya had just eaten and took a bite. This year, it seems a little sour. Tetsuya walked helplessly in Hanglian town. This sudden notice not only ruined the plan of the male trainer, but also ruined his purpose. There are many trainers like him, but no one really dared to continue to explore the volcanic eruption. After all, the official has already issued a warning, and everyone still cherishes their lives. Tetsuya dialed the phone. Hello, Tetsuya, what do you want to talk to me about? Can you help me find the materials I need? A strange female voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Hamana, I may not be able to help you find the things. The Hanglian volcano here seems to be active again. It is about to erupt. The official has been closed for a month. Tetsuya explained to the woman on the other end of the phone, and then decisively turned his head away. It's always like this. Why? Exclamation mark. Why am I so unlucky? As expected, the phone was silent for a while, and then burst into a scream like a sentinel mouse. The people around looked at the handsome boy with strange eyes. Tetsuya smiled apologetically and went to a secluded place to continue the call. Hamana sister, calm down. He persuaded kindly. Woo, little Tetsuya, how can you ask me to calm down? I just want to find materials to prove my thesis. This is the third time. Every time I ask someone to go to the Red Lotus volcano, I encounter this. It's really unfortunate. The woman who was called Hamana's sister by Tetsuya wailed. From her words, it can be barely heard that the other party is a researcher. Well, there is nothing we can do. You can also ask people to look for it over at Chimney Mountain. Isn't that also an active volcano? Tetsuya said that he could not help, but he proposed another plan. Since they are looking for materials that can only be found in volcanoes, Chimney Mountain in the Hone region must be suitable. Do you know how expensive it is to issue a mission to Hone in Kanto? I have been doing research with Dr. Yamanashi for so long, but my wealth is not as rich as you, Tetsuya. Why don't you support me in doing some research? The woman on the other end of the phone quickly calmed down. She was used to it. It was sad to think about it. She flirted with Tetsuya. Since the other party couldn't see it anyway, Tetsuya rolled his eyes and said rudely, Sister Hamana, you are almost a generation older than me. This is not okay. If you were a little bit in your early 20s, I would be able to accept it. The woman on the other end seemed to be hit in the heart. Sister Hamana, you are only 29 this year, okay? How can 29 not be in your early 20s? Is that really only available near volcanoes? Tetsuya immediately changed the subject. It is better not to discuss the age of women too much, otherwise he will be beaten when he goes back. Yes, it's not near the volcano. To be precise, it is occasionally produced in the crater. It's very hard to find. Hamana sighed on the other end. By the way, won't the research institute reimburse you for this kind of thing? Or help you find resources or something? Zaya chatted with her while walking on the road. Reimbursement, isn't that the original reward I was going to give you? But it's limited. It's definitely unrealistic to want to go to Hone. As for resources, the Red Lotus Gym itself has the Red Lotus Research Institute under it. If I want to get resources, I have to queue up as an outsider, and it will take half a year to get started. Isn't this a two-pronged approach? Hamana said helplessly. It's really strange to say that the Red Lotus volcano has been quiet for the past 50 years, but it has become more and more active since last year. Not only is the time interval shorter each time, but the fluctuations are also getting bigger and bigger. Otherwise I would have gotten the materials a long time ago. Zaya listened to Hamana's complaints, and his heart was moved. He remembered that the Red Lotus Gym would move to the Twin Islands in the future, which was also the reason for the volcanic eruption. After all, the Red Lotus volcano is an active volcano. Maybe it will erupt soon. He said intentionally or unintentionally. It's possible. After all, it's not without precedent. Don't worry. The Alliance will handle such a big thing. Amana didn't seem to care at all. That's right. Tetsuya paused. Speaking of which, I know a disciple of Master Zaibo. I'll find time to ask you about the material. Ah. I love you so much, Tetsuya. Muah, that's great. Amana didn't expect that the little brother opposite him would give him such a surprise. He is worthy of being the future face of the Alliance in his teacher's words. Tetsuya suddenly felt that he was not clean. He hurriedly said a few words and hung up the phone. Materials are trivial matters, and since there is a place where Hamana can help, he naturally doesn't mind mentioning it to Kageyama. He is very interested in the volcanic eruption. Whether it is according to Hamana's statement just now, or the communication between travelers and locals along the way, this information reveals the signs of a volcanic eruption. But from his memory, it will take about 8 or 9 years for the volcano to really erupt, and even destroy the Red Lotus Gym. Then the question is it possible for a volcanic eruption to have signs 8 or 9 years in advance? Tetsuya said that this involved his blind spot in knowledge, but it was impossible for it to happen so long in advance. While Tetsuya was talking to Hamana, in the crater of the Red Lotus volcano, Zaibo, who was supposed to be in the Red Lotus Gym, appeared here, and his face was also changed from his usual lively look, and he looked particularly serious. There were dense beads of sweat on his forehead, because of the rush and the high temperature nearby. Really? So it is really going to erupt? Zaibo's words were full of helplessness. Even if he was strong, he and his elves could not resist such natural disasters. Even if they were allies, it was difficult to guarantee a 100% success rate. The natural disasters in the elf world, whether it was a volcanic eruption, a tsunami or a typhoon, were more violent than those in Tetsuya's previous life. It might also be because of the existence of the elves and the attribute energy. The unknown elf in front of him called out in the darkness and responded to him. Thank you very much. I will try to move the gym here to monitor the volcanic activity at all times. During this period, let the platypus stay here. It can notify me quickly if there is anything. Zaibo nodded in understanding and said to his old friend in front of him, I hope I didn't disturb you. Cry. The birds chirped. Zaibo smiled. Of course I know you are also happy to protect humans, but no matter what, I still have to thank you. At the same time, the worry in his eyes did not diminish at all. According to your estimate, to what extent can it be alleviated? The bird elf whispered, and from time to time, Zaibo nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Unblocked? That's great, but we still have to prepare in advance. He sighed. The bird elf also nodded slowly. Then, old friend, you stay here for the time being. Zaibo threw out the Pokeball of his original Pokémon. A flash of red light passed by, and a red and yellow elf with a duck's beak that seemed to be burning with flames jumped into the magma. This is a duck-billed fire dragon, with a body temperature of up to 1200 degrees. The hotter the place, the more energetic it is. For it, magma is like a swimming pool to a person. I'll go prepare it. Zaibo nodded to the bird elf in the dark and turned away. Seeing Zaibo's disappearing figure, the hidden elf slowly emerged from the darkness. Part of its body gradually ignited with flames, illuminating the surroundings. Even if it was in the crater, if people were here, they would instantly feel the temperature rise further. Under the light, you can see that it has red feathers, with flames behind its wings, a straight and pointed beak, and a skin color that is almost brown. Even the long streamlined crown and the tumbling tail like flames seem to be made of flames. It is the legendary elf, the firebird. Cry. It chirped and plunged into the bubbling magma, followed closely by the duck-billed fire beast. The crater was dead silent again. ZHE naturally didn't know the story of Zaibo and Moltres, and was still trying to think about the eruption. But after a long time, he had no clue, so he had to give up helplessly. Returning to his hot spring hotel, ZHE continued to soak in the hot spring. This is a great enjoyment in the world. He squinted his eyes and thought. Ding, the waterproof watch made a light sound, and ZHE clicked it casually. This is a letter from the Pokémon League Cultivation Examination Center. Hello, future Cultivation Master. This year's 6th level Cultivation Home Assessment will officially begin at 1 PM tomorrow. Please be sure to come on time with a card or illustration that can prove your identity. Please click on the last link for the specific location. At the same time, please allow us to introduce the content of the exam. This exam is mainly divided into two aspects, written test plus practical operation, with a full score of 100 points each and a total score of 200. Only when you meet the two subjects with more than 90 points at the same time, can you obtain the title of 6th level cultivation home. The specific rules are as follows. Chapter 184 Energy Cube and Written Test. Finally, the time has come. Zaya was relieved when he saw this message. Although for various reasons, there is no gap in his cultivation fund for the time being, the identity of a breeder is also a part of his plan. It is not just a matter of money. There are many invisible benefits to this identity. The exchange of resources and information in the circle, formed by breeders alone, is enough to attract people. Hoo-la la. Zaya stood up from the hot spring. Even though he was very confident in himself, he still kept the habit of studying temporarily before the exam in his previous life. There are still 20 hours before the breeder assessment. Let's work harder. Thinking of this, he returned to the room and started studying. The next day 12 o'clock noon. Pokémon League Cultivation Examination Center. Hello, this is my Pokémon book. Zaya handed his Pokémon book to the front desk as proof of identity. Ding with the sound of the machine. The staff also handed Zaya's Pokémon book back to him with a smile, along with an admission ticket with his basic information printed on it. I wish you good luck on your exam. ZHE also smiled in thanks, took the things, and walked in the direction of the sign. Level 6 breeder is already a good level. According to people's private names, level 1 to 3 breeders are actually apprentices. Level 4 to 5 breeders are just getting started, which is the beginner level. Level 6 to 8 is a step further, which is the intermediate level. Level 9 to 10 is the advanced breeder. Above that, it is the master breeder who needs further review. As for the basis for the division, on the one hand, it is because the difficulty of the 4 tests of 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 8 to 9, and breaking through level 10 will have an unusually obvious increase. On the other hand, it is also an ability that most people can intuitively recognize, that is, the ability to make energy cubes. For example, for the cultivation of elves and the design of plans, ordinary people cannot make distinctions and evaluations. The Alliance has a strict definition and distinction for the quality of energy cubes. It is mainly carried out from several aspects, such as the purity of energy. The purity of energy blocks made by primary breeders can often only meet the needs of elites, that is, elves below level 30, while intermediate breeders can meet the needs of elves between levels 30 to 60, and so on. Another example is the activity of energy, that is, the same block of 50 energy purity, one has only 80% of the energy available for absorption, and the other has 85%. Then there is no doubt that the latter is better. Of course, this is also related to the material formula of the energy block. There are more or less some rejection reactions between each fruit of the raw material, and what breeders need to consider during the production process is to minimize this rejection reaction. Severe rejection reactions will affect the purity of energy, which can be understood as the different energies in the fruit offsetting each other. In a perfect state, the energy should be 100. With errors or imperfections in operation, it cannot be perfect, and the energy purity will decrease. A lighter one will affect the activity, which can be understood as energy impurities. That is, during the production process, the energy of different fruits is not mixed so fully. Although it is not offset, it still exists, but this part of the energy cannot be absorbed. Even if the elves have high qualifications, their absorption of this part of impurities will not be much better than that of elves with only ordinary qualifications. These two are relatively important scoring points. In addition, there are also factors such as taste and gloss. After all, it is for elves to eat, and they still have requirements for the color and taste of food. If an energy block looks like a colorful compound reagent, and smells like a mixture of stinky flowers, stinky mud and dust mountain, even if it is considered that this energy block may be more effective, basically no trainer will feed this thing to their elves. The same is true for elves such as Stinky Mud and Dust Mountain that eat garbage. They like to eat garbage, but it does not mean that they like to eat themselves. Of course, such extreme situations are still rare. Most of the formulas of energy blocks can basically achieve both good effects and delicious taste after long-term improvement, which meets the tastes of most elves. However, in the process of experimentation and improvement, it is inevitable that some more bizarre formulas will appear. For example, the well-known dark cube is made by mixing hammy fruit, wood fruit and berry fruit in a ratio of 1:1:1. The combination of spicy, astringent and bitter flavors will reveal an indescribable taste under the operation of the fruit mixer. Generally speaking, this kind of taste will be sealed by their own energy, but it happens that the mixture of these three kinds of fruit will destroy the sealing effect, resulting in the leakage of the smell. It is because it is so bad that, even though it is very effective in cultivating poison-type elves, few people do it. After all, there are energy cubes of the same kind to replace it. This is not only a torture for the elves who eat the cubes, but also for the breeders who make it. The essence of the energy cube is actually to extract the energy essence of several kinds of fruit, and then perfectly blend them. Not only can the energy in the fruit be better utilized, but more unnecessary impurities can also be removed during the production process. These can help the elves develop faster and strengthen their strength at the same time. Of course, it is not advisable to use energy cubes beyond the level. If you give an ordinary level elf the daily cube of a champion elf, the former will have indigestion. It does not mean that the higher the better. At present Tetsua's partners are at the most suitable level for the energy blocks that can be made by intermediate breeders. Therefore, he usually spends a lot of money on this aspect. Even if he hadn't asked Zyaksu to help him do some of the work, after he met her last time, he would still have to worry about how to find a breeder he can trust to help. Especially Pidgeot and Blaziken. However, when he passes the breeder assessment this time, he can also make energy blocks legally and reasonably, and it is his own unique formula. Thinking of this, Tetsua stopped, looked at the door in front of him, and slowly pushed it open. Facing the eyes of everyone present, he also showed a slightly shy smile. What a handsome boy. This is the first thought of the breeders inside when they saw Tetsuya. The second thought is, this little guy definitely looks under 20 years old. He is so young that he doesn't have enough time to take the exam every year. He is also a genius recommended by the gym. Thinking of this, envy flashed in his eyes. Tetsuya looked at the seat number on his admission ticket, number 45, a very middle position, and followed the sign to his seat and sat down. A middle-aged uncle sat in front of him, turned around and greeted him with a smile. Hello, young man. I'm the owner of the Sankey cultivation house in Shaoling City. My main direction is to make energy blocks for general type flying elves, and I'm good at cultivating Doddly. Would it be convenient for us to meet? While talking, he handed over his business card as usual. Of course. Tetsuya grinned. Tetsuya Tamaki, from Tokiwa, 16 this year. He naturally knew where the other party was curious about, and he did not hesitate to reveal his age. Oh, you are really young and promising. After hearing what he said, the boss of Sankey also praised him fiercely. 16 years old and 19 years old are both under 20, but the meaning is completely different. The people around also listened to their conversation with their ears perked up, secretly sighing that there are so many geniuses nowadays. They are naturally very clear about the gyms that are qualified to recommend people to take the skip level assessment. After all, the number of official gyms in Kanto is there, and there are a few such people every year. However, it is very rare for a person who has just arrived at the age of 16 and is not even a first level cultivator to directly skip to the 6th level examination. After all, the gym has to consider its own face. If the recommended person cannot pass, it will not be so good for their own image, indicating that they are somewhat misjudged. Zaya was talking to the boss of Sankey with a smile. The other party was already a 40-year-old uncle. He had been stuck at the 5th level trainer for 7 or 8 years. This was his second time to take the 6th level test. Hey, if I fail this time and fail again next time, I will have to wait another 5 years. The boss of Sankey sighed. Don't be so pessimistic. If you pass this time, there will be no next time. Zaya smiled. Yes, I must pass it this time. The boss of Sankey clenched his fist to show his determination. Time passed quickly in the chat, and the exam time came in a blink of an eye. The invigilator of the Alliance released his lackism. Sorry everyone. The next is the routine inspection time. Everyone, including Zaya, nodded silently to show that they understood. The light of superpowers flashed, and a lackism tested all the candidates in an instant, and nodded to the invigilator, to show that there was no problem. Then, the exam begins. Following the announcement of the invigilator, the breeders present immediately bowed their heads. The exam table was a tablet computer similar to the one in the previous life, and all the questions in the written exam were answered and submitted through it. If there were no invigilators and a lackism, it would be very easy to cheat. If you stand up straight and tilt your head slightly, you can avoid the not so high guardrails on both sides of the table, and see other people's answering interfaces. But unfortunately, in front of a lackism, a psychic, it is really unrealistic for humans to cheat. No one has succeeded so far. Those who dare to do so will be permanently disqualified from becoming breeders without exception, and there will be other penalties. ZHE also looked at the questions in front of him attentively. Question 1. The male counterpart of sweet fireflies. The former will use, to induce the latter to draw a glowing mark in the night sky. The number of patterns found so far is, and when the latter and ditto lay eggs, the type of Pokémon born is. Well, it is the simplest easy question, and even a low-level breeder can answer it quickly. They are electric firefly, sweet fragrance, 213 and electric firefly or sweet firefly. Thanks to earphones share your petal for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Passaby on the road of life for the 600 starting coins. Thanks to Cheyenne Shang Cheyang Cheyenne Diwashang first road for the 100 starting coins. Chapter 185, Collision and Full Marks. In this question, the only blank that can be called 0.1 points of difficulty, full score 100, is the last one. According to the normal egg-laying logic, when a Pokémon from any egg group other than the undiscovered group and the Ditto group lays an egg with Ditto, the offspring should be the lowest form of the evolutionary chain of the non-Ditto side. However, some Pokémon do not conform to this egg-laying rule. They are Nidoran Nidorina in Kanto and Firefly Sweet in Hone. To put it simply, when the male Pokémon of these two, Nidoran or Firefly, lay eggs with Ditto, the offspring will be randomly generated from Nidoran Nidorina or Firefly Sweet respectively. It does not follow the general egg-laying rule. However, it is reasonable to make the first question so simple. After all, we cannot let the candidates who come to participate get 0 points, so we still have to give them some confidence. The 4 types of test questions, fill in the blank plus single choice plus multiple choice plus discussion, can already well screen out those breeders who have not reached the standard. As for basic questions like where the different colors are on Pidgeot, what is the essence of the egg, how many eggs are there, and what are the different expressions on the body, these questions can only be seen in lower level exams. Second question, Bulbasaur is one of the first companions in the Kanto region. It has seeds on its back, and the relationship is, in order to make Bulbasaur evolve into Bulbasaur, the most common cultivation methods are an. The final form of Bulbasaur has sharp corners on the stamens. The pleasant fragrance released by the flower can calm the Pokémon in battle. This fragrance will reach its peak in, and the effect is, the Pokémon with the same average height and weight as Bulbasaur is. It's really a question with Kanto characteristics. ZHE also thought helplessly, if it were changed to another region, the 3 starter Pokémon would probably change. Of course, the second question is not difficult either. Bulbous, symbiotic, and the cultivation method is photosynthesis until the tip of the seed on the back will show a faint blue light and strengthen the targeted exercise of the hind limbs. Because the biggest difference between Bulbasaur and Bulbasaur is that the seeds on its back have blossomed into buds, photosynthesis is essential. But at the same time, the buds will also absorb nutrients from Bulbasaur's body. If the hind legs are not exercised, Bulbasaur will be weighed down by the weight of the buds, and will find it difficult to move. This cannot be ignored. There are 11 horns on the yellow crown stamens of Bulbasaur, which represents its perfect development. The fragrance will be the strongest on the second day after the rain, and its function is to lure other Pokémon. However, from the information currently known, Bulbasaur only needs photosynthesis to survive, so the purpose of the lure is not yet clear. The last one is Tropical Dragon, a grass and flying Pokémon in the Hone region. ZHE also personally wants to share it with Do. Tropical dragon is a rare grass type Pokémon that bears fruit and can fly. Of course, the point is that it is called dragon. This is an extremely good logistics Pokémon. The fruit is shaped like a banana, delicious and sweet. It is 2 meters tall and weighs 100 kilograms. Zaya wrote quickly. He had never been too worried about the written test. After all, for him, who had a photographic memory, he was a walking elf encyclopedia and humanoid elf encyclopedia. The third question was about the psychic magic wall puppet. It had 4 or 5 fingers, and there were individual differences in form. Some people also believed that it was due to regional environmental factors, because the magic wall puppets in the 2 regions of Kanto Chengdu had 4 fingers, and the rest of the regions had 5 fingers. As for the cry, it was exactly the same as the vine monster. When in the wild, many people could not distinguish it clearly. The 4th question, the 5th question, and the 6th question. Zaya completed all the fill-in-the-blanks and multiple choice questions at an extraordinary speed. The following questions did have a lot of traps, such as whether the scale powder of Butterfree and Mormo was the same poisonous powder. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with this question. These 2 elves, which were similar to moths and butterflies, had their wings covered with highly toxic powder. But the difference is that, if you inhale the powder of Butterfree, you will feel uncomfortable, occasionally poisoned, occasionally sleepy or paralyzed, while the scale powder of Mormouth with a thick color will poison people, and a light color will paralyze people, and the side effect is that people cannot stand upright. The 2 are different in the manifestation and effect of the poison. Anyway, Zaya sometimes finds it difficult to understand the brain circuits of these questioners. In the trainer's battle thinking, poison and paralysis are completely different restrictions. But the questioner thinks that paralysis and sleepiness are also a kind of poison, which may be poisoned by the thoughts of the light red ninja. I shook my wrist. Although there are not many words and choices to write, it is still quite tiring to turn the pages. This kind of computer screen can only slide down little by little, which is not smart at all. But the question stem is still very long. Come to the 2 discussion questions on the last page. 1. Based on the latest discovered evolution of EV, briefly describe the reasonable basis for its evolution, and design 2 different breeding plans respectively. Requirement 1. Highlight its characteristics. Requirement 2. Short time. Requirement 3. Shorten the cultivation cost as much as possible. 2. Based on the following data and terrain distribution map, please reasonably analyze the reasons why the fossil elves in the Dasha Valley Underground Cave Nature Reserve can survive for tens of thousands of years, and at the same time design similar environmental nodes to extend the life of the elves in disguise. Data tables and terrain maps are attached. Oh my god. ZHE also took a breath, and then a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Isn't this a score that is delivered to his mouth? He is the first discoverer of Leafian and fossil elves. Isn't the data of these things easy to come by? Moreover, the difficulty of these 2 essay questions is actually not as difficult as imagined. Compared with the previous exams, this is considered simple. Designing a cultivation plan for elves is an old topic that has never changed, but this time it combines the newly discovered evolutionary forms of elves and keeps up with current affairs. The biggest problem is the grasp of the Alliance's updated elf information. If a breeder cannot grasp the most cutting-edge elf information, how can he breed elves for trainers? This is not a difficult point for all the candidates present. After all, the discovery of Leafian before has set off a huge wave. Although Tetsuya was not very clear when he was in the wild, he knew it after returning to the city and reading everyone's discussion on the forum. Not to mention the fossil elves. That was either a wave or a tsunami. The second question, designing nodes, seems difficult, but it's actually okay, because the so-called nodes do not require you to build a complete ecosystem. That is the job of the cultivation master. It is not the turn of these quasi-intermediate cultivators to do it. The node is equivalent to a small part of this complete ecosystem. For the essay questions of the 6th level cultivator assessment, basically as long as the logic is self-consistent, it will be fine. As long as you are not so outrageous that there is no argument to support it, or it is unrealistic to use the energy of the mythical beast as a fulcrum, you will get some points. It is also a very common question type. The difficulty of this second question actually lies in the analysis of the entire underground ecosystem, and it is easy to miss the scoring point. However, Tetsuya smiled in his heart. When Professor Uchiki and Professor Oak were discussing, he was right next to them. At the moment, he did not hesitate, picked up the answer panel and started writing. The entire test lasted only 2 hours. Not only were there many questions, but the final essay had to be written very long to avoid being deducted points. The time was still very tight. The entire examination room was silent, with only the sound of fingers tapping on the screen. Time passed unknowingly. In the minds of the test takers, it seemed that the test was over in just a moment. When with the fluctuation of superpowers, everyone stopped answering questions. Of course, only their hands. Okay, everyone, the results will be announced in an hour. Those who get 90 points or more can participate in the practical test. Now please leave the classroom and wait outside. The invigilator announced ruthlessly. As the test papers were submitted, the restrictions of superpowers gradually dissipated. As the crowd walked out of the classroom, some people sighed and sighed, and it was obvious that they had not finished writing. The questions are really difficult. One person sighed. Yes, so much fairy knowledge. I have memorized that encyclopedia for several years. It's simply too much. Another person shook his head, looking very helpless. Yes, that fossil elf ecology brief. There are so many key points, I don't know if I wrote them all. I only wrote 21. This sounds like a Versailles style speech. But you really didn't write them all. There were 27 in total, Zay thought expressionlessly. Hey, Zay boy, how did you do on the test? Boss Sankey came up. It's okay. Zay responded politely. You can't just say that it's a simple batch. It's okay as long as you have hands that will be beaten to death by others. It's okay. You're still young. If you don't pass the test this time, there's always next time. As long as you can get more than 80 points, it's already very good. But it was obvious that Boss Sankey misunderstood his meaning. Patting Zay's shoulder to comfort him, he quickly walked to the side of the people he knew and started to check the answers. It can only be said that no matter where you are, at which level, the scene after the test is the same. They sat on a seat specially for est, quietly waiting for the announcement of the results. The reason why you need to get 90 points in the written test to enter the practical operation is also to save costs. Anyway, you can't pass if you don't get 90 points. So what's the next step? It's out. With the excited shouting, the screen in front of him suddenly showed the name plus score. First place, Tamaki Tetsuya, 100. Tetsuya looked at the top line of words, with no expression on his face, as it should be. Boss Sankey in the distance, looked at the first line of words, and was also stunned. The clown turned out to be himself, and he only got 91 points. At this age, he has lived to the age of Blue Emperor. Of course, Tetsuya is not the only one with 100 points, there are still 2 other strong men. However, according to the age from young to old, the more potential, the higher. This is the old rule. Papa. The invigilator clapped his hands. Now, please follow me. The 94 candidates who passed the exam, and the trainers who didn't pass, please continue to work hard. After saying that, he walked straight in without caring about other people's reactions. Tetsuya hurriedly stood up and followed. The third update is being written, and I will post it as soon as it is finished. I'm clumsy. Chapter 186 On-site production of energy cubes. At the same time, Zay was secretly shocked. The passing rate of the written test for the 6th level cultivator assessment was less than 10%, not to mention that a group of people would be eliminated in the practical part. It really deserves to be the most difficult profession to get started. Soon, a large group of people followed the invigilator to a room. Zay looked at the instrument on the table curiously, and then felt a little bad. With the announcement of the Alliance personnel, his premonition came true. The direction of this 6th level cultivator assessment is the production of energy blocks. Gan. Zay shouted angrily in his heart, no way. The several cultivators who took the written test with him and knew that Zay was taking the first time at the age of 16 also looked at him with pity. They, the normal cultivators who were promoted from level 5 to level 6, were already veterans in making energy blocks. But Zay was different. Let alone making energy blocks, he had never even seen the instrument. This is not like cooking in the previous life, where you have never seen a pig run, and have never eaten pork. The production of energy blocks is a test of the breeder's grasp of timing, and understanding of tree fruit energy. Everyone soon knew this in the whispers. It seems that this little genius is going to suffer a setback. The other breeders thought so. It's quite miserable to say that, although energy blocks are indeed the evidence to judge whether a breeder is capable, this kind of test question still appears very rarely. More often, it is to give a special breeding plan, based on a specific elf, or to urgently treat elves with different injuries in the wild, or to master or change special training skills. The most difficult question that appeared one year was to require the participating breeders to cultivate the elves given to them by the alliance within 4 hours to the extent that they can defeat the originally evenly matched opponents, all without command. It can be said that the result was basically annihilation. The only person who passed was Zyarksu, who took the 6th level breeder exam that year. The reason why the production of energy blocks rarely appears is that it is relatively too simple and the proof is not strong enough. It is estimated that the pass rate in the year before last and last year was too low, and the alliance could not stand it and let it go. Zay was really worried about this test question, but at that time he thought that his luck should not be so bad, but it really happened. This must be because he did not hold to GP, and he quickly found the reason. Following the guidance of the invigilator, everyone came to their fixed position. This time the formula is a rare formula, provided by the alliance, and the market price outside is not low. The formula of the energy block is also a resource and capital, which can be used for trading. If you want to know whether a breeder is powerful or not, you can also see it from the number of formulas in his inventory. In addition to those common formulas, each breeder pays great attention to the unique formulas they have researched, and they are not easily passed on. The Tree Fruit Raw Material Alliance also provides unlimited supply, as long as you can make an energy block that meets the requirements of a level 6 breeder within 1.5 hours. Except for Zay, 93 breeders immediately started making it as soon as the announcement was made. He was the only one left, staring blankly at the formula and the extremely unfamiliar equipment in front of him, and fell into deep thought. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? The formula is not difficult to understand. The intermediate energy cube is nothing more than a mixture of 3 different proportions of tree fruits. ZHE also knows this very well. He even clearly knows the theoretical confrontation and offset of their energy generation. But the first problem is how to open this thing. ZHE also looked at the square instrument in front of him with the tingling scalp. The overall silver gray feeling is matched with a round ball shape in the middle of the top. There are 4 orange-red diamond pointers pointing to the round ball in the middle in the southeast, northeast, southwest and northwest directions. It looks very technological and is powered. ZHE also has a clumsy sense. Looking at the actions of a kind cultivator beside him, he finally started it by imitating the gourd. This exam does not restrict you from looking around. After all, making energy cubes is not something you can make with high quality just by looking at it. Giving a grateful smile to the strange cultivator, ZHE secretly complained that this thing is not friendly at all, and there is not even a startup sign. However, the fruit mixer itself is not something that can be found everywhere, and generally speaking, when breeders go to buy it, the alliance will kindly give them an operating manual. It's just that he skipped all the steps in the middle. Next, he imitated the actions of other breeders. First, he cut the fruit into small pieces. Well, he knew it. Then he put the different fruits in the order and proportion of the recipe. Well, it's very simple. Hey, uncle, brother, slow down, change the angle, I can't see it. Zay's eyes seemed to make a silent cry. He could only vaguely see the other person's hands pressing the diamond-shaped buttons regularly, and he couldn't see anything else because of the perspective problem. Zay decisively changed the object of observation. Time passed by minute. As the test time was halfway through, 8 breeders had successfully passed the test and successfully obtained the title of 6th level breeder. The only thing left was the official certificate issued after the end. Boss Sankey was the 8th. It seems that, although the theory is average, he is still quite experienced in making energy cubes. Boss Sankey looked at Zay, who was concentrating on watching others operate, and felt sorry for him. He turned around and walked out of the room and waited outside. This young man has a hard time, so he will wait for him to come out and comfort him, Boss Sankey thought. Zay was still studying at this time. As the bell rang for the remaining half an hour, he retracted his gaze. He slowly closed his eyes and reconfirmed his summary. There should be no problem. He suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the tree fruit that had been prepared on the side and started to operate. There was still half an hour left, enough to make about 5 portions. If everything went well, there would be no problem according to the speculation. Zay's brain was calm at this time, his eyes were extremely focused, and his hands moved quickly. First of all, the first northeast direction button should be used to adjust the speed, which is also the most important point. Zay's left index finger moved quickly in an instant, and then slowly slowed down when it seemed to have reached a certain time point, and clicked the button rhythmically. It can't be too fast. Too fast, the energy pulp of the tree fruit will be scattered, and it will result in the failure to condense into a cube in the end. But it can't slow down. Too slow a speed can't get rid of impurities. This button must be kept rhythmically, otherwise the speed will be different, affecting the final product. Different fruit energy separation requires different speeds, and we need to find the best speed for the 3 fruit in this block. After a while, the second northwest button lit up for a moment, and Zaya pressed it immediately. This function should be fusion. The time of each light is not fixed, but the length is about 0.36 seconds. Only when it is pressed at the middle time point, the effect is best. It is also the most test of reaction and the most prone to errors. Most other breeders make mistakes here. However, the light time should also be related to the conflict of fruit energy. There's hand-eye coordination, and his brain is not idle. Then comes the third southeast button, which should be used for shaping. There is only one requirement, that is, to keep the rhythm consistent. The better the rhythm, the neater the shape of the energy block, and the more energy it can accommodate. Otherwise it will come out as a puddle of mud. When Zaya's left index finger controls the upper button, his thumb is also tapping rhythmically. His right hand occasionally taps the northwest button that suddenly lights up. He kept concentrating for about 4 minutes. The last button lit up, and Zay took a decisive shot. The last step was to increase the pressure. As the machine was running, 3 energy cubes that looked like real people rolled out from the exit below. Some cultivators who were recovering their energy were also paying attention to Zay's actions at this time, and they all gasped. It was too exaggerated. He didn't know anything, but he made energy cubes after just 1 hour of reading. They practiced the operation manual for a whole day before they got results, and they were just 2 basic tree fruits. Is this a genius? But ZHE didn't have time to sigh anymore. He picked up an energy cube and tested it. No, the quality was far worse. He poured out the impurities and started the second production. Measuring the proportion of the tree fruit and completing the size of the slices also requires attention. Too large a difference in shape will result in the inability to separate the energy at the same time. Then the speed should be slowed down at the beginning, and the rhythm should also be maintained. It is not advisable to blindly demand the highest speed. The last fusion occurred 44 times in total, with 12 mistakes. More attention should be paid. Perfect in terms of plastic surgery, but it needs to be adjusted in the previous steps. In Zay's field of vision, only a blue screen appeared that he could see, showing the mistake he made for the first time. At the same time, there was also a summary of other people's data. It was also thanks to the dual work of himself and Zero that Zay successfully transformed from a novice to a half-experienced person in an hour. The only difference was proficiency. He never expected that the content that should have been started after completing the assessment would actually be advanced. The second time, it was still a failure, but the quality was significantly improved compared to the first time. Continue. They did not stop. There were less than 20 minutes left. The third time, the energy purity was a little short. Continue. The fourth time, the energy activity was a little short. Continue. Zay was sweating all over his head. This state of extremely concentrated attention was not comfortable even for him. His eyes stared at the button that would suddenly light up, and his left hand mechanically remained at a fixed level. With the completion of the last step of pressurization, they reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. There are still 3 minutes left before the end of the test, and it is too late to make the next one. Putting the energy block into the test instrument, they showed a confident smile. Ding, the green light came on, and the test was successfully passed. Jose just breathed a sigh of relief. Awesome. Too strong. Invincible. Vote. 1. Electric Shock Monster. 2. Electric Dragon. 3. Ronchin Cat. There should be another update at 4 or 5 PM. Thank you for sharing the 100 starting coins with your earphones. Just like the picture, the deadline is 2 PM on August 11th. Chapter 187. Rockets again. The cultivators around also held their breath and watched Zay's final operation. When the green light came on and the test was passed, they secretly cheered for him in their hearts. At the last minute, except for a few people, there was not enough time left for them to perform another operation. Naturally, those cultivators who were still operating became the focus of their attention, especially Zay. Young people are formidable. A white-haired old grandfather sighed. This is his 18th year as a level 5 cultivator. Although the questions this time are not difficult, due to his own age and reaction, it is difficult for him to make high-quality energy blocks, so naturally he has no chance to pass the test. But he has already made up his mind. For so many years, he has always known that his talent as a cultivator is not high, or even very poor. He can become a level 5 cultivator thanks to the knowledge and experience accumulated over his age. The people around him nodded in sync unconsciously. Then, the practical test for the 6th level breeder is over. There are 94 participants and 14 people have passed. Breeders who have passed the test, please follow me to go through the relevant procedures. The invigilator was very resolute. After announcing the end of the test, he led the breeders who passed the test away from the test site. The breeders who did not pass walked in groups of 3 or 4 with people they knew and kept discussing the information of this test and exchanging their experiences in making energy blocks. Boss Sankey looked at Zay, who was walking with him, and his eyes almost popped out. He didn't understand why this young man suddenly passed the test, even though he didn't know how to operate it before. It's not that he expected ZHE to fail, but it was really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Fortunately, he had prepared a plan to comfort this young man. TSK, the pass rate of this test is not bad, the highest in the past 5 years. The breeders discussed happily. Yes, it's not easy. It's all thanks to this little brother Zay. Zay blinked at the side, being cooed for no reason. What does this have to do with him? The breeders beside him explained to him in confusion. Zay listened quietly and sorted out a general thread from a bunch of words. Just now he was still wondering why he had to encounter the test questions of making energy cubes when they were so rare. Logically speaking, the staff of the Alliance could not make such a mistake. But in fact, this was intentional by the Alliance. The points that candidates like him who took the leap test were the least good at were specially selected as the content of this test. Of course, there are also some factors that do take into account the low pass rate in recent years. For example, Zyadaksu before, she was extremely good at conditioning the body of the elves, but the cultivation of strength was her shortcoming. The test of that session was aimed at this. In addition, the pass rate in the previous few years was not bad, so the difficulty was terribly high. The production of energy cubes is neither difficult nor simple, which is enough to make a distinction. After all, getting a recipe with only the ratio of production materials and finding the most suitable speed and rhythm based on knowledge within an hour, this is a test of experience and ability. The normal energy cube recipe is very detailed. You should know that the extra half an hour this time was added on purpose. If it weren't for this half an hour, there would be more than 2 or 3 fewer people who could pass. Some people may think it is unfair and think that this is the Alliance deliberately making things difficult for those cultivators who participate in the leapfrog assessment. However, the Alliance also considered many aspects before finally deciding on such a special question setting habit. On the one hand, the cultivators who can be recommended to participate in the leapfrog assessment are already somewhat unfair to the other cultivators who pass the exam every year. If there is no slight restriction, conflicts may arise between the two different groups, which is not what the Alliance wants to see. On the other hand, the mechanism of leapfrog assessment determines that the cultivators it selects are not ordinary people, at least geniuses, and geniuses among geniuses. If you can't even pass the assessment, that is a little more difficult. It only proves that you are not good enough. Especially for people like Zay who directly skipped the 6th level assessment. They are absolutely unique in all these years. When the Alliance received the recommendation from Nibijim, the person in charge was dumbfounded. So, we really have to thank you. The extra half an hour is not just time, it will also have an impact on the mental state. The production of energy cubes can't be sloppy at all, a female breeder said with a smile, which aroused the echo of everyone. No, there are still many places to learn from you seniors, they said modestly. Everyone looked at such a polite young man and felt more comfortable, and Zay's words were indeed sincere. Walking on the road, through a simple introduction, everyone who passed the assessment here has his own brushes. The most intuitive point is that the energy cubes that Zay carefully selected for his two little cuties were respectively from the research and production of two of them. At the same time, what surprised him was that the boss of Sankey was also very hidden. The founder of Doodooly Transportation in each city was his family. No wonder he was introduced as a master at cultivating Doodooly. In this regard, he is undoubtedly the best. Everyone was talking happily. Soon, the Alliance staff who had just disappeared reappeared in front of everyone, with a warm smile on his face that was completely different from the one when he was invigilating. Then congratulations to all the breeders for successfully passing the 6th level breeder assessment. The breeder level information has been updated, and the relevant benefits have been sent to your watches through the official Alliance. I hope that in the future, I can see you all go to a higher level and make greater contributions to the development of the Alliance. As he said this, he also let out a sigh of relief. Of course, this is all old news. Next, I will extend an invitation to you on behalf of myself and the rocket group behind me. I believe everyone should be familiar with it. The welfare benefits of our rocket group are definitely one of the best in the Kanto region, and are no worse than those of the Silaf Group Devon Manufacturing Company, or the Ender Group. Moreover, everyone is a local in Kanto. The advantage of working in the rocket group is that you don't have to travel for business, and you have enough time to spend with your family. Interested breeders are welcome to stay and have further exchanges with me later. The invigilator smiled. Tetsuya just felt autistic. Wow, Boss Sakaki is awesome. Just as he was thinking, the invigilator turned his attention to Tetsuya, especially this little brother Tetsuya. You are from Tokiwa City. You should be quite familiar with Master Sakaki. That is our boss. With your talent, plus this relationship, you will definitely rise to the top. Of course, how can anyone in Tokiwa City not admire Master Sakaki? But it's a pity. I personally may follow Professor Oak or Professor Yamanashi to conduct research in the future. I really don't have the extra energy. Tetsuya naturally declined politely. He is living a good life now. There is no need to step into the mess of Team Rocket. That's really a promising young man. If there are any suitable projects in the future, you can also cooperate with our rocket group. The invigilator's face did not change. It seems that he has known about the relationship between Tetsuya and the two doctors for a long time, but his words were a little more enthusiastic. Some of the breeders next to him were shocked. Tetsuya said before that he relied on the relationship with Nibijim to skip the level assessment. How could he be related to the two famous doctors again? As expected of someone that Professor Oak values, they exclaimed, "Genius is indeed extraordinary." After the matter was over, most of the breeders said goodbye and left, including Tetsuya, of course. Only 3 or 4 stayed there, and it seemed that they were very curious about Rocket Group. It can only be said that Boss Sakaki really spared no effort in his desire for talents. Coupled with his natural liking for local enterprises, there are indeed many people who are willing and even eager to join Rocket Group. Breeders also need to eat. Going back to the city to open a store or make things is definitely not as comfortable as joining such a large group. Tetsuya couldn't say much, but it was just a one-time encounter. He couldn't persuade others that the Rocket Group was behind Team Rocket. No one would believe it. Speaking of which, He also wanted to complain that Boss Sakaki was really a ruthless person. He also funded the cleanup of Team Rocket and played his own tricks. No wonder he was able to hide his identity for so long. The Rocket Group has made a big move this year. I remember it was Silaf last year. Originally, it should have been made by Duan according to the order. TSK. A male breeder named Takumi said with a shake of his head. It's normal. After all, it's on the market this year. Many people are waiting to see its development. Sakaki Gym Leader is so bold. Another person was obviously a diehard fan of Sakaki Gym Leader, and his eyes were shining. Then why don't you join Rocket Group? His friend joked. I can't help it. I still have a store at home. I can't give it up, otherwise my father will break my legs. The man curled his lips and said helplessly. Everyone laughed. Okay, everyone, see you next time. Don't wait until I reach level 7 and you are still hanging around here. Soon, the breeders said goodbye and left. By the way, little Zaya, I will add you to our Kanto Breeder Alliance group later. Remember to accept it. An older sister greeted Zaya when she left, and he naturally nodded with a smile. At this time, the call sound of the watch also rang. Hello. Hello, did you pass the assessment? Zayaxu's voice came from the phone. Of course, it's hard for me. Zaya's tone was full of disdain. Oh, I installed it for you? Zayaxu's tone would definitely shock other people she knew. Zayaxu, who is usually so gentle, would be so aggressive. Does the little girl have two faces? By the way, the formula you asked me last time, can it be traded now? Soon, the two talked about business. Thank you for the 200 starting coins saved by the name. Thank you for the 100 starting coins saved by the name. Thank you for the 300 starting coins. The remaining amount is 18,000. Continue tomorrow. 2 plus 2, probably. Chapter 188 The Next City. Okay, you are now qualified as a breeder anyway. Zayaxu naturally didn't mind, but which ones do you want to exchange? The upgraded version of the set formula will do. They didn't ask for much. The so-called set is similar to the potions corresponding to the 6 abilities purchased in the department store before, except that it is the formula of 6 energy blocks. As for the upgraded version, it refers to the experience in various situations, such as the best rotation speed and rhythm of different energy tree fruits, which can effectively help him quickly master the production methods of these energy blocks. It is equivalent to the notes of a top student. After all, these 6 energy blocks are already basic blocks that cannot be modified unless you replace all its raw materials with higher level and extremely rare tree fruits. There is really no difference between ordinary and special ones. Zay is also unwilling to spend a lot of time to test and improve it bit by bit, at least not now. Well, okay, I will send you an electronic contract for the breeder transaction formula later. Just sign it. Zayaxu didn't care even more. Speaking of it, she still made a profit by exchanging these things for Zay's simplified version of the formula. Are you going to cultivate a fire type Pokémon as your initial Pokémon? Zay found a bench nearby to rest and sat down, leaning on the backrest and asked, aren't you afraid of what your teacher will say about you? Zayaxu's teacher is based in Rainbow City. He is a staunch supporter of pure grass type Pokémons and doesn't like other attributes, especially fire type Pokémons. It is said that this is because his former mortal enemy is a pure fire type supporter. Unfortunately, he can't beat the opponent because of attribute restraint. Although he is a stronger breeder, he is still very angry. Hey, it's okay. The teacher is still very open-minded. It's not as exaggerated as the rumors say. Zayaxu naturally knew the gossip spread outside. Of course, it was not completely groundless, otherwise she would not be at a loss about the blocks and cultivation of fire-type Pokémons. Whatever, ask me for help if you need it. They said casually. He was just being polite. Even if it was true that the grass-type breeding master didn't like the fire-type Pokémon as rumored, it would not be his turn to help his apprentice's initial Pokémon. Okay. Zayaxu simply replied, and it was hard to tell whether she took it seriously or not. By the way, how many badges have you collected? 6. There are no Tokiwa and Golden Gym among the 8 major gyms. I plan to challenge 2 official gyms at random and then start preparing for the tournament. Zaya replied. Huh. Aren't you going back to Tokiwa for training? Zayatsu was very confused. Yes. Zaya also answered her question with a puzzled tone. Then why don't you challenge Tokiwa Gym? Zayatsu was a little confused. You obviously went to the other 6, but Golden Gym lost to Gym Leader Nancy. Zaya fell silent for a while. It seems like such a question. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he challenged the gyms for the 8 major gyms, which is also the choice of many people. It is understandable that he gave up the second challenge to Golden Gym, but it is a bit strange that he didn't challenge the Tokiwa Gym in his hometown. Maybe it's because I habitually walk past the door of Tokiwa Gym, which is always closed. I subconsciously think that place is always closed. Of course, Zaya quickly found a suitable reason. It is indeed as he said. Although Sakaki of the Viridian Gym has been doing his best to protect Viridian, the door of the gym is often closed. It is said that this is because Sakaki has been exploring deep into the Viridian forest to train his Pokémon. It has attracted the admiration and imitation of a bunch of trainers who like adventure. Tetsuya just wants to show that he has a cheat, the power of Viridian, and he is the son of the forest and Viridian forest. As long as he doesn't commit suicide and smash the Pokémon eggs, no Pokémon will bother him. Even the most irritable Beedrill tribe is the same. Moreover, can you compare Sakaki's strength? Just on the surface, he is respected as Sakaki of the Earth, and has the strength of a powerful king level trainer. God knows how much the other party has hidden. Apart from other things, it is estimated that no one, except Tetsuya and Sakaki himself, will believe that the trump card is Beedrill. In the eyes of most people, Beedrill? Isn't it just a Pokémon that wins by numbers? Can you still expect Beedrill to pick the champion and fight the legendary beast? Ah, that's right. Zayatsu felt that what Tetsuya said made sense. Sakaki Gym Master was famous for closing gyms, comparable to Zaibo. So, on the way back, challenge 2 gyms at random. When it's time for special training, go to Tokiwa Gym, if you have time. Otherwise, you won't be able to get 8 badges by then, and have to prepare in a hurry. Tetsuya's perfect words were obviously very convincing. In a place where Tetsuya couldn't see, Zayatsu nodded rhythmically, and then realized that Tetsuya on the opposite side couldn't see her. Yeah, that makes sense. She agreed. Oh, it's so late. I have to leave first, otherwise there's no place to rest in this wilderness. Tetsuya complained and said goodbye to Zayatsu. Zayatsu naturally knew the remote place of the test center, and without hesitation, she hung up the phone after a few words. Please, Pidgeot. Tetsuya threw Pidgeot's luxury ball in an open space. After Pidgeot came out, he naturally spread his handsome wings and shouted, "Let's go, don't fly around." ZHE said worriedly, and sat on Pidgeot's back. Pidgeot replied again, meaning that you can trust me to do the job, and then took off into the sky. Zaya had experienced so many high altitude flights, and he was more or less accustomed to it. He quickly calmed down, and looked at the ground. Well, a piece of green is very helpful for the eyes, he sighed. However, there are really many Alliance training facilities here. He looked at the white buildings below and thought, as expected, it is incomplete to only show the inspection center in the animation. Speaking of which, was the inspection center also established later? I don't think anyone has mentioned it. With this doubt, Pidgeot carried Zaya farther and farther, and in a room of the white building he just passed by. Report. Captain Kazushi, a trainer passed by overhead without any strange movements. According to the flight trajectory, he should have just finished the breeder assessment. Judging from his body shape, clothing and Pokémon, it is most likely Tetsuya Tamaki from Viridian City. A young man wearing a black tights, black trousers and grey boots reported to his superior. Well, don't worry, the alarm is lifted, and there will be basically no one after this period of time. Really, it's like this every year, so annoying. The leader called Captain Kazushi was obviously very impatient, but he was still making arrangements. Number 2. Go and talk to Instructor VIP. The recent physical training, obstacle running, cross-country training and other content that requires the use of outdoor training halls for the group of students will be postponed. As for what to train, it depends on how he arranges it. Yes. A person who was sitting and watching the surveillance immediately ran out. Don't relax. Keep watching and take turns. After you are done, you can get your bonus at the end of this year. Kazushi encouraged his subordinates lazily. Everyone nodded in unison. Their biggest feature is that the chest area of their clothes, without exception, has a big red logo. This is the base for the Rockets to train reserve members. The Rockets training school. Of course, on the surface, this is an ordinary training base. The full name is the Rockets Group's Security Company Personnel Training Base. Whether it is the procedures or the qualifications, it is in line with the league regulations. Report. The so-called number 2, who had just come out of the monitoring room, trotted all the way to a classroom. A sturdy man with a blue-purple coxcomb was scolding a group of people in front of him. Hearing the shouting at the door, he looked over fiercely. This should be the venomous snake instructor they are talking about. Number 2 timidly came to the side of the sturdy man and whispered in his ear, "Okay, I get it. You are still so timid. Didn't that bastard EC teach you how to speak loudly?" The venomous snake instructor was obviously very dissatisfied with No 2's performance, but he didn't say much, waved his hand and let him go. "Next, I will divide you into 2 groups, red and blue, 2 teams each. The best teams in training and confrontation will receive more awards. Those who hear my name come out." Without waiting for the lazy new students in front to line up, the VIP instructor called out the names on the list and began to divide them into groups. First, Musashi, red team, partner, Ake. A red-haired woman from a biker gang came out, chewing gum, swinging a chain with a nonchalant look on her face. "Who is my partner?" she shouted arrogantly. A man with a hooked nose stood up and smiled at her sinisterly. "Humph, he doesn't look like a good guy," she thought, and the chain swung more happily intentionally or unintentionally. The VIP instructor looked at Musashi with a headache. What kind of background did this woman have? When she joined, she was specially taken care of by the people above. I hope she won't cause too many troubles. It's true, there are always people with connections everywhere. The VIP instructor was helpless and didn't care about her. He continued to call people. The second one, Masao, blue team, partner, Oraheim. The third one, Jubi, red team, partner, Kenji. "It's so boring. Why not bring that bastard Kajiro over to play later?" As the first person to leave the line, Musashi stood idly at the outermost edge, thinking boredly. Her teammates didn't seem to want to communicate either, huddled in the corner and laughed uncomfortably from time to time. At this time, Tetsuya had already arrived in a new city, Akane City. It was named after the nearby Akane Forest, a maple forest that is part of the evergreen forest that runs through the Kanto region. Every autumn, this place is often a tourist destination that gathers many people. Having a picnic with your own Pokémon and family under a sea of red is also the pursuit of many trainers. Reporting the battle situation. At present, it seems that the Dragonite and the Electric Beast are evenly matched, and the Ronchian Cat is only 1/3 of them, which is really miserable. Thanks to Ryaji Shiki for awarding the character Sirona with 3500 plus 233 asterisk 4 starting coins. Thanks to the 500 starting coins rewarded by you. Thanks to Chengnan King Russian for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Fallen Boy for the 100 starting coins for the protagonist Sirona. I will post one chapter after I finish writing it. I'm still writing. It is so painful for me to have a clumsy hand. Chapter 189, Red Forest. The Akane Gym is a formal gym with the main attribute of electricity. Although it is not as good as the Deadleaf Gym, it ranks quite high among the other gyms in Kanto that are also electric. As usual, I came to the Akane City Pokémon Center to stay. It is now 7:40 in the evening. Even if I want to challenge the gym, I have to wait until tomorrow. ZHEU was lying on the bed quite bored, stretching comfortably, and didn't know what to do for a while. Before the exam, his goal was still very clear, and every night he just studied. But after passing it, he became lazy. I should give myself a chance to relax. He thought so, and didn't realize that he had more rest time this year than the previous 3 years combined. Of course, even so, anyone who saw ZHEU's schedule must say that he was diligent and hardworking. The two little guys, Tajipi and Green Ivy Snake, were still playing tirelessly, especially Tajipi. Sometimes ZHE still envied the carefree state of the Pokémon. The two of them were running around frantically on the back of Pidgeot, who was lying on the ground. Speaking of Pidgeot, Tetsuya's eyes were erratic. This guy has been stuck at level 49 for almost a week, hasn't he? Hasn't he broken through to the Quasi-King level yet? Is this level so difficult? As if sensing Tetsuya's attention, Pidgeot lazily raised his wings. Tetsuya naturally understood what it meant, and was a little amused. However, regardless of whether it was mentally or physically, according to Tetsuya's understanding and Zero's test, Pidgeot had no problems, and it must be a matter of time before he could reach level 50. But if you keep going like this, you'll be surpassed by your little brother. Tetsuya and Pidgeot's eyes met. Pidgeot clearly saw what Tetsuya wanted to express from his eyes, and closed his eyes. I don't care, as long as I don't see it, I don't know. Besides, is it something I can decide about breakthroughs? It depends on my feelings. To be honest, Pidgeot was a little anxious. When I broke through energy before, I didn't feel it was so difficult. I just used a little effort. Why is it so slow now? Well, this man and bird are both inversals. According to the normal time for elites to break through the threshold of Quasi-King, a month is considered short. They have only been anxious for a week. Isn't this outrageous? Of course, the culprit for this is you, Flame Chicken. Flame Chicken, who closed his eyes and emitted blue light as usual to comprehend the wave guide, opened his eyes helplessly. No, I have a wave guide. Although my eyes are closed, I can fully sense your mood. Okay, can you not be so direct? Sure enough, Tetsuya and Pidgeot, one person and one bird, stared at Flame Chicken. It's strange to say, I don't know if it's because of the special nature of the wave guide or the potential of Flame Chicken itself. Anyway, since Flame Chicken comprehended the special ability of the wave guide, its progress has been faster. Of course, the cost of cultivation has also increased simultaneously, which is quite proportional. Especially in the cultivation of fighting energy. Otherwise he would not have been able to defeat Kageyama's two Pokémons with just fighting skills. Lotus fruit and chocolate fruit are really expensive. He almost wants to contract an orchard to plant them. If it weren't for a few innocent people. Kind people have given him a lot of financial support, and they can't be so relaxed during this period. It is estimated that he has been working hard on tasks every day and running around in the wild. This is a typical case of having money, wealth and confidence, and not panicking at all. However, it is also for this reason that the amount of wealth in his hands has successfully dropped from 9 digits to 8 digits. Otherwise, I'll go to do the task tomorrow. Anyway, the gym won't run away. They thought so, and not having enough wealth always made him feel uneasy. As a branch of the Evergreen Forest, the Arcane Forest still has quite a lot of high-value task items. You know, Flame Chicken and Giant Rock Monster are two big spenders. The remaining three were somewhat better, as their requirements were not that high. The cost of developing Green Vine Snake and to GP to the end was estimated to be slightly more than that of Pidgeot, if the two evolution stones were not taken into account. It was really hard for him to understand why the cost of cultivating Flame Chicken and Green Vine Snake was so different, just because of the difference in first line qualifications. It was just a little bit stronger. Speaking of which, he also wanted to raise a Banjira. ZHE also swallowed his saliva subconsciously, comparing the resources required by Panyanga and Banjira, and it was better to wait and see. Quasi-gods were not something you could afford to raise if you had a little money. And the most important thing was that they were about to participate in the Quartz Conference. The cultivation of quasi-gods was measured in years at least, and before that, their strength was not even as good as some very common elves. If you want to gain powerful strength, you must pay something in the early stage. ZHE looked ahead with lifeless eyes, and his whole body was empty. Veins gradually appeared on the forehead of the Flame Chicken. No, you can just be in a daze. But why are you drooling at me? He decisively ran behind the giant rock monster that had returned to its rock state and used its body to block his sight. The Flame Chicken was relieved and patted his strong chest muscles with his claws. It was a close call. Smack, smack. Pokebi, don't eat the ice cream secretly. Although Zay was still in a daze, he subconsciously began to educate him when he heard the sound of eating. The little hand that was holding the spoon to eat ice cream stopped immediately. Are you a devil? You can still hear me eating when you are in a daze? Then he looked at Zay as if it was a sudden reaction. The spoon was slowly brought closer to the ice cream. Very good. The first step of the battle plan was successful. Pokobi was extremely excited. The next step was the second step. Well, you have to grasp the key point. You can't smack your lips. It carefully stuffed the spoon into its small mouth. The icy and cool taste and the sweet taste were comfortable. Pokobi squinted his eyes happily. Chakodui, this is a crazy cheer in its heart. It looked at its stupid trainer with pride. Ha, you still want to stop me? Hey, no, where is the person? A trace of panic flashed into Jeep's eyes. It felt the murderer saw from above. I told you, you ate too much ice cream yesterday. You can't eat it today. Now, you don't have your share for tomorrow. Zay angrily lifted the little guy into the air. By the way, he also took away its rations and tools. Oh, my ice cream. Goodbye. I will come to see you the day after tomorrow. Tajipi looked at the ice cream that was moving away from him with regret. As for confiscation, it's not the first time. Tajipi said that the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Chako yi chako chaji chako duai Pokebi frantically struggled to break free from Tetsua's hand and drilled into his arms. It knew very well that Tetsua had no resistance to this move. Oh, I really am. Tetsua didn't even finish his words before he was led by Pokebi to fall on the bed. The green vine snake beside him narrowed its eyes, and 2 vine whips were instantly tied to the head of the bed. With a little force, it immediately flew up. Hey, 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 green vine snake, don't scratch me with your leaves. Pokebi, move your head away from my belly, or you'll drill a hole in it. In the room of the Pokémon Center, there were the laughter of the boy and the elves. Probably early in the morning, in the maple forest, Tetsuya leisurely found an open space and started to make a fire to cook breakfast. After a night of deep thinking last night, he took his companions out to do the task early this morning. The pile of Pokémon materials next to him was the best proof. Although this amount is only about 100,000 alliance coins, it is a good start. Well, if the little guys didn't eat more than this for breakfast. ZHE also drank the milk from the big milk can and sighed silently. It's really too painful to make money fast these days. We still have to develop the big head of the breeder's money. ZHE also found that he thought too simply at the beginning. Making money is not that you will definitely make a lot of money in the wild if you are strong. After all, those elves are not like the ones in the game. You can just walk in the bushes and one will jump out and it will refresh infinitely. It seems that an industry that belongs to oneself is still indispensable, he thought, and at the same time he was quite lamenting in his heart. For a person like him who is a bit of a homebody and has some social phobia, opening a store is really a headache. By the way, why don't you get those people to open it together, and I will be responsible for the technology. He thought so. But the distribution of benefits is probably also a headache. Ah, I'm just a child. They sighed to the sky. He wished he could become a calculating man. But unfortunately, living twice at the age of 16 and living once at the age of 30 are completely different experiences. If it weren't for his photographic memory, they even felt that he had forgotten all the memories of his previous life. Moreover, he didn't even graduate from college in his previous life, so how could he start a business? Those memories of the previous life can't be used in the elf world. Who knows if he will not be able to adapt to the local climate, and he is not studying finance. Zay casually pulled the frightened green vine snake over and began to inhale it. This natural green grass fragrance without pungent smell is really too comfortable. He can't help himself. Others pet cats, but he pets snakes. Who else? Boom. A loud noise came from the distance. Pidgeot. A dull voice came from Zay who was buried in the green vine snake. Pidgeot naturally understood what he meant. Without waiting for urging, he immediately put down his breakfast and flew to the direction of the sound source at the fastest speed. Beep, this distance is a piece of cake for Pidgeot. Zay just raised his head and it had completed the reconnaissance and returned. There are humans attacking Pokémon with things you don't recognize, right? Zay rubbed his temples. Damn poachers. No matter what the situation is, using technological means to attack Pokémon is not allowed by the league. All trainers have the obligation to stop and protect Pokémon on the premise of ensuring their own safety. Let's go. Thank you can for the reward of 100 starting coins. The third and fourth updates will be written when I wake up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Poacher Team. Tetsuya temporarily took back to GP and Gorgon. The former had not yet formed a combat force and was not suitable to stay outside under such circumstances. As for the latter, it was too heavy and would be discovered if they hurried from a distance. It was better to wait until they were close. He shuttled between the fiery redwoods with Blaziken and Green Ivy Snake. Pidgeot flew in the sky, staring at the enemy below with sharp eyes. It kept searching and soon found several Pokémon scattered in the woods responsible for vigilance. With a slight flap of its wings, Pidgeot's flight trajectory suddenly changed. Tetsuya squinted at the almost invisible black spots in the sky and immediately understood what Pidgeot meant. Then he frowned. It seemed to be a very skilled poacher team, not just a small fry. According to the information provided by Pidgeot, the opponent had a team of 6 Pokémon scattered around, and the distance between them was kept quite perfect, basically covering the entire nearby area. As he stopped, the flame chicken and the green ivy snake also hid behind the tree and climbed on the tree in tacit understanding. Gangoro sensed the type of the other party. They still chose to release the Gangoro. It was difficult to get close in this situation, so he had to investigate first. As for Pidgeot, it couldn't come down. Otherwise, if it lost the trace of the poachers, it would be very difficult to find them again. The Gangoro nodded silently, sensing the vibration of the ground in the distance. Gangoro. It consciously lowered its voice. 2 furballs, 3 Lupus, and a Houndoom who seemed to be the leader. There was thoughtful. It was indeed a very common warning Pokémon used exclusively by poaching teams. However, this also showed that the other party was not a large poaching group, but just an ordinary team with skilled methods. He was slightly relieved. He looked at the time. It had been 5 or 6 minutes since he notified Miss Junsha in Akane City after the loud noise. This is a relatively deep part of the Red Forest. There are bushes and trees that are either tall or short, and there are dense vines. Vehicles cannot drive in at all. It seems that it will take at least 7 or 8 minutes for Miss Junsha to get here. But can the elves inside hold out for 7 or 8 minutes? Zay is very worried about this. From his keen hearing and the feedback from Pidgeot, although the opponent is powerful, it can only hold on with difficulty under the limitations of technology, sea tactics and other conditions. It is difficult to guarantee that they will not be attacked and lose their combat ability or even die at a certain moment. A melodious long howl sounded, but unlike the elegance of the past, it was full of pain and unwillingness, with extremely strong penetration. They certainly heard this howl. It seems that it can't hold on. Miss Junsha and the others haven't arrived yet. We can only try to delay time first. Let the vine snake wave the vine whip towards the sky a few times and give orders to Pidgeot. At the same time, he signaled the flame chicken to start cleaning in the direction specified by the giant rock monster. Pidgeot stayed in the air and soon saw the movements of the green ivy snake. The next moment, it spread its wings and swooped down to the ground. Captain, the Pidgeot above is rushing down. The poachers were not idle. If they hadn't taken the Pidgeot seriously at first, it had been hovering in the sky for so long, so it naturally knew that it had been discovered. Damn it. The poacher called. The captain looked at the big fox with 9 soft tails in front of him with a gloomy face. He never expected that this 9-tailed fox would be so strong. The 9-tailed fox was panting frantically. The beige long hair that was usually well combed by him had lost its original elegance. It was messy, with scars and dust everywhere. In the cave behind it, 2 Pokémon eggs could be vaguely seen. The poacher captain kept his greedy eyes on it. It was not easy to encounter a Pokémon of the Qua-seeking level coming from the depths of the evergreen forest to this outer area to lay eggs. It was such a rare nine-tailed fox, of course, he couldn't miss it. When his subordinates sent him this information, he was very happy. If this order was completed, it would be enough to eat for a long time. He was not like those poachers in large groups. Every elf under his command was at the elite level. He was able to consume this nine-tail to this extent, thanks to the missiles that attacked at the beginning. In addition, because he had to protect his children, the nine-tail's performance was extremely limited. He could not deal with the mixed ordinary and elite elves around him, especially when the opponent also had many water and rock elves. A trace of brutality flashed in its eyes. The poacher captain naturally saw the nine-tail's gaze and snorted coldly and ordered, "Everyone pay attention. The technology team will increase the energy output and at the same time lay an artificial power grid. The water elves will attack in a step-by-step manner and don't give it time to recover. Electric elves, separate 3 elite level 1s and use 100,000 volts upwards. Don't let Pidgeot get close to it and buy time to lay the power grid." He didn't care about saving or not. He would make less money if he made less money. It was just a Quasi King who was lingering on. What kind of waves could he make? But he had to finish it before Junsha intervened. He didn't want to go in and drink tea for the rest of his life. The Alliance's punishment for poachers was particularly severe. If this nine-tail was the king, he would turn around and run without saying a word and would not dare to make any plans. He thought to himself, "I can only blame you for not being strong enough. Just become my wealth obediently." The poacher captain showed a winner's smile at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't care about the Pidgeot in the sky. It was just a common bird elf. With the constraints of electric elves and power grids, could it want to do something? The poacher team started to act tacitly. The weapons in the hands of some people suddenly became brighter, and more intensive and powerful output went towards the nine-tail. At the same time, water guns, water cannons, bubble rays and other water skills were also overwhelming, and vented wildly from different parts of their elves. 3 3-in-1 magnetrons floated in the air, their bodies surging with shining yellow light. After a little accumulation of power, 3 electric currents attacked the diving Pidgeot. During the flight, there were even signs of fusion. The poacher captain looked at this scene with great satisfaction, especially the 3-in-1 magnetron, which was one of the few good players under his command. The eyes of the nine-tailed fox exuded a light representing superpowers. Although it did not have superpower attributes, its natural talent gave it a unique advantage in mastering superpowers such as supernatural powers. Even the longer it lives, the stronger its superpowers will be. You should know that the lifespan of the nine-tailed fox is said to be up to 1,000 years. One of the nine-tails flashed slightly, but no one noticed. Pidgeot made a graceful tactical evasion in the air, and the tail wing carried a trace of white light that had not yet dissipated, dodging 3 100,000 volt attacks. Is this still an electric system? It was not as fierce as the flames of Flame Chicken. Pidgeot ruthlessly sneered at the 3 3-in-1 magnetrons below, saying that they were so weak. The smile on the corner of the poacher captain's mouth did not last for a few seconds before it disappeared immediately. Took over the command of the 3-in-1 Magneto. Use triple attack to block the direction it dodges. It's just a mere Pidgeot. Without the command of the trainer, how dare it provoke like this? The poacher captain was very unhappy. These 3 3-in-1 Magneto were cultivated by him personally. The poachers around didn't dare to say much. Although it was ridiculous that their captain was angry because of the ridicule of a Pokémon who asked him to pay, let him do it. Pidgeot's body stayed in the air, his wings frantically flapped, and gradually formed a storm. The next moment, the storm collided with the 3 triple attacks of the 3-in-1 Magneto, making a sharp and piercing roar. Giant Rock Monster, Rock Blockade, Flame Chicken, Charge Flame Attack, Green Ivy Snake, Magic Leaf Burst. In the tinnitus, it seemed that such a voice came. Boom. I saw that above the heads of the poacher team besieging the Pokémons of the Ninetales. Pieces of rocks appeared out of thin air and fell one after another, hitting them hard. 2 or 3 elves were crushed by the rocks that suddenly appeared. The formation was suddenly a little messy, and the skills to attack the nine-tailed fox were suddenly interrupted. The nine-tailed fox keenly caught this and said, "Oh woo." With a crazy howl, it managed to take on several attacks from water skills. The first tail glowed again, and the blue-purple light in its eyes became brighter. In an instant, 7 or 8 elves wailed in pain and flew backwards. This was a mental shock, which was a skill that was difficult to control even for some psychic elves. Boom boom boom. The flames burned violently. In the flames that soared into the sky, only a tall elf that looked like a human was seen swinging its legs wildly, heading towards the already extremely chaotic poacher elf team. Relying on its powerful energy and fast speed, after knocking 4 or 5 elves away in a row, it crashed into a rumbling stone and stopped. The flames dissipated, and a flame chicken appeared in front of the poacher's team. Its claws emitted white light, and it looked like a knife. It chopped down the body of the rumblestone fiercely. Bang! The slow movement speed of the rumblestone made it unable to react at all. In other words, it was not that it was too slow, but that the flame chicken was too fast. With the sound of the collision between flesh and rock, it was the side that looked less hard that one. The rumblestone was directly knocked to the ground. Although it did not lose its fighting ability, it was difficult to get up for a while. BIU the blue-purple leaves flew in this tragic battle area. It was just bad. 5 or 6 leaves flew towards the rumblestone lying on the ground. Pa 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 pa. The leaves shattered one after another, but the grass energy on them also caused huge damage to the rock plus ground attribute rumblestone. Rumblestone, which had just evolved before the departure of this mission, lost its fighting ability completely, half unwillingly and half ashamed. The poachers watched the situation completely reversed in just 4 or 5 seconds, and their minds were confused by the accompanying roar. Today's third update. Take your time. I'll try. Typing is too painful. Thank you Tubachia's House for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Shakespeare Washi for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Jinran Langayu for the 100 starting coins for the character Sharona. Thank you Shushan Sanzimeo for the 233 starting coins for the character Sharona. Thank you Zishianaya for the 266 starting coins. Thank you The Sow in Your Backyard for the 500 starting coins. Thank you Yikahua San King Taking Juhua Chi Shiangsan for the 100 starting coins. Chapter 191, Gull Poaching Group, Part 1. Just now, they were about to successfully defeat the nine-tailed fox and make a lot of money, right? The poachers only felt that the money in their hands seemed to fly away, and then their eyes turned red. Gulbert, Airblade, Beedrill, Missile Needle, Cat Boss, Power Stone, Parasite, Absorb. They commanded their few remaining Pokémons and launched a fearless attack on the 3 Pokémons and the nine-tailed fox that suddenly appeared. It was indeed fearless. The gap in strength was so obvious, and they didn't give up. It was really rare. There was no need for Tetsuya hiding behind the trees to command. The 3 Pokémons cooperated with the nine-tailed fox to solve these minions, including humans and Pokémons. Who is it? Get out of here. The leader of the poaching group was going crazy. Although he knew that someone would come to stop him, why would there be such a powerful trainer in this place? The Arcane Forest is certainly popular as a tourist destination, but in terms of resources, it is just an ordinary branch forest. Even if there were trainers with good abilities, they would either leave after challenging the Arcane Gym, or come out for fun. It was impossible for them to go so deep. He just wanted to vomit blood. A trainer with 2 of the 3 starter Pokémons, Blaziken and Viper, and a Pidgey at least level 40 or even close to the Quaseeking level, a future in the Alliance. Why would he come here if he didn't work hard to train? And the Pokémon made of rocks, although he didn't recognize it, it must be rare, because he didn't recognize it. Of course, Aishigan is not particularly rare, but because it lives deep underground and was just discovered nearly 90 years ago, and it is far away in Unova, many people don't know it. Or if it was replaced with Mantle Rock, the leader of the poaching group who was only thinking about making a fortune might be able to recognize it. As for the giant rock monster that was going to evolve by communication, he was not qualified to know. The woods were quiet, and only the leader of the poaching group was shouting like crazy. Blaziken and giant rock monster looked at him calmly, and there was no movement. Green Vine Snake followed Tetsuya's instructions and tied up the poaching group members. Then, he moved step by step to the panting Ninetails, causing the Ninetails, who was still in a state of stress, to stand up. He quickly raised his vine whip to indicate that he had no ill intentions, and then carefully used the green grass field. A green light flashed, gently caressing Ninetales' body and wounds, and it cried softly. The brutality in his eyes quickly disappeared, and he stretched out his tongue to lick the vine snake. The vine snake almost couldn't catch his breath. The green grass field was flashing. Don't drool. Vine snake, who had lived in the breeding base and was raised by Tetsuya since childhood, had indeed never experienced such a wild greeting. The poaching team leader shouted, but in the depths of his fury, he solemnly scanned the entire surroundings, looking for the traces of the unknown trainer. You're hiding too well. He cursed in his heart, and at the same time, his hand holding the gun, which was tightly clenched in his long sleeves, loosened. Beep snap. Above, Pidgey had finally defeated the combination of 3 3-in-1 magnetrons and 2 toucans, panting heavily from exhaustion. Electricity was too restraining for it, and it was so tired to hide. With a flap of its wings, it slapped the 2 toucans further away before they landed. Although it had never seen what they looked like since birth, the mortal enemy relationship with toucans, passed down in its genes, could not be eliminated. Pidgey had hated them just by looking at them, and without the harassment of these two guys, it would not take so much effort to defeat the group of 3-in-1 magnetrons. Beep. It flew above Ninetales' cave and began to rub the green grass of the green ivy snake to recover. Ninetales almost subconsciously gave it a tail, but fortunately it quickly realized that it was helping itself and showed its teeth to Pidgeot in a friendly manner. Pidgeot trembled, and for some reason, it felt that the other party looked at it as if it was looking at a snack. The poaching team had a gloomy face, and it couldn't delay any longer. Junsha was expected to arrive soon, so they had to run away quickly. His left hand sneaked to the outside of his thigh, where there was a miniature pocket, which he used to store his escape Pokémon. Very good. He kept the expression on his face, and pinched the shrunken Pokéball with 2 fingers. Damn Silph, since the Pokémon was designed to be able to come in and out freely, just let it come out when it is shrunken. The poaching team leader shouted silently in his heart. His left hand was shrinking and rubbing upwards, and it was about to come out. After I escape, I must find this person and give him a lesson. He thought so viciously. So what if he knew that this person must have a backer in the wild? Can he still be on guard against gun attacks at all times? As for revenge, he, a poacher, is afraid of this thing. Flame Chicken clearly sensed the other party's ups and downs of psychological changes through the Wava guide, and combined with the other party's small movements, it was smart enough to quickly react to the other party's purpose. With a flash, while the poaching team leader was focusing most of his attention on taking out the Pokéball, Flame Chicken came in front of him. Without hesitation, he grabbed his left hand with one claw and lifted him into the air. Dang, dang, dang. A shrunken Pokéball fell to the ground, shaking meaninglessly. The poaching team leader was really anxious this time, and immediately stretched out his right hand to prepare to shoot. Pang! Flame Chicken sensed his malice first, and raised his right hand with another claw, and the pistol also fell to the ground. Flame Chicken was very puzzled. Although its Wava guide was not strong enough to perfectly sense the different waves emitted by Pokémon, it was still no problem to sense the mood. Why did everyone ignore it? He tilted his head and thought for a while, and felt that this action was a bit strange. He simply grabbed both hands with one claw and hung the opponent in the air, like grabbing a rabbit's ears. ZHE also walked out from behind a thick tree trunk leisurely in such a safe situation. You dare to capture the Quasi-King Ninetales with this? He complained, took out the Pokéballs from the poachers, and began to collect the fallen Pokémon one by one. Raise your hands. This is Junsha, and you are being arrested for violating the Pokémon catching ban. At the same time, Junsha rushed to the scene, and after shouting out her lines subconsciously, she immediately reacted when she saw the scene in front of her. Windy Dog sat obediently beside her, breathing heavily. Her partner had made a fool of himself again, and she would not bring her to the enemy so openly. It must be because she felt that the matter was resolved. Had a 4-legged Pokémon next to her, which looked like an adult lion, and was blue and black, also cried out helplessly. There was a yellow 4-pointed star at the end of its tail. So you didn't pay attention when I was talking to Brother Windy Dog just now, right? Oh, sorry, I'm just in a hurry. Miss Junsha stuck out her tongue at her two partners, and then saluted Tetsuya. Sorry, Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, I'm late. Thank you for your help. At that time, Tetsuya used the Pokémon Encyclopedia's poacher alert function, so Junsha naturally knew his information and appearance. Are you the only one? Zay glanced at her empty back. No, the other team members are on their way, and will be here soon. Junsha laughed heartily. She was not reckless. After all, from Zay's point of view, even if she didn't solve it in advance, it would be easy to defeat these poachers with the Qua-seeking level Arcanine and her own Pokémon. As she was talking, Junsha's team members arrived soon, and they were all equipped with Arcanine plus Ronchian Cat. There is still 13,000 left. Tomorrow, work hard and try to update 10,000. The time is uncertain. I will send it to thank Longyu for the 400 Kidian coins reward after I finish writing. Chapter 192, Gull Poaching Group. Zaya took the initiative to hand over all the Pokeballs he had collected to them. It was no longer his responsibility. Miss Junsha was also very experienced in delegating the work of her team members to deal with the aftermath. It seemed that this was not the first time she had done it. Well, although I'm very happy that Zaya was able to solve the problem in advance, this kind of thing is still too dangerous and not suitable for a trainer like you who has just debuted. Next time, the first priority is to follow the requirements of the Alliance and ensure your own safety. If they escape, you only need to provide the direction of departure. Miss Junsha educated Zaya with her hands on her hips. She easily came to a conclusion from the date of the distribution of the Pokémon and Zaya's age. However, as the backbone of the Alliance, she was still very happy to see that the Alliance would have such a sense of responsibility in the future. Okay, isn't it true that the nine-tailed fox can't hold on any longer? Zaya naturally agreed and looked at the nine-tailed fox, which had initially recovered its strength at the entrance of the cave. The cute little green vine snake could no longer hold on and lay on Pidgeot's back. It was only a little over level 20, and it had done its best to restore Ninetale like this. It was much more tired than when it just participated in the battle. At this time, Miss Junsha, dressed as a ranger, was already walking towards Ninetale with recovery items and healing potions. There was also a red precision instrument on her wrist, which was the advanced hunting cursor. Ninetale grinned at the ranger Junsha, and a furious look appeared in his eyes again. Okay, good boy, I have no ill intentions. This is something to treat you. Ranger Junsha muttered to herself. She raised her hand, her finger slid regularly, and a gyroscope-like thing was launched from the instrument of the advanced hunting cursor. This was a hunting disc. The hunting disc rotated around Ninetale's body, drawing one blue-light circle after another. Gradually, Ninetale's expression became gentle. However, Junsha did not stop communicating. She continued to draw arcs and chanted something. When Ninetale completely let down its guard, she took back the hunting disc. Okay, it may be a little painful, bear with it. Ranger Junsha said gently, and then sprinkled the healing potion on Ninetale's wound. Ninetale groaned, not knowing whether it was painful or comfortable. The hunting device invented by Professor Shinhara is really magical. Zaya exclaimed. Yes, thanks to this, with the presence of rangers, we can appease these wild elves. Miss Junsha said with a smile. Under the control of the hunting cursor, the hunting disc will circle around the wild Pokémon, leaving a light trail and conveying the mood of the ranger to the wild Pokémon. When the two sides understand each other, the hunting is completed, and the wild Pokémon will be willing to provide assistance to the ranger, forming a temporary partnership. Basically, every time Junsha goes out on a mission in the wild, she will be equipped with a special ranger just in case. That is the unique family advantage of Junsha and Joai. It sounds like the so-called telepathy seems easy, but it is actually very difficult. For trainers, it is the bond between the two that Nobuhiko once talked about with Tetsuya. If you say it is your own Pokémon, that is more realistic. This is a wild Pokémon. People who are not gifted and pure-minded cannot do this at all. Therefore, the number of rangers is very small. Oh, by the way, Miss Junsha, why is your team all Windy Dog and Ronchian Cat? This is rare in Junsha teams outside of Sinnoh. Tetsuya asked intentionally or unintentionally. Ronchian Cat's pupils will flash with golden light, which means that its perspective ability is activated, which can help Miss Junsha find dangerous objects very well. Therefore, in Sinnoh where there are a lot of them, every Miss Junsa will use it as one of her partners. But in Kanto, this is a bit rare. Because Arcane Red City is an electric gym, it naturally has to have characteristics. Miss Junsa smiled. But this reason is a bit far-fetched. There are many electric gyms in other cities, and even the leader of the Vermilion Gym, Vermilion City, Junsha, does not have this ratio. In fact, it is mainly because the Junsha family is conducting a pilot to see which Pokémon configuration is the best and whether it can show different effects in different regions. She said casually, and this statement is very convincing. Report. Based on the analysis and comparison of their identities, it can be determined that they are a peripheral branch team of the Pokémon Gull poaching group. The last activity location should be near in Green City, and this time they came to us. Another Junsha came to report the situation. What a peripheral branch team, a peripheral branch, no wonder it is so bad. ZHE also complained in his heart. Humph, it's another subordinate developed by these bastards. Junsha clenched his fists angrily. The Pokémon Gull poaching group is a notorious poaching organization in Kanto and Johto, and it is also one of the largest poaching organizations. They have a huge number of people. The general poaching teams like this are all their subordinates. It is equivalent to that. If you want to poach in Kanto and Johto on a large scale, you have to greet them and pay tribute. Otherwise, it is okay to fight a small fight, but if you play big, you will be in trouble. To a certain extent, it also helps the Alliance control the possibility of further rampant poachers. Their most famous battle is the 4-year poaching of Banjira in Silver Mountain. This has almost become a topic of discussion among the spectators. The Pokémon Gull poaching group has been defeated repeatedly and has not successfully poached any Banjira or Yukira from Silver Mountain. However, the strength and technology shown during this period are really not to be underestimated. Speaking of once every 4 years, isn't it when I go to the Johto area next year? Zaya suddenly thought. I confess, I say everything. I ask for leniency. The captain of this poaching team shouted frantically after being tied up by Junsha. But it was obvious that no one was willing to listen to him at this time. A Junsha casually took out a bundle of static glue from her backpack and blocked his mouth. What else can I say? The attitude and measures taken by the Alliance against poachers are always unforgivable. For example, it takes at least 20 to 30 years to capture the extremely rare elf Ninetales with large weapons. The leader is likely to have free meals for life. It is said that the food inside is still good. I wish you a happy time in Kyanhang City and Kyanhang Forest. The Junshas quickly escorted the poachers away. Before leaving, several Junshas exchanged contact information with Zay, saying that they wanted to exchange experiences in cultivating fire elves. Awu the Ninetales looked at their distant figures and howled to say goodbye. Okay, little guy, we have to leave too. Zay called out to the green vine snake that was wrapping its Ninetale's tail around itself, saying that you are obviously a grass type elf. Why do you always like to use the hair of fire type elves to warm yourself? Tap the green vine snake reluctantly let go of Ninetale's tail, saying comfortably that the flame chicken's feathers were not long enough. Okay, be careful and move to a more secluded place. Zay told Ninetale, even if you don't consider yourself, consider your future children. Ninetale nodded gracefully. Zay didn't say anything more. Ninetale's IQ was still very high. Pidgeot, Blaziken, Pangolin, let's go. He led his elves and gradually disappeared from Ninetale's sight. Awu Ninetale called even more quietly, looking at his 2 unborn children, his eyes full of love. Carefully fixing the egg with his tail and carrying it, Ninetale ran out of the cave and ran towards a more remote place. Back to Zay, he was looking for the specialties of the Red Crimson Forest by checking a list. Small bamboo fungus, small red mushroom, small apple. Why are they all small ones? He asked a question from the bottom of his heart. These wild specialties all taste surprisingly good. It is a good choice to change the taste of the elves occasionally. At least they don't have to buy them by themselves. Ring hello, this is Tetsuya. Who is this? He asked while digging small bamboo fungus. I'm Yizo. The person who suddenly called him was Onoha Yizo. HMM. What do you want to ask me suddenly? Tetsuya asked, and his work did not slow down at all, but it was a little strange. I want to ask you for help with something. Yizo, who was usually very direct in confronting people, was a little embarrassed at this time. If you have something, just say it. If you have something, just put it down. Let me ask you first, where are you? Faced with Tetsuya's urging and casual words, Yizo's temper today seemed particularly good. Arcane City, challenge the gym. Tetsuya answered him simply. Arcane Forest, that's okay, not too far. Yizo muttered. What? They just dug out a small bamboo fungus, and for a moment, he didn't hear what Yizang said clearly. I mean, I have an event here, and I want to invite you to form a team with me. What do you think? Yizang hesitated for a moment, but still told the purpose of his call, and then added, it's not that I can't find anyone, but I just feel that you are more suitable. Zay rolled his eyes silently. What event, time, and place? He asked. It can't be a 3-no product. It's just a doubles match at the snow viewing mountain in Bowtown. The time is the day after tomorrow morning. Yizang's tone was quite guilty. Zay was full of question marks. No, you want me to rush from the southeast corner to the northwest corner in 2 days? Crossing the Tokiwa forest? He was shocked. What kind of bad friend is this? Isn't there a direct bus to Tokiwa? It's very fast. Yizang said carefully. Zay rolled his eyes again. That's what he said, but it would take him at least half a day to rush there. Is it very important? He asked. Well, Yizang hesitated for a moment. It's relatively important, right? Okay, then I'll challenge a gym this afternoon and leave tomorrow. Zay threw the small bamboo fungus he dug into his backpack and readily agreed. It was not easy for Yizang to ask him for help, but why did he have to scold him for that? This tone is not considered a request. He doesn't care. Well, I worked on some of the settings until 3 in the morning, and will try my best to update. The rest will be done after I wake up. As of the time I started writing this, the electric dragon was leading by more than 10 likes. Ronchin Cat is so miserable, it's less than 3 digits, but he still has to prepare diligently, just in case, right? Thanks to Sufeng's Feather for the reward of 200 starting coins. Thanks to Kingsley for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 193 Relics. November 11, 139th year of the League calendar. This was the day after Tetsuya received the invitation from Yizo. He was sitting on the special bus from Viridian City to Midtown. Yesterday afternoon, he challenged the Arcane Gym and won the Arcane badge, which was a yellow maple leaf shaped badge, and it was quite nice. As for the process, it can only be said to be mediocre. The combination of the giant rock monster and the green vine snake, using the advantages of attributes and the suppression of talents, made it easy to pass the gym battles of ordinary formal gyms. He sat in a seat by the window, admiring the white scene outside, which was extremely rare in the Kanto region. This was a snow scene. Most places in the Kanto region were like spring all year round. Even at this time, the Arcane Forest near the southern area had just had a hint of autumn breeze. However, the further north you go, especially when you reach the northernmost part of the border with part of the Shianguan mountain in Sinop, the colder the weather will be. There are many snow-capped mountains in the northwest of Viridian Forest. Midtown was built under one of the snow-capped mountains called the Snow Viewing Mountain. ZHE was also very curious about what kind of competition would be held there. This place is not famous. Although snow viewing is a good choice, people in Kanto do not like cold weather by nature. It would be fatal for them to run to the snowy mountains. And if they really want to see snow, wouldn't it be better to go directly to Sinop? Just look at this special bus. There are only a few passengers on it except the driver, and the MT rate is very high. ZHE also doubted whether the other party's trip was enough to cover the cost. We have arrived at Midtown. Please get off the bus. Congratulations on having a pleasant journey here. The electronic announcement sounded, and ZHE also got off the bus from the back door. The first feeling was that it was very cold, especially the exposed face and hands. The cold wind blew on them like ice knives. But fortunately, he was wearing an expedition suit with a built-in constant temperature function, so other parts of his body did not feel cold at all. The weather in this world is really extreme. ZHE couldn't help but complain secretly. This was also the first time he experienced what cold was in more than 10 years. Flame chicken. He threw the luxury ball, but at the same time, don't forget that there are creatures like elves in this world. After the flame chicken came out, it consciously mobilized the fire energy in its body, raising the temperature of it and the environment around Zay. The most important thing is that it blocked the biting cold wind. Zay rubbed his face, and it seemed that he was going to freeze in just a moment. Of course, this was just his illusion. With a strong physique like him, he would only become weak if he ran naked here and didn't eat or drink for a long time. Hello. I'm here. Where are you? Zay called Yizang and said unhappily. At the bus stop, right? Wait a minute. I'll have someone pick you up. Yizang replied. It's not that ZHE didn't notify Yizang in advance, but that this bus has no fixed time point, and the speed depends entirely on the driver's own wishes. Shortly after hanging up the phone, an extended and enlarged luxury off-road vehicle slowly drove in front of Zay and stopped on the side of the road at the station. Hello, is this Master Tetsuya? Master Yizo asked me to pick you up. A middle-aged man dressed as a butler greeted Tetsuya with a polite smile, and at the same time, stepped down from the driver's seat and opened the door on his side for Tetsuya. Well, Oklahoma, thank you. Tetsuya responded and got in the car with Flame Chicken. The sub drove smoothly and soon arrived in front of a hotel that was very retro in appearance except for its size. Kikuno Hotel. Its sign was hung in the most conspicuous place. Kikuno? Tetsuya's expression changed. The Ground King of Synopsis, that is the only one of the 4 kings with ground attributes. She and the Kanto region's Kikuko King are very similar in appearance and name, so there are many rumors that the two are actually sisters. The first person to spread this concept was the ghost type 4 kings of Unova, Wanlang. This is a famous female best-selling novelist in Unova. Speaking of this association, the real source is still from Wanlang and her 2 little sisters chatting about gossip during a summer vacation at the beach, under the pretext of discussing the details of the novel. As for why ZHE knew this, it was because of Wanlang's 2 little sisters. One was Katala, one of the 4 kings of Unova's psychic system, and the other was Sharona. He accidentally talked about this when he was chatting with Sharona last time. It can only be said that, although Sharona is only interested in studying history and elves at first glance, and at most adding ice cream, she is very talkative when it comes to gossip and private. Lord Kikuko and Lord Kikuno are not related by blood, but it is precisely because of this that the 2 adults are so similar, so they have a good relationship. It may be due to fate. The middle-aged butler took ZHE to the hotel. This store is indeed opened by Lord Kikuno. I occasionally come here to stay because I'm not used to the climate in Kanto. He knew very well what ZHE was thinking. It's a bit rude. ZHE apologized, probably because his expression just now was too unnatural. Do you know why Yizang asked me to come here? He immediately changed the subject. Many young masters and young ladies are curious about the relationship between the 2 adults when they come here. You are not the first one. The housekeeper said with a smile. As for the matter that Master Yizang is looking for you, let him explain it himself. He stopped at the door of a room and knocked on the door. Master Yizang, Master ZHE has arrived. Here he comes. With Yizang's response and footsteps, the door was opened. Come on, follow me. He didn't say hello and directly pulled ZHE into the room. Uncle Huji, you have worked hard. Help me close the door of the room. Butler Huji bowed slightly and closed the door of the room. No, tell me what's going on. Hey, I rushed here just for a doubles match. You have to thank me. ZHE broke away from Yizang's hand, put his hands in his pockets, and followed behind lazily. The 2 quickly walked into the living room of the room. A large floor-to-ceiling window made the place look extremely bright. 2 cups of hot tea were emitting curling smoke on the table. Sit down and drink tea. About a dozen years ago, a member of our family discovered a special relic here. Yizo's first words aroused Tetsuya's interest. HMM. He responded through his nose, signaling him to continue. Yizang didn't care about his attitude. There are a group of ghost-type elves living in it, led by a Jenga, and a group of Zubats. Of course, except for Jenga, the strength of the others is not strong. So it was very smooth to complete the exploration of this ruins. So far, the entire ruins are actually very normal, nothing special, and even the resources are very poor. However, there is a stone tablet inside that aroused the curiosity of the explorers. There is no word on the stone tablet, but there are O and X marks on the base below. When an explorer put his hand on it, he touched the mechanism, and a bunch of ancient characters suddenly appeared on the stone tablet, which roughly means there are 5 thorns on the back of the spiny ammonite. Combined with the 2 marks below, the explorer understood that he should answer questions, which is not difficult. After choosing the right one, a bellflower emerged from the stone tablet. After research, it was found that it should be roughly using a known space transfer technology. As long as you answer the questions correctly, you can get rewards. And there are only 6 opportunities to answer questions every year. After more than 6 times, the stone tablet will not respond. So my grandmother simply made a rule to hold a doubles battle within the family every year, and the top 6 people can go in to answer questions and get rewards. That's basically it. He looked at Zay. Zay rubbed his temples and complained, "To be honest, your story is really not very good." Anyway, to put it simply, it is a reward-based answering mechanism, which is quite interesting. Wind bells are a great supplement for some ghost-type elves, and they are quite rare and precious. As for the unknown space transfer technology, it is not surprising at all. The elf world is a very strange world, which is also reflected in science and technology. In addition to the black technology related to elves, most of the development of science and technology is based on the data obtained from ancient historical relics or the splitting and research of physical products. In other words, in some technologies, modern times are still far behind ancient times. Take the ruins that Zay had explored between Vermilion City and Azta Town before. For example, the energy protection device at the door was unheard of by him. If modern Pokémon society had this thing, trainers wouldn't have to worry about being hurt by the aftermath of Pokémon battles when they were directing on the sidelines. Even with the addition of the battle platform, there are still many unlucky trainers who are hit by Pokémon attacks every year. After all, when you direct your Pokémon to use a dodge skill and it succeeds, if the position is correct, the attack is directed at the trainer, who was originally standing behind the Pokémon. Okay, then I have no objection, but why do you have to find me? Can't you find your classmates? ZHE also asked Jizang curiously. Don't mention it. The school assigned us different tasks. They are all busy to death. I finally stayed up all night for 3 days to complete the task ahead of schedule. When this was mentioned, Yizang's expression immediately became painful. I guess this task must be very difficult to do. As for friends other than classmates, Yizang's identity and personality really don't have many. There are many people who want to be friends with him, but whether Yizang agrees or not is another matter. Putting aside his potential and strength, those who came for him because he was the grandson of Emperor Kikuko were all directly rebuked by him. By the way, what is the name of that relic? Zaire asked curiously. Yizang dipped some tea and wrote these words on the table. Truth. Zaire read it out awkwardly. To be precise, it's the truth. It's the Chinese Valentine's Day soon, equals, asterisk, alas. Thanks to bookfriend 20210704080024791 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to reader 1341241932259172353 for the reward of 100 starting coins. There should be another update in the evening, and then tomorrow, I will work hard. It will take me a while to adjust my work and rest after a burst of updates. The update during this period is probably not very stable, but I will try my best. Chapter 194 Doubles. Yizang corrected Tetsuo's not quite standard understanding, although the difference was not big. By the way, you actually know ancient characters? His tone was full of surprise. What gave you the illusion that I don't understand? Tetsuo was so angry that he laughed out loud. He really wanted to slap the guy in front of him to death. Tetsuo decided to take back his previous thoughts. He suddenly felt that it was only because of the name of the king of Kikuko that others could tolerate this guy's personality. No wonder he has no friends. Well, forget it. It's just right, so I don't have to study hard for you. I'm afraid you won't be able to learn it in 2 or 3 days. Yi Zhang seemed to think that the bucket of oil he poured was not enough to fuel the fire and added another sentence. Very good, next time I agree to any invitation from this guy, I will be a dog. Tetsuya thought so. He gritted his teeth and swore that if he met this guy at the quartz conference, he would teach him a lesson. Beat him to death. Oh, by the way, if the reward you get is exactly the material I want, how about I buy it at a 30% premium? Yi Zhang suddenly remembered something and added, woof woof. ZHE also decisively barked in his heart like the wind speed dog he saw yesterday, for no reason. He just liked the wind speed dog. Such kind-hearted people, sucker, are rare, my dear. ZHE also sighed. As expected of you, you have courage. And the information that Yi Zhang read from Zaya's eyes was this. How many groups are there? While drinking tea and enjoying the snow scenery, the two began to chat about the details of the competition. There are about 10 groups of people. It was like this last year, but this year there will be an extra little brother who has just reached adulthood. There is no need to take it to heart. It's not that strong. Yi Zhang replied. It's really not much. You have to know that the owner of Nibi Dojo, including Zio Gangjiro, has 10 children. This does not count the descendants of Wu Neng's other 3 brothers and 2 sisters. So there are 11 groups competing for 3 places. I thought there were more than 20 groups. ZHE was speechless. You big families really know how to play. Well, since Grandma said so, there is nothing we can do. Yi Zhang smiled helplessly. The Pokémon we use can only be those captured within the past 3 years. There is no problem with our 2 Pokémon. The only restriction is those who are older. Of course, the maximum age is 25. Oh, so that's okay. Tetsuya's words showed that he didn't take those older people to heart. You know, for ordinary people, the older they are, the more experience they have in cultivating Pokémon. The Pokémon that have only been cultivated for 3 years will naturally be stronger. But this does not apply to Tetsuya and Yi Zhang. For doubles, we still have to practice, right? We have never cooperated before, and I have only defeated your Zubat. Tetsuya mentioned the matter of practice, as if he was inadvertently. Yi Zhang's hand trembled as he drank tea. That's right, but Zubat can't really play. I've only cultivated it for 5 or 6 months at most, so it's not strong enough, just elite. TSK, my Panzer Faust is the same. It's only been cultivated for about 4 months, and it just broke through to the elite. I guess it won't be able to compete for the top 3. Zaya showed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, the cooperation between the ground and the air is still good. Sure enough, it's better to use each other's ace Pokémon, but it's a pity that my Coma Sword Soldier has just broken through to the Quasi King, and it may still be 1 or 2 levels away from evolving. Yi Zhang decisively changed the subject. You can't beat me in ace, right? That's true. My Pidgeot is still stuck at level 49. I don't know when it will break through. Zaya said slowly. This doesn't mean that he admits defeat. Can't you see that Yi Zhang's face is not good at all? Zaya is 17 and Yi Zhang is 19. If it is accurate to the month, the age difference between the two is only about 1.5 years. Even so, the level difference between Zaya's Pidgeot and his Coma Sword Soldier is not big. It is true that Zaya had trained it in advance, but the same is true for Yi Zhang. HMPH. HMPH. The two snorted at each other at the same time. How is your Blaziken now? If there is no problem, let the Coma Sword Soldier cooperate with it. At least it is more comfortable to cooperate with Pidgeot. Of course, neither of them took the previous competition seriously, and Yi Zhang quickly asked about the problem of doubles matching. Well, it's okay. They are both melee types. I can't say that there is any mutual bonus in cooperation, but at least they won't be a drag. ZHE also answered unconfidently. Doubles have touched his knowledge blind spot to some extent, or it can be said that ordinary trainers have no concept of doubles. How did you play last year? He asked Yi Zhang. How else can I play? Last year, my strongest Coma Sword Soldier was only about level 30, and I was looking for a classmate. I couldn't beat him at all, let alone cooperate. Yi Zhang was quite helpless. This is also the reason why he said that the little brother who just came of age this year should not be taken seriously. Under restricted conditions, there is no so-called one god leading one pit in doubles. If you can train a Pokémon to a king in 3 years, that's another story. But Yizang is already the most talented person in this generation of the family. He doesn't even dare to boast that in the remaining 6 months, his Kotobuki soldier can evolve into both the commander and the king. According to his idea, the best case scenario is that it will be stuck on the line, and then it will take about half a year to break through. That's already very good. Not many people can train their first king level Pokémon by themselves when they are around 20 years old. I think it's okay. My brothers and sisters don't seem to care much about cooperating with their partners. Yizang said uncertainly. How about, let's practice? ZHE looked at him hesitantly. Okay, Grandma Kakuno has an indoor battlefield here. I'll call 2 sparring partners over. Yizang nodded. 10 minutes later, in a regular indoor battlefield, Zaya and Yizang stood side by side, facing 2 trainers dressed as bodyguards. Let's start. Release your Pokémons at the same time. We're the red team. We'll decide who will attack first later. Yizang said to the 2 people on the opposite side. It's you, Blaziken. Let's go to Kotobuk. Go, Stricker. Sandslash. Go. 4 Pokémons of different sizes and colors appeared on the field. The referee raised the flag. The computer will decide the attack order of the 2 teams. On the sidelines, a screen kept flashing, with red and green lights flashing alternately. The next moment, it stopped at green. Then, the first attack is green, and the game begins. Stricker/Sand/, Ustig. The 2 bodyguards gave the same skills in tacit understanding, and it seemed that there was no communication. Zay and Yizang looked at each other. Very good. Everyone thought the same thing. Kotobuk, Ustig. Blazing Chicken, pick up Kotobuk and use bounds. With 2 completely different instructions, they looked at each other with question marks on their faces. No, it's Sturm and Sandslash. The latter's digging with their original attributes is definitely more skillful than our 2 Pokémons. And it's hard for Blaziken to perform in such a narrow place. Sturm is only 1.6 meters tall. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible for the other party to dig a 3-meter high hole. ZHE was also incredulous. Do you still want to go down and fight? Besides, the attributes of evil and steel are completely restrained by Sturm and Sandslash. Okay. No, didn't you just nod to mean to go down? And the size of my Komaken is very advantageous there. As long as Blaziken can stop them a little with the agility that Sturm can display below and the reaction of Sandslash, Komaken can easily solve it. Yizang was also incredulous. His first reaction when he encountered the opponent using digging holes was to go down and do it. It was not appropriate to fight passively. And it was indeed as he said, Komaken was still very advantageous underground because of his physical characteristics. If it is a single match, the digging of the dagger is even more useful than some ground type Pokémon. Of course, the biggest disagreement between the 2 people is who to focus on. It is not difficult to hear from their words that they both put their own Pokémon first. The 2 looked at each other in silence. Looking at the field again, the dagger and the flame chicken quickly responded after hearing the command of their own trainer. The dagger's small body drilled down, and the sharp blades in its hands immediately opened a small path. Its body sank into the soil. The flame chicken squatted and hugged to the side, but did not hug the dagger and swung in vain. By the time it realized that something was wrong, the rebound force of its legs had already sent it into the air. Pop. Tetsuya and Yizang slapped their foreheads with the palms of their hands at the same time. What a sin. Of course, it was not too panicking, and they reacted quickly. Nice soldier. Use screech below. Flame chicken drops vertically to force them out. Super strength. Use wide area defense. Crossing mountain. Quicksand hell. Unfortunately, the 2 bodyguards reacted very quickly. Wide area defense targets the screech of the knife soldier. This can be regarded as an enhanced version of the defending skill. The success rate of using wide area defense multiple times will not decrease. The defense is not only about attack, but also includes most of the changing skills. The only disadvantage is that when using it, the stability of the entire defense force field must be maintained, which is not easy to move. And it cannot be used after the hand, because the diffusion of the defense force field takes a while, and it is easy to be interrupted by the opportunity. Of course, in doubles, there is no such concern. Underground, through the transmission of vibration and 3 holes, an extremely sharp and piercing sound can be heard, but the opponent has no reaction. As for Flame Chicken, it fell to the ground with the momentum of diving and its own powerful force. Not only did it not have the effect of leveling the ground, but it was restricted by the quicksand hell used by the Mountain King. Sand King, use high speed spin. Following the trainer's order, a rapidly spinning yellow figure emerged from the ground and flew towards the temporarily immobile Blaziken. Blazing Chicken, use the wave missile, blast it. Tetsuya made up his mind. Even if he was restricted, his strength was there. He commanded Blaziken to fight head on. Oh my. Blaziken's face was full of seriousness. His 2 claws were placed on his chest, one on the left and one on the right. A blue-white sphere began to grow from nothing. On the other side, strength, use Ghost Face. Taking advantage of the moment when Sand King faced Blaziken, strength put on a terrifying face to the Colt Blade Soldier who rushed to the ground at the same time, scaring it back again and again. Blaziken was double restrained by the ground type, and Colt Blade Soldier was quadruple restrained by the fighting type. At this moment, the 2 bodyguards tacitly assigned the targets to deal with according to their attributes. They didn't even need to order their Pokémon to deal with a specific one. In fact, this is how a normal doubles match should be. If you discuss it on the spot, let's not talk about whether the daylily is cold or not, but one thing is certain. That is, the opponent can hear all your deployments clearly. The opponent is not deaf. The most important thing in doubles is tacit understanding, or the kind of tacit understanding that can be understood without speaking or using secret signals. Obviously, although Zaire and Yuzang, who are barely friends, have a good understanding in some aspects, they are still not good enough in fighting. Boom. On the side of Flame Chicken and Sand King, the hastily condensed wave missiles in the rapidly rotating Sand King body collided fiercely, making a huge roar. Sand King relied on the advantage of first attack and its hard body to attack Flame Chicken a little, causing damage. But at the same time, Flame Chicken also took this opportunity and the reaction force of Sand King's attack to break free from the restraint of the quicksand hell. Blazer, go help the Colt Sword Soldier, use Lightning Flash. Seeing that the Colt Sword Soldier had been slowed down and could only rely on its small flexibility, it was struggling to dodge the attacks of the forearms of the strange force. They didn't bother to taunt Yuzang and hurriedly commanded Blaziken to help. If you can't use long-range attacks, it's easy for the opponent Sandslash to find a flaw and rush up at the moment of connection. Strange Force, use the force to throw. Cold Sword Soldier, attack the vital points. Sandslash, turn into a circle and roll. The other 3 people made completely different movements. When Blaziken rushed to Strange Force with a white light at a fast speed, although it hit it hard, it staggered and lost its balance, and there was no way to attack the Colt Sword Soldier. But the next moment, Strange Force stabilized with its terrifying muscle strength. Its 2 hands below pulled Blaziken over and controlled its upper body, and the 2 hands above took advantage of the situation to wrap around it, and then Blaziken rushed forward and threw it to the ground hard. Bang, bang. Flame Chicken was smashed to the ground face first. At this moment, Kaylee was facing Coma Sword Soldier sideways. Yuzang's order was also prepared for this. Coma Sword Soldier's eyes flashed, and his blade-like hands were wrapped with evil energy. He seized the gap at this moment and slashed Kaylee's leg joints fiercely. Swish 4k. Still owe 9k. It's hard to bear. Yesterday's daily 10,000 has ended today. So that's it. Then today's normal 2 updates. One will be at some time in the early morning, and the other, work hard. Thanks to Kingsley for the reward of 671 Kidian coins. Thanks to Bookfriend 201903291926304434 for the reward of 100 Kidian coins. Chapter 195 No Tacit Understanding. Kaylee screamed in pain. Even though the dark attack is a skill of the evil type, the damage to Kaylee, who is a pure fighting attribute, is not so serious, but the difference in strength between the two is there. The attack ability of a Colt Sword Soldier has exceeded the limit of Kaylee's defense. And as the name suggests, the dark attack is a skill that is extremely easy to attack the opponent's vitals. In the case just now, Kaylee could not avoid this result, further increasing the damage. It knelt on one knee after being hit hard. The flame chicken, which was very uncomfortable after being hit on the ground, also used the time when Kaylee was frustrated to break free from its forearms that controlled it. It quickly rolled back and stood up. Be careful, 3 o'clock direction, double kick. Zaya's urgent reminder and command suddenly sounded. Flame chicken raised its legs without thinking and used double kicks to attack in the direction Zaya said. Although it didn't know what happened, it believed in Zaya very much. Bang bang. 2 dull sounds. Sand slash flew backwards. It was sand slash that used the conventional combination of rounding and rolling and quickly came to the side of Blaziken to attack. Thanks to Yi Zhang's command of the Colt Blade Soldier to quickly rescue, Tetsuya was able to command Blaziken to counterattack in time. At the same time, it was also for this reason that, even though the rounding increased the power of the rolling, without a long period of energy accumulation, Blaziken's 2 consecutive kicks were relatively easy to interrupt Sand Slash's rolling. Otherwise, even if they waited a little longer to let the power of Sand Slash's rolling accumulate, it would be difficult for both the Colt Blade Soldier and Blaziken to stop it. The 4 Pokémon on the field were scattered in different positions. Sand Slash was kicked far away by Blaziken, and the Pokémon alone was getting up from the ground. And the strange force formed a triangle relationship with Blaziken and Colt Blade Soldier. Colt Blade Soldier retreated immediately after the secret attack hit the vital point, with both the cunning of the evil type and the bravery of the steel type. But it was not too far away. Flame Chicken, spray flames. Nice soldier, Ironhead. Tetsuya and Yi Zhang both issued the order at the same time, and then they felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the situation on the field developed as they expected. Flame Chicken spit out a long column of fire from its mouth and attacked the strange force who still hadn't stood up. This was a very good choice. When the opponent couldn't resist, because of the damage, it would use long-range output to further consume. If nothing unexpected happened, it could even directly make the strange force lose its combat ability. However, Yi Zhang's Coma Sword Soldier didn't have any long-range attack ability. He wanted to make the strange force lose its combat ability, so he could only use close-range attacks, so he commanded the use of the Ironhead attack. And because of the distance, the Coma Sword Soldier was the first to emit white light on his head, and with the sharp blade-like part on his head, he hit the strange force hard. Nika the next second after the strange force screamed. Before it could react, the red jet of flames hit it again. But in just 1 or 2 seconds, it was attacked and lost its combat ability and fell to the ground with its eyes in a vortex. Looking at this alone, the results of the 2 people's command are still good. At least in doubles, if one of the opponent's Pokémon falls, then the victory can be said to be almost certain. However, when the jet of flame attacked the monster, it inevitably affected the Slayer. After all, this is not a game, and the function of teammates' injury immunity can be turned on. The Slayer is restrained by the fire system, and even if it is just affected, the damage it suffers is not small. It looked at the Flame Chicken with some dissatisfaction. Hey. Zaya and Yi Zhang sighed at the same time. They naturally knew where the problem was. The main reason is that the 2 people's command and fighting styles are not quite the same. When facing different choices in different situations, there will often be differences. This is also related to the Pokémon you have. Yi Zhang waved his hand to signal the battle to stop, and the 2 bodyguards immediately took back their Pokémon and headed towards the treatment room. Zaya and Yi Zhang did the same, taking back the Flame Chicken and the Slayer. The 2 walked slowly behind, and the injuries to their Pokémon were not serious, but they consumed a lot of physical strength. Now it seems that Blaziken and the Slayer are not so suitable for cooperation. Yi Zhang looked rather sad. Well, there is a big difference in the fighting style. ZHE also frowned. Flame Chicken is more inclined to use melee to suppress the opponent, and then use long range to consume the opponent. Usually after 2 or 3 times, the opponent can't hold on. And your Colt Sword Soldier is more accustomed to continuous strong attacks, forcing the opponent to reveal a flaw, and then defeating the enemy with 1 blow. Well, and our selection habits are indeed quite different. It's hard to say who is better or worse. It's all because we are used to getting along with our respective Pokémon. Yi Zhang added. The competition will start tomorrow, right? ZHE also confirmed again. Well, and it's a single elimination system, so it will be very fast. In my grandmother's words, luck is also a part of strength. Yi Zhang said. If it's 11 groups, there must be someone who will have a bye in the first round. In this way, we can decide the top 3 in one more round. It's really fast. The two talked and handed their Pokémon to the logistics staff in charge of treatment. You two, do you think the problem we just had is serious? Yi Zhang asked the bodyguard who had fought with them before. Do you like to humiliate yourself so much? ZHE's face turned green. Actually it's okay. The two young master spirits are very strong. They looked at each other and answered like this. Strong strength means no tacit understanding at all. ZHE said that he understood. Who wouldn't say such a thing? The tacit understanding of doubles cannot be cultivated in a short time. Generally speaking, it takes at least 1 year of daily interaction, such as eating, drinking, and sleeping together, and having a detailed understanding of each other's spirits to be qualified. A bodyguard said so. The two in front of him were not ordinary bodyguards chosen by Yi Zhang at random. They were twin brothers. ZHE observed this from the beginning, so it was reasonable that they had such a high degree of tacit understanding. Otherwise, even if ordinary people paid more attention to doubles, they would not have such a telepathic situation. TSK, there is not enough time, let's practice with a game. It seems that we will be immersed in the battlefield this afternoon. Yi Zhang looked at Zaya helplessly. Really? You have to treat me to something good for dinner, Zaya said viciously. How about a 5-grade natural steak? I guarantee you will be satisfied. Yi Zhang promised. As for the ingredients, this is the small shop of Kinkakuno. It has everything you want. It is not an ordinary small shabby hotel in a remote town like this. It's just that most people are definitely not willing to try it at that price. Let's go. Let's continue. Zaya took his flame chicken pokeball from the medical staff and called to Yi Zhang. Then I'll leave it to you to this afternoon. Yi Zhang said to the two bodyguards very embarrassedly. It's okay. It's my duty. The group went to the battlefield again in a mighty manner. Hey, isn't this little Yi Zhang? A strange and frivolous voice sounded, and a pretty boy with greasy hair and powdered face came out from a corner and bumped into them. He covered his mouth with one hand and chuckled while greeting Yi Zhang. In Tetsua's mind, at this moment, all the intrigues and family gossips that the descendants of a big family should have had were completed. Hey, Daisuke brother, you came really early this year. But Yi Zhang's reaction was completely different from what he imagined. On the contrary, the smile on his face seemed very sincere, and the jokes between words were also very familiar. Hey, don't say it. Last time I came late, I was scolded by my dad. He cut off my pocket money for 3 months. When I went back, it was uncomfortable. He sighed. Then he looked at Tetsuya. Hey, who is this handsome boy? Yi Zhang, please introduce him to me. Brother Daisuke, don't scare him. Yi Zhang said helplessly. This is the partner I invited to participate in the doubles match with me tomorrow. We are preparing for training. He didn't mean to introduce Tetsuya to this Daisuke. Okay, I won't bother you guys anymore. Come on. Daisuke waved his sleeves and left in a carefree manner. That's my uncle's son. Well, don't be fooled by his strange appearance. He's a nice guy and he's already married. He'll also participate in the doubles match this time, but according to his habit, he should just randomly pick someone from the bodyguard team. Yi Zhang explained to Tetsuya without changing his expression. That's really unique. Tetsuya laughed dryly. It's okay, he won't do anything to you. Doesn't this sound even weirder? I always feel like you're threatening me. Amidst laughter, Tetsuya and Yi Zhang began intensive training for doubles. I really am. How can you charge without thinking? Can't you use your brain? Are you so bored that you want to test whether the blade of the Koma sword soldier is sharp? Then I suggest that you replace its whetstone with your brain next time. Charge without thinking? Didn't you see how great the opportunity was just now? But you, what do you mean by not ordering Blaziken to provide cover? Cover? Come on, how can you provide cover from that angle? You should have consumed the enemy's energy remotely first. Can't you restrain yourself a little? Don't just rush up mindlessly at the beginning, okay? Your Colt Sword Soldier doesn't have remote capabilities, but Blaziken does. Obviously, ZHE from the 18th year of Zoo and Glory XXS in the previous life was a complete winner. At least in terms of his weirdness. Yizang was very angry with him. However, even so, the two of them persisted in their training, and their cooperation became more and more tacit. After all, they are not stupid. They have character flaws, but they are not people who can't cooperate. It's just that they were not used to it at the beginning. The first day in Midtown passed just like this. Well, we are all family, so I won't say much about the rules. Come up and draw lots. Wait for me to get up. I'm going to die. Chapter 196. Interpersonal relationships are a circle. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, ZHE would never have believed that the kind old lady smiling not far in front of him was the Queen Kikuko. You know, in most of the time when attending alliance activities or facing the public, the Queen Kikuko always wears purple and white clothes, leans on a cane, and has an extremely gloomy face. It gives people the feeling that she is not satisfied with anything. Although it may be a bit rude to think so, as one of the 4 ghost type kings in Kanto, Granny Kikuko is recognized by everyone as difficult to get along with. This may also be related to the fact that most of the Pokémon she uses are poison and ghost. After all, many people think that the personalities of Pokémon and trainers influence each other. A trainer with a meticulous mind usually does not have the kind of Pokémon that is purely reckless, and a trainer with pure hot-bloodedness rarely has the kind of Pokémon that is good at calculating. The feeling of poison and ghost is really not good. Not to mention Granny Kikuko, who is nominally the ghost type king, but is actually more like the poison type king. Many people evaluate her as cruel and ruthless. Let's go and draw lots. Yizang bumped into Tetsuya's shoulder. What was he doing? Ah, okay, but there are no spectators? Tetsuya came back to his senses and asked while looking at the empty field. No, why would I need spectators for a game at home? My parents and those uncles and aunts don't care about this. Yizang replied, it's almost like a small gathering for us younger generations, to bring friends to see grandma. After all, grandma is usually very busy and can't see us younger generations. That's really important. Tetsuya nodded in agreement. By the way, how long will the chat last? He looked at Kikuko who was surrounded by a dozen young people. Yizang scratched his face. It should be quick. The last time we chatted for more than an hour. Tetsuya was full of question marks. There's nothing I can do. We are old people, so I have to be considerate. Yizang smiled innocently. The two of them stood aside obediently, and there were 5 others like them. So, why don't those people just finish it quickly? The Daisuke brother I met yesterday afternoon was one of them. He was grinding his nails out of boredom. His tone was not as good as yesterday. Well, they don't see grandma very often after all. Let them go. Another smartly dressed man said with a smile. His eyes looked like Xiao Gang. Sure enough, it was my illusion yesterday. In this kind of family, how could there be no distinction between close relatives? Tetsuya thought silently as he watched this scene. This is Tetsuya, right? I heard the teacher mention you before. While talking, the last man who looked about 70% similar to Yizang, but was older, also joined in. He greeted Tetsuya as soon as he opened his mouth. Huh? Brother, did you know Tetsuya before? Yizang was slightly stunned and asked. Not really acquaintance, the teacher mentioned it once. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tetsuya Kiba, studying with teacher Dinas. He said with a smile. Tetsuya suddenly realized, you are the disciple of senior Leofu. Hello, brother Kaienchi. He said, how come he, a little unknown person, seems to know everyone? Huh? Tetsuya Tamaki? Just as he was thinking, the capable man who didn't care about him at first came up to him. Are you the one who discovered Leafian? He asked, then can we meet? My name is Onijiro, a believer in the supremacy of grass. Well, Tetsuya admitted that he had done a lot of great things. TSK, the troubles of being famous. How did Leafian evolve specifically? Have you come up with the conclusions of your paper? The Oak Research Institute only gave the appearance and your name as the discoverer, but I can't wait to raise a Leafian. In what aspects does it excel? Speed? Or attack? It seems to be good in both. Onijiro suddenly changed from the calm look of planning just now to the mode of crazy questioning. Well, the evolution should still be related to the unstable gene. According to the data, when some Eevee approach the moss stone, the surrounding magnetic field would change significantly. The paper has been submitted to Dr. Oak and may be published later. As for the ability, it is probably good at defense, and the attack is also good. Tetsuya responded. He couldn't accept such enthusiasm all of a sudden. Oh, defense. That really doesn't match the appearance. So, I can. Kijiro muttered. Tetsuya winked at Yuzo frantically. Okay, cousin Kijiro, you can go and spend time with your girlfriend. Don't you see that she is angry? Yuzo received the signal and pushed Kijiro away with a smile. Ha, my brothers are a little immature, don't mind. Daisuke covered his mouth and smiled to explain. Tetsuya actually thought he was a little charming for a moment. The few people talked and laughed and soon became familiar with each other. These people are good at different attributes. Daisuke is water type, Kijiro is grass type, and Shishi is psychic type. Well, Leofu, also known as Daius the Vampire, is one of the few trainers who has both psychic and ghost type Pokémon in the team. This is what Tetsuya knew when he was chatting with Dr. Yamanashi before. The reason why Leofu appeared on the Saint Anno was to protect Dr. Yamanashi. He is very strong. Anyway, after all the calculations, several people here can be related to Tetsuya. Daisuke's teacher is Xiaomi, Xiaogang's mother. Gijiro's girlfriend is Xiaoxu's senior sister. It can only be said that excellent people often attract each other. Soon, the people in front dispersed and began to prepare for the next game with their partners. You little guy, you just picked someone randomly this year. Why don't you take the opportunity to teach your younger brothers and sisters? Kikuko blamed Daisuke with a smile. Oh, I won't compete with them for this kind of thing. Let them. Daisuke returned to his normal appearance in front of his elders. As for you, Shishi, Leofu told me that you haven't been handling the relationship in the team well recently. You should pay more attention to it. And you, Kijiro, this is Natsuko, right? You didn't bring her here earlier to show me. Granny Kikuko talked to them about family matters, nagging, totally unlike the vigorous and resolute appearance outside. Then, her eyes turned to Tetsuya. Well, that bastard Oak values you. Not bad, but I tell you, don't be like Oak and end up switching to research. Her tone was neither salty nor bland, and she even gritted her teeth when she mentioned Professor Oak. Tetsuya naturally smiled in response. He didn't want to get involved in the grievances and hatreds of the older generation. Granny Kikuko's chat with them was even shorter. She didn't say anything and waved them to get ready. After drawing the lot, hurry up, open it and see which group we are in. Yuzo urged Tetsuya, who was drawing the lot. In his words, he was not suitable for playing this kind of probability learning. TSK, why are you in such a hurry? Tetsuya glanced at him and slowly opened a note. Buys. You're lucky. Yuzo patted Tetsuya on the back excitedly. 1 in 5 chance, not bad. Tetsuya said. As for why it was 1 in 5, it was because they were the last to draw, and the first 6 groups didn't react anyway, probably because they were not very lucky. Sitting on the sidelines, they began to watch other people's battles. So our opponents are only those 6 teams, right? Brother Shishi and the others don't care at all? Tetsuya asked. Yeah, Brother Shishi's friend is a researcher. He's not good at fighting, let alone Brother Kijiro's girlfriend. The only Pokémon she has is a grass type Bulbasaur, not even an elite. Brother Daisuke is just here to mess around. He won't have to come to the competition after this year. Yuzo replied. As for why he asked Tetsuya to ensure a place, it was mainly because he didn't get it when he first participated last year. It was still acceptable at that time. After all, he had just debuted. But if it doesn't work the next year, there will inevitably be people gossiping behind his back. The main thing is that he didn't expect his big brother and Onijiro to learn from Daisuke, so he was careless. The two of them watched the game board. ZHE couldn't help it. No, why do I feel that they seem to be weaker than those 2 bodyguards? The situation on the field was indeed as he said. It didn't look intense at all. Especially Shishi and Onijiro, each with a burden. They were suppressing the opponent. Although Daisuke was just a soy sauce, his strength was there. With the help of the bodyguards he found randomly, he quickly finished the opponent. I don't think you need to find me for this. According to your strength, you can learn from your brother Daisuke and just pick someone. ZHE complained. Yizang was also speechless. Who knows? Hey no, you don't know. Yizang replied with a Jenga. No one knew who it belonged to, and no one knew where it came from. ZHE was also shocked. Don't panic. After all, our family is famous for raising ghost type Pokémon. Isn't it normal to have Jenga? Yizang was quite calm. There are at least 5 or 6 ghost type Pokémon around here. Calm down. Jenga smiled strangely, as if he was satisfied with scaring Tetsuya. Soon, the result came out. Fortunately, their opponent was Daisuke. Why do I say lucky? Because Daisuke expressed his abstention after the draw results came out, so he came to play. Tetsuya almost couldn't catch his breath. They practiced for so long yesterday afternoon, and it turned out to be a whimper? Looking at Yizang on the side, what's going on? Yizang just smiled bitterly. He prepared very seriously. He was naive and thought that his brothers would play seriously. Unexpectedly, they who were still fighting for the first, second, and third place last year immediately became Buddhists this year. Shishi and Kachiro also encountered 2 other groups of people respectively. They put about as much water as the Hone region and failed hardly. An unusually grand family internal competition ended here. Let's go eat, and go directly to the ruins in the afternoon. This is the 3rd update on Thursday. Thanks to the leader of Kinking Grassland, Waizuzanayang, for the 100 starting coins. The number 1 on my keyboard is broken, so I can't type. I'm writing tomorrow's update. It should be soon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Glass Marbles. Although they didn't even play a single match, Tetsuya was quite happy. This is of course nonsense. Anyone would be happy if they could get paid without doing anything. TSK. Yizang looked at Tetsuya who was grinning from ear to ear. No, I said, do you have to? And you have the nerve to take it? What's there to be embarrassed about? I spent so much time and energy to find you, and even practiced cooperation with you. Tetsuya didn't care what he said. Besides, I laughed because I remembered something happy. Yizang rolled his eyes, but he walked side by side with Tetsuya very sincerely. At this time, they were struggling to move forward on the snow-capped mountain. If it weren't for Tetsuya's flame chicken in front, the 2 of them would have been shivering in the cold wind like the other 4 people. Of course, it was still the same. It was more of an illusion. In fact, except for the pain on their faces, caused by the wind, the high-end expedition suits they wore all protected their bodies well. Kanto people are really not cold resistant. We are here. Soon, the group saw a closed stone door in front of them. This place could only be the ruins of truth. Come out, wandering night spirit. A fat, mummy-like elf appeared in the snow. On its face, there was a red eyeball. This was the elf that Grandma Kikuko gave them before they came out, and it was used to replace the elves that were originally guarding inside. The wandering night spirit seemed to have no entity and slowly sank into the stone door. Boom! With a slight roar, the stone door opened to both sides. 2 wandering night spirits were communicating behind the door. A group of 6 people stepped into the ruins. The walls of the ruins were as smooth as a mirror, and there was nothing recorded. Even until he reached the stone tablet, ZHE didn't find a place to put things. It seemed that this ruins existed only for this stone tablet. No wonder it is said that the resources are scarce. This is not barren but nothingness. ZHE sighed. You go first. Yizang said. The other 4 people were not polite either. They took turns to press on the stone tablet. As the questions appeared and they answered, they also received their awards. But their faces were not very good. Zaire smacked his lips. Zuan can't change his fate without Krypton. Why don't you try to find Jirachi or something? How should I put it? The rewards these 4 people got were not bad, but they were a little worse than the rewards others got in previous years. There is harm only when there is comparison, especially when it should be a matter of luck. Thinking of this, Zaya quickly released to GP and held him in his arms. Yuzang glanced at Zaya. Can you lend me to GP to touch? He knew his luck very well and didn't think he would have good luck at all. What if to GP was useful, right? Zaya stepped back vigilantly. No, go by yourself. Yuzang had no choice but to step forward and put his hand on the stone tablet. The problem appeared. The general meaning of the translation was this Raichu surfing stepping on the tail. He decisively pressed on O, which was correct. Not only the special form of Raichu in Alala, but even ordinary Raichu can learn to surf using the tail. Maybe this is the racial talent. The text faded and the prize belonging to Yuzang emerged. It was a sunglasses style prop, black glasses. The function is to increase the power of the evil skills of the Pokémon carried. Oh, I'm lucky, it just happened to be useful. Yuzang was still very happy. Although he didn't know how much the effect of this prop was, no matter how much it was a big profit. Even for him, it was difficult to equip his Pokémon with Pokémon props at this stage. Zaya pushed this lucky guy to the back without hesitation and excitedly put his hand on the stone tablet. The questions and answers were completed in one go. I can only say that the questions here are indeed simple, and it looks like they are given to children. Light emerged, and a small glass marble with colorful colors distributed regularly appeared in front of Zaya. There was a black pattern similar to a gene fragment inside. This thing is worthless, it's just a glass marble. I'll buy it for 100 million alliance coins, because I feel sorry for you. How about that? Yuzang flashed behind Tetsuya, his eyes red. Tetsuya looked at him with a strange expression. Do you think I have a problem with my brain? Do you know this thing? Keystone. Of course I know. Hearing Tetsuya's straightforward answer and the name of the glass ball, Yuzang had no choice but to give up. I wish you all your luck on it. You will be single for the rest of your life, fall into a pit when walking, and choke when drinking water. Yuzang cursed viciously. Ha, childish. Tetsuya didn't want to pay attention to him. Looking at the keystone in his palm, he was ecstatic. The keystone is one of the necessary props for super evolution, also known as mega evolution. Mega evolved Pokémon will not only undergo a huge change in appearance, but also reach a higher level of strength, but there is a time limit. Once the time is up, it will return to its normal state. According to records, the first time the concept of super evolution appeared should be more than 3,000 years ago. However, people really learned about super evolution more than 2,000 years ago, when an unprecedented huge meteorite hit the home continent. It not only created the current Liuli city, but also awakened the two legendary beasts living in Hone, Groudon, Cartfly, and Kyogre, fishing casually. They started a crazy battle. It is said that the water area of Hone is almost equal to the land area, which is the result of this battle. In this battle, the two legendary beasts showed two different forms during the battle. The more powerful state is called the original return. It is used to commemorate the state that the two legendary beasts have maintained in another battle more than 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. People are helpless. The power of the legendary beasts is not something that ordinary people can resist. All they can do is pray. Along with the prayer, a Pokémon recorded as appeared and beat the two legendary beasts back to their normal form. The battle subsided, and Groudon and Kyogre returned to the land and the depths of the sea respectively. After the battle, it also changed back to its original appearance. People were shocked to find that it was another legendary beast representing the sky dragon, Rayquaza. More than 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, it was Rayquaza that ended the first battle between Proto-Groor and Proto-Kyogre. So there is another legend that when Kyogre and Groudon fight each other, the Sky Dragon will descend to the ground. A group of people who regard Rayquaza as the dragon god and the savior specially built the Sky Pillar for it, a triangular pillar building that is so high that it reaches the ozone layer. And the meteorite that caused the evolution of Rayquaza was placed on the top of the Sky Pillar. They hope that, when the next meteorite disaster occurs, they can summon Rayquaza again to save the world. This meteorite is the first known keystone. The meaning is that it is the key to open the lock that seals the unknown power in the body of the elves. On this basis, people continue to explore and study, and finally found more keystones in bits and pieces, as well as superstones corresponding to different elves. When the trainer holds the keystone and the elf carries the corresponding superstone, the two will resonate, and the lock hidden deep inside the elf's body that blocks their unknown power will be drawn out by the superstone. With the help of the trainer's power, the keystone can naturally open the lock, allowing the elf to gain temporary powerful power. Both are indispensable. However, due to the rarity of keystones and superstones, plus the blockade of information, not many people know about them openly. Didn't you see that the people brought by the other two members of the Yizo family all looked confused? I will tell Grandma about this matter, just shut up. Yizo glanced at his two fellow tribesmen and said indifferently, it just cut off their little thoughts. Yes. The two looked at each other and had to agree. Let's go, I'll treat you when we get back. Zaya put his arm around Yizo's shoulders. Treating? I'm afraid it's not enough. You have to pay for my meals for a year at least, right? Hey, that's not right. We have to thank to GP, right? Chikodo. As everyone walked out, the stone door slowly closed, just like when they came in. Kikuno in Tetsuya's room. That's about it, senior brother. Tetsuya said to RC, who was on a video call in front of him. Well, the keystone is better. It's not as precious as the evolution stone, and there are rumors recently that the keystone can be artificially made soon. RC pondered for a moment and gave a rather shocking news. Artificial? Is that okay? Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh. Yes, although modern technology is still far from ancient technology, after so many years of research, there are still some gains. RC said. No matter what, I still have to thank him. He explained again. Tetsuya nodded. That was natural. Yizo, that kid is quite good. RC commented with a smile. They also chuckled. I signed a series of unequal treaties. Of course, this was just what he said. They were still very touched by Yizo's kind reminder to buy at the market price, not to mention the warning afterwards. Yizo could have avoided doing so. No matter what, those two were his fellow tribesmen, and they was just a friend he had just met. Even considering the so-called human relationship, there was no need to do this. Oh, by the way, I have prepared the gift I said I would give you last time. When you have time to come to Pallet Town, I will give it to you. RC brought up the old matter again. Brother, you really don't have to. You are too polite. They hurriedly declined. This was not the first time RC had said this. I tell you, 3 times is the limit. This is the 4th time. Do you have any rules? RC pretended to be very unhappy and questioned Say. They smiled bitterly. He couldn't bear this big hat. Okay, I'll go after I finish challenging the last gym on the way. Okay. That's right. RC's face immediately turned from gloomy to bright. This is the first update on Friday. The second update on Friday will be written and posted, probably at 3 or 4 o'clock again, and tomorrow will finally be normal. Chapter 198 RC's meeting gift. So are you planning to end your trip and stay in Changpon for special training? After learning about Tetsuya's plan, RC frowned. Well, there are still more than 3 months before the start of the tournament qualifiers, which is enough time for basic training. Tetsuya said, after all, it's the first year, I think it's good to be able to enter the main competition of the unlimited competition. He was being modest. Generally speaking, according to the standards of previous years, as long as there are 3 elite Pokémon around level 35 and reaching the final evolution, you can enter the main competition of the unlimited competition. In other words, even if Tetsuya goes with his current strength, he will definitely qualify. Only players at the semi-final level will often have a team of 6 Quasi-King level Pokémon. In fact, this is also the basis for the league. To certify the level of relevant trainers, the elite level is the main competition plus 3 elite Pokémon. The Quasi-King level is the semi-finals plus 6 Quasi-King Pokémon. Basically, after reaching the semi-finals, few players will participate a second time, because there is no need. Instead, it will expose your shortcomings. No problem, but the expenses for more than 3 months are not small. Are you ready? Well, it's my old profession. With my strength, it's still very convenient to do bounty missions. They estimated, and it just so happens, that training alone is not enough. It still needs to be combined with actual combat. Okay, just make your own plan. RC did not interfere with Zay too much. As an elder, it is to let the young grow up on their own when they are young. As long as there are no major problems, there is no need to interfere too much. Then it's a deal. The day after tomorrow you must come to the Oak Research Institute and take the things away. Before hanging up the phone, RC also reminded, "Okay, thank you, senior brother." They did not refuse again. Okay, Xiaomao ran away again. Did he think I didn't know? That little bastard. RC hung up the phone with a curse. Poor Xiaomao, uncle prays for you. Zay showed a gloating smile on his face. He picked up a pen and wrote down his team configuration. Pidgeot, level 49, no items. Blaziken, level 46, 10% charcoal. Gorgon, level 37, no items. Viper, level 23, 15% miracle seed. TGP, level 15, Bell of Solace, Proof of the King, Lightstone in reserve. In addition, there are level 47 Tyrannosaurus and level 25 Leafeonas reserves. In just over half a year, I have experienced so much and become so much stronger. Tetsuya aside, even if he is placed in the level of all ages, his current strength is definitely not weak. If he is compared with his peers, he must be the leader with an absolute advantage. What are you doing? Yizo pushed the door open and walked in. Thinking about this year's competition. Tetsuya replied casually. Why are you so nervous? I haven't even started collecting badges yet. Yizang was happy. Besides, you just turned 17 not long ago. If you can enter the top 64 in your first tournament, you are considered a genius. If you make it to the top 8, you are a monster. If you make it to the top 4, you will be the next Watari, even stronger than that show off. I'm not nervous about this. I'm thinking about my future training plan. ZHE rolled his eyes at him. Also, don't you plan to graduate from school this year? As a senior student of the Pokémon Research School, as long as he graduates, it is assumed that he has 8 badges and can directly participate in the Quartz Conference. Well, anyway, I don't have any plans to travel to other regions for the time being, so I should participate in the Quartz Conference in the first 2 years. Yizang said that he was just a lazy person and didn't want to move. Then it would be best if we could play against each other this year so that I can teach you a lesson. ZHE teased. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely participate in the Silver Conference in Johto next year. Please make sure you understand who is teaching whom. Yizang sat on the sofa and made harsh remarks lazily. If you are fine, please leave my room and close the door. It's 9 o'clock in the evening now, and I don't want to be told of any weird hobbies. Zaya sat in front of the desk, writing and drawing on paper with a pen, and issued an order to Yizang to leave. Hey, don't be so heartless. I told my grandmother, and she said she knew it anyway, so you can take it as you like. We are a rich family, so it doesn't matter. Yizang sat on the sofa, looking free and easy. I don't know who it is, but he just shamelessly asked me to borrow it from him in the future. They naturally couldn't listen to his nonsense. For the family, this is indeed the concept, but for Yizang personally, it's different. Maybe when we have the Super Stone, the Keystone can be mass produced by then. God knows what the current doctors are studying, and there are still people doing this. From what Yizang said, he also learned about the news of the artificial Keystone. Technology is the ladder of human progress. Zaya replied casually. There was silence. Close the door for me when you leave, bastard. He cursed, then stopped. No, he couldn't learn bad things from senior brother RC. I just didn't expect that such a philosophical word could come out of your mouth. Yizang's faint voice came. Weak, where did you come from? Why didn't I notice it? ZHE was startled. Since he and Nobuhiko practiced for a while, this situation hasn't happened for a long time. Hey okay, ZHE slapped his head. It was Jenga again. This ghost type Pokémon is really weird. Of course, it was also related to his lack of learning. When he became stronger, Jenga couldn't stop him from sensing. This is not what I said, but what a great man said in an ancient book. ZHE said. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. I have to do a mission tomorrow and the teacher is urging me again. Yizang stood up and said goodbye to ZHE. Well, it's settled. Close the door, little Yi. ZHE waved without looking back. Bang. From the sound of the door slamming, it can be seen that Yi Zhang was very angry with ZHE. Come out, Jenga, stop playing, I know you are not gone. A few minutes later, ZHE raised his head and said, genuine Jenga suddenly appeared, so boring, how did he know I was there? Shaking his head, it flew out of the room. ZHE lowered his head and continued to write. He didn't know if Jenga would be there, but he knew that Yi Zhang would not miss this opportunity to scare him, so he just cheated. Liangma City, Pokémon Center. Miss Joy, I want to book a gym battle, thank you. Ding Miss Joy, I want to heal a Pokémon, thank you. Beep. It only took an afternoon for ZHE to complete the challenge of the last gym. This is really not too difficult. More time is spent on waiting for the appointment. The whole battle scene is only 3 or 4 moves. Especially this time, in order to speed up, he also specially chose a general grass type gym. Take out the flame chicken and chop it fiercely. The staff of the opposite gym were just used to it. There would always be such people in the second half of each year, commonly known as the gym sweeper. There was only one goal, to get 8 badges as quickly as possible to participate in the conference. However, there are really few people who play the gym sweeper at such a young age. He thought so. There sat cross-legged on the broad back of Pidgeot and flew towards the direction of Pallet Town. Fortunately, the distance from Mint Town to Liangma City and then to Pallet Town was not too far, otherwise it would be a problem whether he could arrive before dinner. Arriving at the place where he was called down last time, Zaya was also foresighted to land early this time and prepared his own Pokémon book. Miss Juncha saw this situation and was very experienced. She checked the identity and let him go directly, riding his number 11 bus frantically to the Oak Research Institute in the back mountain. Zaya felt for the first time whether he needed a land-mount partner. It is not suitable to ride a bicycle on this kind of forest and country road, and running alone is a bit too tiring. It was still a familiar inspection, and soon Zaya walked into the research institute. Hey, isn't this little Zaya? A familiar female voice came. Hamana, wearing rimmed glasses, was dressed like a researcher. Because of her good figure, she was wearing a research suit that was one size smaller, which even looked a little tight on her upper body. Good afternoon, Hamana-san, Tetsuya greeted. By the way, my material has arrived. Thank you so much. Hamana put his hands together and thanked her. It's okay, it's a small thing. Tetsuya waved his hand. He just mentioned it to Kageyama. It seemed to be quite useful. By the way, sister, what are you going to use it for? Tetsuya asked. He really didn't know. It's a prop called Lava Amplifier. It can make Infinite evolve while carrying communication. It's just like the Power Amplifier. According to my data, since the Power Amplifier can make Electabuzz evolve, so can the Lava Amplifier. When it comes to studying evolution, Dr. Yamanashi and his students are definitely top-notch experts. Tetsuya thought it sounded very reliable. Then I wish you success soon, Hamana-san. HMPH, of course, I'm going to rely on this to get my doctorate. Okay. Hamana smiled proudly. You came to see Senior RC. He's giving guidance to Xiaomao. You can just go directly. Okay, I'll go first then. Tetsuya said goodbye to Hamana and came to the door of Xiaomao's room. Knock knock. He knocked on the door. I'm coming. Xiaomao's relieved voice came from inside. When he opened the door and saw that it was Tetsuya, his face turned green. Hello, uncle. He called reluctantly. Hey, good boy. Tetsuya smiled and touched Xiaomao's brown hair, which was really nice. Tetsuya is here. Come on, let me show you the gift I prepared for you. RC rushed out when he heard Xiaomao's address. Without saying a word, he directly pulled Tetsuya inside. Xiaomao's eyes rolled. If the senior brother wants to give a gift to the junior brother, then the nephew should ask the uncle for a gift. Isn't it more reasonable? Thinking of this, he hurriedly followed. Dang dang dang, RC was showing off, holding a Pokémon egg, and handed it to Zaya. What is this? Zaya was a little unsure. The pink Pokémon egg in front of him seemed a little strange. The Lava Amplifier and even the Dragon Scales are important data of the Yamanashi Research Institute. By analogy, the electric amplifier is reasonable. Chapter 199. Pink is for strong men. If we judge by the main color of this Pokémon egg alone, there are many Pokémon that match the description. For example, Pixie and Puppets, whose final evolutions are Pink Devil Pixie and Jigglypuff. Another example is Slowpoke and Tongue-in-Cheek. Another example is the most unlikely Lucky Egg, the predecessor of Jigglypuff, which can also evolve into Hatchet. But the pattern on this egg doesn't quite match the appearance of these 5 Pokémon. Generally speaking, the way to judge an unknown Pokémon egg is mainly based on its main color and pattern, which often has the characteristics of the Pokémon that hatched. The Pokémon egg in front of him is mainly pink with yellow and black stripes, and blue spots can be seen scattered around. It doesn't quite match the appearance of any normal Pokémon that Zay knows. He looked at the pattern at the bottom of the egg, that looked like white clouds, and fell into deep thought. There is indeed a Pokémon egg that looks very similar to the one in front of him, but the color difference is a bit big. Zay couldn't believe it. Senior brother, this is the egg of the sheep. His words were full of uncertainty. Haha, you see, I told you that your uncle could guess it. Xiaomao, you still need to study hard. RC laughed heartily at Zay, who came up with the correct answer after thinking for a while. At the same time, he did not forget to take the opportunity to educate Xiaomao next to him. Xiaomao pouted in his heart. This is just a shining elf of different colors. Senior brother, this gift is too expensive. Zay really smiled bitterly this time. He never expected that RC would prepare such a big gift for him. The Melee Sheep is the initial form of the electric dragon. Considering its various functions, there are still many ranches that breed it in large quantities. Especially its place of origin, the Johto region. However, even with such a large base, there are still not many Melee Sheep that have the potential to evolve into electric dragons. Because most ranches breed Melee Sheep for the purpose of harvesting wool and goat milk, they hope that the Melee Sheep cannot evolve, because after evolution, they will have no value. And before, the trading of elf eggs was prohibited, and there was no benefit in breeding them specifically for laying eggs. If a large number of Melee Sheep eggs flooded into the black market, and the Alliance did not react, it would only prove that they were just eating for free. Facts have proved that this is not very realistic. Moreover, Melee Sheep in its evolved form, Fluffy Sheep, are too gentle and kind, and are not suitable as Pokémon for early battles. It is because there are too few Pokémon that can be called strong among the electric Pokémon that the electric dragon can occupy a place. If it is placed among the Pokémon with all attributes, considering the difficulty of breeding, even if the strength is good, it is not so popular. But all this is based on the situation of low qualifications. According to Zero's test, the qualifications of the Melee Sheep egg in front of us are the King of Heaven. Any Pokémon that reaches the King of Heaven will cause many people to scramble for it. For this reason alone, I think the price paid by RC is not small. What's more, this is a shining and tetrachromatic electric dragon. The value of the ordinary green and tetrachromatic Rattata is still in front of us, and the value of the pink electric dragon with the King of Heaven qualifications is even more needless to say. Regardless of the degree of pursuit of trainers, those noble ladies who pursue beauty will not let go of such a special and high-looking Pokémon. Brother, how can I accept this? Zay sighed helplessly. It's okay, this little thing is not a problem for your brother. RC is very generous. He is not bragging. As one of the 8 ancient gyms in the Johto area, the current gym owner of the Azure Fighting Gym, and the holder of the Strike Badge, RC is a wealthy man. Even if we don't talk about the family's industry, his own strength can bring him an exaggerated income. He is not like Wuneng, who has 10 children to raise. This egg, I asked for it from the Shallow Onion Gym. You can rest assured to accept it. I didn't spend a penny. I'm not lying to you. RC looked at Zay's fond and hesitant look, and persuaded with a smile. Children are really easy to understand. Really? Zay's attitude seemed to be loosened. Absolutely authentic. You know, the lighthouse of the Charlotte Gym was originally created, based on the existence of the electric dragon. They are good at making these things. Not to mention this one of a different color. There are at least 3 or 4 in the warehouse. This year, they are going to renew the contract for the special medicine with my gym. I mentioned it before, and they delivered this egg to me. RC forced the pink Pokémon egg into Zaya's hand. He really didn't lie. The Lighthouse family of the Shalot Gym and the Azure Gym have cooperated for an unknown period of time, even long before the establishment of the alliance. With the relationship between the two families, this egg is really nothing. It's just that the number is a little exaggerated. 3 or 4 is not enough, and there should be no problem with 1 or 2 more. Then, I won't be polite. Zaya held the pink mealy egg, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop smiling. He really lacked an electric Pokémon, and the electric dragon is also a good hand at energy attacks, which can make up for some of the shortcomings in his loop. That's right. RC nodded with satisfaction. I was planning to talk to Hamana-san about the electric monster, but it seems that it is not necessary, he thought. Then he felt his clothes being pulled by someone. He turned around and saw that it was Xiaomao. Uncle Master, this is our first meeting. Do I have any gift? Xiaomao, who was only 8 years old, raised his head and asked Tetsuya in a pitiful manner. Tetsuya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a while, he took out a bell from his bag and handed it to Xiaomao. Is this the leisure bell? Xiaomao took the bell and observed it and asked. His knowledge reserve was educated by everyone in the institute since he was a child. Although elf props are relatively rare, he is still very familiar with them because he has always been taught by real objects. Thank you, Uncle Master Tetsuya. Xiaomao called very smoothly this time, playing with the leisure bell with a happy face. This is the first elf prop he has. In the words of adults, a child who doesn't even have an elf, what elf prop does he need? Don't throw him away. Use it on your initial Pokémon next time, and it will be very close to you. Zaya warned. I'm going to show it to that stupid guy RC. Uncle Zaya, Master RC, you guys chat first. I'm going first. Also, tell Grandpa for me that I'll have dinner at Aunt Anako's tonight. Don't worry about me. Xiaomao shouted as he ran out. The two smiled at each other. Xiaomao has been trained well by you, brother. Zaya sighed. Judging from Xiaomao's subconscious movements just now, the training is very thorough. This child is still very hardworking, and he corrects his mistakes when he knows them, but his mind is a little erratic, and he is sometimes easily proud. RC commented, but after all, he is still a child, and he will probably be much better when he grows up. Just let him suffer a little. One setback is enough. Zaya subconsciously nodded in agreement. Judging from Xiaomao's performance in the animation, it is indeed the case. Let's go eat. After dinner, I'll test your and your flame chicken's fighting ability. RC pulled ZHE towards the cafeteria. Thanks to Chen Li Fusheng for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to ZUI King Chen for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Zhang Crossing Jiang for the 1000 starting coins. Thanks to Seoki Panghuzi for the 233 starting coins for the character Monarch Snake. Chapter 200 Guidance War. In the battlefield behind the Oak Research Institute, a group of researchers were watching. The two people on the field were RC and Tetsuya. Tetsuya suddenly felt a little nervous. Many people here are familiar with each other, and losing is certain, but losing too badly will inevitably lead to ridicule. Then, RC vs. Tetsuya. The coaching battle officially begins. RC sends out the first Pokémon. Professor Oak stood in the referee's position happily. Go ahead, superpower. RC threw the Pokéball. Tetsuya's forehead had a few black lines. Brother, is it necessary? Hehe, it's a coaching battle. The stronger my superpower is, the more I can see the shortcomings of Blaziken. RC put his hand on his belt and said in the same posture as superpower. The reason why Tetsuya said this is because superpower is RC's trump card Pokémon, no one else. And don't worry, superpower has restricted itself. Send out Blaziken quickly. RC urged. The belt on superpower at this time is not its original one, but its degenerated form, Gali. In this case, its strength will be greatly limited. Burn it up, Blaziken. Zaya rubbed his face and threw out the Blaziken Pokéball with great momentum. Don't get me wrong, he didn't mean to shout out such a slogan. He just said that doing so can more effectively improve the tacit understanding and bond between the trainer and the Pokémon. That's what RC told him, and Professor Oak also agreed at the time. Although Zaya still doubted this matter, he gave it a try. Outside the crowd, Xiaomao pulled Xiaozi over with shining eyes. His cheap uncle was about to be beaten by his master. This grand occasion cannot be missed. You attack first. RC and the strange force did not change their movements at all, and they were stable as always. Otherwise, I can't see your problem. Zaya nodded, and he was not polite. Blazing chicken, sword dance, bodybuilding, energy gathering, sharpening. He really didn't say anything polite, and directly used the 4 skills that Blaziken could master to strengthen itself. If it weren't for the fact that Flame Chicken couldn't stack it a second time with his current level of mastery, ZHE would have wanted to do it again. Well, now that the release speed is fast enough, the next step is to work towards stacking, he thought to himself. Before the release speed is fast enough, blindly stacking is useless. After all, one sword dance takes 7 or 8 seconds, and 2 times is 15 seconds. This time is even longer than the stiffness duration of the destruction of the death ray. Any Pokémon can cause you considerable damage. RC and Guili looked at the scene in front of them calmly. Sometimes, the gap in strength cannot be made up by simply enhancing skills. Otherwise, the definition of the strength of Pokémon given by the Alliance will lose its due meaning. Who after the enhancement, Flame Chicken and ZHE let out a long breath at the same time. Lightning Flash, Flame Kick. A brief command came from ZHE's mouth. Kick. Flame Chicken kicked the ground with a dull sound and turned into a fiery red and rushed towards Guili. During the movement, the legs became redder and redder. Boom, the flames gushed out. People standing on the sidelines watching the game could clearly feel a wave of heat. Well, not bad. The flame intensity is comparable to a quasi-king. This Flame Chicken is good. A researcher wearing a monocle said so. The flame intensity judgment he mentioned is his own method, but it is recognized to be accurate. Well, it should be the qualification of a champion. What a lucky boy. Another researcher commented. This is the Oak Research Institute. If ordinary breeders are academic masters, these are all academic gods. In addition to the integration and analysis of an extremely large amount of data, they have a deep understanding of many things. Of course, most of them are theoretically strong. If you really let them play in person, the effect may not be good. It is really rare for someone like Professor Oak to reach the peak of 2 or even 3 fields at the same time. The Flame Chicken on the field rushed to the front of the strange power with a trace of afterimage, and instantly raised its right leg, and swung it out like a whip. An exaggerated 90-degree angle was formed between the 2 legs. Frozen Fist. At this time, RC slowly gave the order. On the 2 hands of the left hand of the strange force, one above the other, a cold ice cube condensed and covered the fist. The timing of its use of skills gave people the feeling that it was even before RC gave the order. ZHE also knew that this was just an illusion given by the close bond between the 2. Bang bang. The strange force seemed to be understating and repelling the Flame Chicken. Even with the blessing of the attribute consistency bonus law, coupled with the original high ability far beyond the same level, plus the enhancement of charcoal and buff skills, it seems that the Flame Chicken has not caused much impact on the strange force. And don't forget, the fighting type strange force using the ice type freezing fist does not have the attribute consistency power bonus. The power of the ice type on the Flame Chicken is only half of what it should be. Wait a minute. RC suddenly spoke. He touched his receding hairline with a headache. Let the strange force change the belt. Huh. ZHE also said subconsciously, not knowing what was going on. Nika the monster on the field also took his original belt from RC's hand very neatly. Bang. The monster's belt was thrown to the ground by it. People only then saw that in a hidden position at the back, there was a barely visible crack on the belt. Your kid's Blaziken is quite something. RC praised. He had already raised his expectations of the strength of Tetsuya and his Pokémon as much as possible, but he didn't expect that there would still be some problems. Now it's okay, let your Blaziken launch a continuous attack on the monster. RC shouted very imposingly. Tetsuya was also ignited with enthusiasm. Grab, double kick, tile split, lower body kick, flame punch. Incessant instructions were given to Blaziken. Blaziken did not disappoint people, and this set of combos that had been practiced since the time of Strong Chicken were used smoothly. However, the last general attribute split has been replaced by a more powerful flame punch. The claws of the flame chicken slashed across the hand of the monster, and with the force, it flew up and kicked the monster's shoulder. The second kick was raised, kicking the monster's head. The body turned, and the other claw became a hand knife, shining white, and slashed the monster fiercely. It was not over yet, and immediately leaned over, and used a lower body kick like a sweeping kick, and then both claws ignited flames at the same time, and then they formed fists and hit the monster's chin with an uppercut. "Are you done?" RC asked in a calm tone, and then smiled strangely. Monster-style fixed technique. Nika the monster was completely unaware that he was being attacked continuously. The next second after the flame chicken's uppercut, flaming fist hit his head up. 4 hands grabbed it at the same time. Then, the flame chicken was involuntarily strangled into a complicated and strange posture. Hell roll. With RC's command, the monster, his body and the flame chicken were smashed to the ground fiercely. Boom. There was a loud noise, and smoke and dust rose up. This was the result of the strange force holding back. Normally, there is a rolling and charging process before using the hell roll, but it didn't work. It's just like drawing a circle to charge before throwing a Pokémon in the air on Earth. Blazer, use the wave missile. ZHE still didn't give up. Not bad. RC grinned. Great fighting spirit. Explosion fist. He praised ZHE, but at the same time he also directed the strange force to use the explosion fist, a fighting skill with a power of up to 100. Hiss in the smoke. The wave missile in the hand of the flame chicken turned wildly, causing a breeze, blowing away the smoke and dust. People can clearly see the appearance of the 2 Pokémon. The next second, the muscles of the strange force surged, and the 2 fists on the left and right above hit the flame chicken hard. A strange sound sounded. It was a sonic boom. Bang. Flame chicken held a spherical blue wave missile in one claw, and hit the fist of the strange force. But unfortunately, it was useless. The missile spread out after 1 or 2 seconds of contact. Flame chicken watched the powerful fist approaching its own strength, and felt that it would be defeated in the next moment. Okay, that's it. Then, the fist was replaced by the fist wind, which blew on flame chicken's face with unabated force. It even had the illusion that the sharpness scratched its face. With a smile on its face, the strength retracted its fist and even hugged flame chicken, who almost lost his balance. Next, flame chicken called out strangely. For it, the battle would last until the last moment. Nika, the strength ignored it, and walked back to RC's side. It was a very exciting battle. Your flame chicken is only half a year old. Very good, very good. RC retracted his strength and exclaimed. Don't we have to fight anymore? ZHE patted the back of flame chicken, who returned to his side and asked. No, I know roughly what your problems are. Come with me. RC looked around. Okay, let's go. The researchers who were watching the game also left in 2s and 3s. The ending was definitely not unexpected. Anyway, it was just a little change of pace in life. Xiao Mao, come here too. RC and ZHE also walked in side by side. The former turned his back and shouted again. Xiao Mao, who was about to sneak away with Xiaozi again, had a better face. Here comes Master. Your Blaziken didn't have many problems. RC was a little confused. I thought a young man would play it roughly. This refers to the connection of Blaziken's combo. That set of moves is very consistent with the movements of Flame Chicken. The only problem is the ending. If you choose the Flame Fist, it is indeed powerful, but the stiffness will last for a long time. And you are a little too superstitious about the power of skills. You saw the fixed skills of the strange force just now. That is not a skill, but a simple fighting technique using the body. According to the decomposition movements, the first step is to grab it. The Flame Chicken here can take small steps to move forward. The two walked and talked, and their hands kept simulating fighting. Xiao Mao followed behind with his head down. 2 updates today are over. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.